I would fight for the motherland, be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now, yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul, yeah.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. Hope that shines, bring it back to us.
whatever you do. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. Everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. See how they are caught in the moment. All heads are turning on cue. See how they're eating you up now. Every little detail, beautiful you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. Everybody's looking at you. Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright.
masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない、理解不能のスピード100倍速い、地横なんて哀れよね、ねえ聞いてよな、負けの準備でもしておきな、 Come try me get you down、 悩んでもやめないわ No more、 苦い思い消えてよ、この街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー、全力で追い越してよさ、ドライビングモード始めよう、もう安全な近道なんての完全にアウトだから、あんたの後悔楽しみだわ、すげた気づいてよマジでベイビー、一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening、 地横なんて哀れよね、ねえ聞いてよな、負けの準備でもしておきな、 Come try me yet when you were down、 悩んでもやめないわ No more、 苦い思い消えてよ、この街に呼ばれる際にフェクチャー、全力で追い越してよさ、ドライビングモード始めよう、
some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water. like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, woven, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? lasts as long as forever. When it's love, but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never lives as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Under lock, under key, and I'm doing time. Someone to save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems like I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out?
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever.
curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your luck, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your luck, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねブー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねブー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく
playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm ballin' out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my emotions. Give me good vibration. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
Here we go. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, come on. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Here we go. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures, just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard, we playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away there. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road.
夏季赛开战3周，永远的神重返赛场，让我看看是谁还没有复出。没错，正是在下阿南，请为我欢呼，为我喝彩。观赛指南启动。IG 与 OMG 将联袂奉上本周6的第1场比赛，阵容大换血的 IG 并没能阻止回归首秀的神参加赛后采访。2023年了，对于悲伤而言还是不在今天。保持原有阵容的 OMG 则是秉承了第6就该赢第7的精神。春季赛4强的他们干净利落地输给冠亚军，面对 WBG 却又重拳出击。即将在周6第2场比赛面对 RA 的 WBG， 本赛季在微微加盟后，首场比赛他们就给了新科 MSI 冠军当头一棒。周67点档，神争第2战，圣光洗礼后的 EDG 将面对新赛季引入强援的 LNG， 下路无疑是这场比赛的绝对焦点，两代 RNG 的传奇射手将一决高下。周日的首场比赛将由 TT 与 NIP 带来。目前1胜4负的 TT 显然没有找到新赛季合适的答案，而 NIP 则是在中单引入新援，不知道 Angel 在新的队伍能否迎来更完美的一天。再次迎来不错开局的 TES 将在周日的第2场比赛对阵风雨飘摇中的 RNG。刚来1年的呼吸哥和转会市场2年半的小威，不知不觉间就成了院长。本以为离开的只有功勋下路双人组，不曾想几周过后，连部分粉丝都转会了。这个周末的压轴好戏来自 BLG 与 JDG 的天王山之战，只不过光看比赛日期 ，JDG 就已经立于不败之地。赢了是 MSI 冠军实至名归，输了是618大促送礼回馈。不过 JDG 也并非无懈可击，在面对 LGD 时被逼入决胜局的他们，给了我这个夏天快要结束的错觉。对于 BLG 来讲，这是他们的第5次复仇机会，给你机会你。总而言之，新的赛季，新的征程，让我们在神恩的沐浴下，迎接下周观赛指南的到来。下周真会来吗？如来。
Welcome one and all to our Super Saturday in this summer split of LPL 2023. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Kitty to kick things off today with our first series. But it is so wonderful to be reunited with a full slate of games and an absolute cherry at the end of this Sunday, at the end of the day, Kitty.
Yep, happy weekends, everyone, as we have 3 series coming up very soon. Of course, me and Mazel will be bringing the first one, but we have to talk about what happened last night because those games were absolute chaos.
They definitely were. It was a bit of an interesting start with Top Esports versus LGD. I just feel like we are finally getting the rookie Jackie Love power carry combo that we deserve.
Yeah, most definitely. I feel like Rookie and Wayward, even Jackie Love in particular, had an amazing series, but I do also want to give credit to LGD. They've always been just an inch away from taking the series away from these top tier teams. But unfortunately, I mean, Jackie Love being on something like the Aphelios was just absolutely nuts. But we also have to talk about FPX versus RNG because I feel like this series was also quite all over the place. But at the very end, Wei was definitely a standout where in all of these instances, he was the one dealing most damage. I believe he got 2 MVPs in a row as the jungler, and I think the Wukong went 10-1, which is unheard of in the current meta. So that is absolutely insane, and I would love to see RNG to continue this trend.
It's actually incredible. It was such a quick night as well, but it was a lot of very decisive moments from RNG. And as you said, kind of being led by the Wei Sword, but once you get those kills, you start facilitating the rest of your team. The rest of the team gets to pop off, and that's what I've actually really appreciated from RNG so far. But then we ended our night with Ultra Prime versus NIP, and boy, what a series. It might be a 2-0, but it was a slugfest.
I mean, I've seen enough Ultra Prime games to expect all of them to be quite all over the place, but something that did pique my interest was, I believe it was Invincible playing something like the Renekton. This champion has been getting slowly prioritized over the past few days, especially in the LCK. So I think that is the champion that we should keep our eyes out for, as it is slowly becoming more blindable in the topside matchups. And I would love to see some of our players experiment a little bit more with this champion.
Yeah, there's no way that clip doesn't make it into this package. If it doesn't, you got to go look at it on Twitter or something, because it was actually insane. But the thing I also appreciate from NIP is the kind of positivity that you see when you're talking to a lot of these members, when you're getting interviews, when you're seeing things on social media as well. And I love that, because I feel like positivity can mean a lot of stuff, and momentum as well for NIP, who now sit at 4-3. Pretty good stuff. I'm a little sad we didn't get the Renekton pick.
That's okay, but to be fair, even though yesterday was a very quick series, I feel like it did show us a lot on who the standout players for each team were, specifically for Top Esports and RNG. I mean, Rookie for the past 2 days on something like the Ari, which has received a lot of attention, has definitely been a superstar for that team. But we also have to talk about the standings, because BLG, I believe their matchup will be tomorrow up against JDG, and they're still remaining as that team who hasn't dropped a series yet.
They have a nightmare waiting, one that has taken them down plenty of times in a row in best ofs. So BLG definitely staring at a bit of a giant in the corner. But 3 teams at 6 wins in a row, 3 of our top teams, BLG, Top Esports, and JDG. While EDG, I will say, big name on the lower side of the bracket, interestingly enough, sitting there at 2-3, really wanting to make a run, and maybe they can tonight. They will be standing tall at the end of the day, but we're starting off with IG versus OMG, and then we got RA versus Weibo Gaming, which is going to be a banger. And then a capstone, as we were saying, the cherry on top of the sundae, it is LNG versus EDG.
We have some pretty hype names for tonight's matchup, but of course we have to go through the rosters for this first series, which will be between IG and OMG. And I'm very excited because this is going to be my first time casting Wen and Beishang on this roster, which they're very new faces to this roster. And I'm really excited to see how they work as a team now, because I think Wen in particular, he has a very interesting champion pool. But talking about interesting champion pools, you're up against Shanzi, and he has the most iconic champions listed under his name.
The fact that we have such flexibility between this OMG roster, and you're looking at champion pools, you're looking at where these champions can go, the kind of lane swaps we've seen them pull off, it is going to be incredibly interesting. But one big focus for us tonight has to be Cryan versus Cream. You've got the 2021 summer best rookie of the LPL versus a literal MSI champion with previous team RNG in 2021. And both these guys have been cornerstones, maybe in different times for their organizations. Crying a little bit on the come up. Cream's trying to get back to that form.
Yep, a lot of achievements for these two players, but I want to hone in on Crying and how he's kind of integrated himself onto this IG roster, because we have seen a huge change in terms of the mid and jungle, where in spring it was Gideon and Dove getting all of those team fights done in their way, where I feel like they just had a very clear voice on directing all these young rookie players, where YS Cam was brought in and they had a very swift start to that spring regular split. However, they did drop the ball towards the end and unfortunately didn't make the playoffs. I believe they were 11th place, so they're so close. But now with Crying and Beishang, switching in between Tianjin and Beishang, of course, I feel like him having such achievements like being the MSI champion and also a lot of these other LPL achievements, he has to have a very clear voice when it comes to these communications, because you're playing with Wen Beishang, and I feel like when we do look at the team compositions that they build around this team, Crying plays a huge role. Because of the current meta, we have champions like the Nico, the Ari, and the Annie being extremely high priority, where they act as that first engage. But I was just sussing out on the statistics, and I wanted to point out to the audience that we know that Nico is expected to be that permanent champion, where it leaves Annie as the next contested mid lane. lane, but Crying is currently sitting on a 17% win rate on this champion in the previous 6 games. So I really want to see IG pivot towards something else because it obviously hasn't been working out for them in the past few series.
And it's still about putting a lot of the pieces together, right? The reason why we are here is a bit of an emergency pool style situation for IG, needing to sub YSKM out, really trying to find the next pieces to build through for now, at least. And I think Wen is an interesting call because he does tend to go for more aggressive matchups. Beishang on WE was a very aggressive jungler, and you see that in some of the styles we've already gotten from him in the first series, but it is still about connecting the dots. And that mid-jungle duo, as we know in the LPL, is also crucial, but it's also about finding the comfortable place for a lot of these newer pieces coming in.
Yeah, and my eyes are definitely going to be on Beishang. I did a bit of digging, and man has a very interesting champion pool. Something like the Volibear and the Xinjiao is his comfort. And I know, looking at the LCK League, Volibear has slowly crept up in terms of priority once all of those meta junglers have been banned out. So my eyes are definitely going to be on that one. But OMG coming into tonight, I mean, they have had a pretty rough few series in the past few weeks because I feel like they are a very great team. I mean, they were all the way to that 4th position during the spring playoffs, so we have slightly high expectations when it comes to this roster, especially for this upcoming series. But I need to talk about Shanzi and how he will do into Wen, because when we saw him play his first LPL series up against EDG with Uzi as the starting AD carry, there was a very interesting pick, which was the Gangplank getting picked twice and blinded twice into Arla in that top side. I believe it was into Aatrox and Fiora, where it did pretty well in lane. I mean, he even got solo kills onto a veteran. And I feel like this champion is very interesting as it has a lot of, or brings a lot of unique team identities for IG, or opens a lot of gates. But the question is this a specifically prepared pick for EDG, or will this trend continue for Shanzi as well?
It's all about taming the meta, but I feel like maybe it's a bit more of a wild beast for OMG. We've seen them trend to the lane swaps, things along those lines, trying to upend, especially when they went up against Weibo, which at that point, when you're looking at those solo lanes, maybe you want to do something along those lines. But the flexibility for OMG has always been a thing that they rely on, but something that they play through. And that's what I'm so interested in them indexing into when we do have this kind of newer top side of the map for IG, if they can take advantage of that.
Yeah, most definitely. And something that I wanted to bring up is that I feel like the current OMG roster plays very similarly to when IG was using YSKM as that starting top laner. Both of these top laners between YSKM and Shanzi are amazing carry players, but of course it is going to be Wen starting for this first game. However, I do want to highlight that OMG, they heavily rely on Shanzi being assigned with a carry, where I'm going to give it a nickname. It's going to be Shanzi's Holy Trinity now between Kennen, Rumble, and Cassante. But it really puts OMG's team composition into a bit of an awkward state, because if they want to play an Enchanter support, which is extremely high priority between the Millie and the Yuumi, they don't have a clear front line when it comes to their approach, and the execution has to be perfect, but sometimes obviously not in the best form or so, as it does contribute to that loss.
And I think a crucial crutch in all of that is Aki. In a lot of what we've seen from OMG, if you do have this priority in lane, you want Aki to be able to take advantage of that. That's why you see a lot of forward pressing junglers that Aki will go for. I will just hearken every time that this man takes the rift and I get to cast him. I have to call back to when he was playing Zed jungle, when it was like semi-niche meta. This guy loves to play attackers. He loves to go in your face. He loves to try to press your face, at least as much as he can in that early jungle matchup. And if he can find something like that against Beishang, who in tradition, like I was saying earlier, is very aggressive in his own right, that's where OMG can play through those solo lanes.
Yeah, and Aki, I mean, the reason why I feel like OMG was able to, well, one of the reasons why OMG was able to get from starting from that 7th place in the regular split and all the way to that 4th final position in the playoffs was because of how great of a player Aki has developed into, as I feel like he has a very clear voice when it comes to the early game, and it does allow someone like Shanzi and Cream to play to their full potential, because we know when given a comfortable matchup, these players are so aggressive, even Abel, if he's on something like the Aphelios or the Samira. So when you're allowing your teammates to kind of play their aggressive selves, while you yourself can also invade the enemy team, which is a common trend that we've been seeing from him continuing into summer.
Got to stay aggressive. But I do want to talk a little bit about the track record of both these two teams coming into this one as we're getting the draft in Shanghai. We do have IG, who had won their first series of split against LGD, but have not won since then. They just went down to EDG 2-1 in their last series. While on the other side, we do have 2 wins in a row for OMG. Last one's over NIP and RNG. So trying to go on a 3-win streak and join some of those other teams. We do have Zeri first pick that was let through. Those key bands, the Rumble, the Cassante, as well as the Aphelios away from OMG. You got the Draven, Nico, and Gangplank focus from OMG on their bands as some high priority picks, but as well as some niche ones. And Melio has also made it through.
Yep, and having OMG hover something like the Sion is already getting me a little bit worried, because we've seen Shanty have a lack of success when it comes to those tank top laners, specifically on the Sion, which is currently sitting on a 0% win rate so far into the summer split. So we'll have to wait and see, but we talked about how if OMG wants to lock in an enchanter, which is going to be the Miller in this case, they really need to make up for that front line with a tank top laner for Shanty. So we're expecting something like the Ornn or the Sion for this game 1, but don't you love it, Mazel? It's Zeri Yumi again.
I can't believe they're both making it through. There are so many games, so many series where we see one side ban both of these champions. Now they're just saying no holds bar. We wanted to ban some comfort picks. Let's go ahead and see what the meta has to offer. And we came in this one saying, you got to tame the meta. Well, here you go. You get the exact meta picks you want. The combos are available. We get the Tristana down here for Abel. He was able to pull that one out recently to much success, but that was against or with this Melio to add that range to the combo.
Ooh, I love this Tristana getting locked in for OMG, utilizing this Melio champion to its full potential. I mean, honestly, it could also be flexed towards that ADC position, but I'm expecting it to go towards that mid lane. It could be either for both of them. We'll have to wait and see, but it is going to be about what is IG going to pick for their jungler, because Wukong has been taken off the board. You said that Beishang is an extremely aggressive jungler as well, especially up against Arki, so it's going to be really interesting what matchup he has. Something like the Viego could work, because you have a lot of great setup within the Annie, but that does require Wen to pick something like the Gragas, which we've seen him play in that ADG series.
I do love that OMG have found a strategy, though, because they did take the Tristana Melio into a Zeri Yumi, and they actually down smash with it, because once you get to that scaling advantage, the extra range on top of the Melio extra range that you get is so ridiculous. I was looking at a clip. You're literally auto-attacking somebody almost off your entire screen. So there is some flexibility there. I would want to see if they want to play with that a little bit, but I expect Cream to try to get an aggressive matchup now into the Annie. You have a lot of setup for IG, but they need to try to round out their composition with some engage.
Yeah, and Cream locking in his iconic Akali third game of the summer regular split so far. So like you said, Mazel, the Tristana is going to be for Abel in this game 1, and I'm very scared for An and Wink, because I feel like when it comes to the early game laning phase, that is where IG drops the ball, and specifically towards that bottom side. If you do start getting those kills online for OMG's roster so far, I mean, they're going to snowball out of control. But we've talked about this pick, Mazel. It's the volley there getting locked in for Beishang in this game 1.
There it is. The foreshadowing works, and the bear comes out. We got the comfort for Beishang, but I will just say there's a scarier comfort on the other side. Any time that Cream gets a Kali, I am terrified. And maybe it's not that tried and true combo with the Vi, but Cream is looking to take it to Crying, who, as we had kind of talked about earlier, the Annie, maybe not looking too hot in the past, to see how that works out in the matchup in a 1v1.
Most definitely, but I feel like Crying, when you do give him, or at least set him up for success, he's more than happy to just solo carry on something like the Annie, but I believe that he is switching between the builds of either Ludens or Everfrost, so we'll have to wait and see what he decides to go. But of course, we need to talk about the top side of IG. This is very interesting, as when he is going to be introducing us with this Jax Blind coming into this game 1, paired alongside Volibear. Volibear is a champion that has been slowly creeping back into the meta, as we see it in LCK, and it is getting heavily preferred by a lot of these teams. So it's going to be very interesting how an LPL player, or at least LPL team, going to pilot this champion, because I feel like once you kind of have lane party in that mid lane, you are able to bully out this Vi very early on in the game, and that's not what Aki wants.
Yeah, that aggressive 1v1 needs to go the way of Aki when we find OMG getting successful early games. And I love this look from IG. I worry for bot lane. I absolutely do. I wonder how this 2v2 is going to go. But until then, we're going to be looking at Beishang versus Aki and Cryan versus Kareem, looking how they interact together. And then do we get a bloodbath at top lane between Wen and Shanji?
I mean, if you're talking about Shanji, we will always expect there to be a bloodbath. However, it is going to be his first Gragas game of the summer split as well, which is going to be very interesting because I had a few doubts of this champion for the side of OMG, as it kind of seems like both the solo laners aren't comfortable with flexing this champion, or at least blinding it, which is going to become a very big problem as we approach the later stages of the regular split. But it's really nice to see Shanji experimenting with this champion, especially into a good matchup like the Volibear and the Gragas as well.
Yeah.
But the biggest problem is going to be how the mid lane matchup goes as well, because Cream on this Akali, I mean, we have seen him do amazing flanks in those team fights, but with the amount of peel that IG has locked in for this game one, it's going to be a bit scary.
As we hit the riff for game number 1 of IG versus OMG, you got to hear the cheers from the crowd as IG making the aggressive move at this level 1. We have seen a rise in level 1s recently, it feels like, especially just the last couple days. But I love to see that IG are trying to put their best foot forward.
Most definitely, Mazel, as I'm really excited for this bottom lane 2v2 because it's nice to see that LPL teams are slowly adapting, specifically OMG in particular. They're the only team that has introduced something like this Tristana. I mean, we all expect the champion duo that will shut down a Zeri Yumi is something like that Kaisa Nautilus or Samira Nautilus, but this time around, even taking the Miller, at least denying the Miller away from IG for that trade-off is going to be a bit of a question mark, because I feel like Milio, this champion, although it's very high priority, it's very easy to counter if you consider what the meta champions are right now. You have Wukong, you have Gragas, where the amount of knock-up that you have to kind of deal with in these team fights, or at least dispositioning abilities, is going to be very scary. But Mazel, Aki is cooking something up right now.
He's cooking something up, as well as just looking for that invade here. Do you want to give a shout out? I think we saw a little graphic there. Cream's 200th game in the LPL. Congratulations, Cream. Been coming for a long time at this point, but love to see some time under his belt and maybe some time well spent against his matchup with Cryan. On and Wink will have actual priority down here for now, and Beishang is hovering.
Does seem like IG is going to split up the map with Volibear invading towards his blue side, which in my opinion is going to hurt Wen a little bit, because as this Jax, you don't want to be constantly getting pressured under your own tower, as you can't be set behind on this champion, especially when you are trying to work towards that Sunderer spike where you do start winning the side lane up against Gragas. But we'll have to wait and see, because I feel like when it does come to a Gragas vs Jax matchup, it really requires the Gragas to start landing those Qs after he picks up the Lost Chapter for this lane to be so dominant for Shanti.
Strike when the moment is right. As if I do believe that graphic, 692 days since the last time we saw Volibear jungle. It was in 2021, V5 versus OMG. Elias coming in with the hot Volibear tech, and now Beishang.
And you see there is going to be a clear flip in map for these two teams, but being a Tristana and Milio, I'm getting a little bit worried, because if you don't have the ability, or at least security, to jump in and start burning those summoner spells from the Zeri and Yumi, and then you approach those dragon fights, it's going to be a little bit tough fighting on a front flat. Ooh, Aki.
We asked if OMG can take advantage of this new top lane, and guess what? They've gone to that well already one time. First blood for OMG.
And there it is, when holding onto the flash, because he saw his inevitable doom with that wave slow pushing into Shanti. Shanti is going to TP back, however, so he isn't going to lose out on too much. But like he said, first blood for Aki, and he's happy with how this early game's going.
Beishang's not. You want to have some skirmishing power as this Volibear, and Aki's going to have a bit of that upper hand with that first blood. See if he can keep that tempo up with the Vi, though. Set up Cream, because I would like to see a little bit of at least forward aggression so far for them, because the Cream matchup with this Akali, you want to get them ahead. You also kind of want to get the Tristana ahead for Abel.
Yep, and Aki, you already see him pathing towards his bottom side. He did have to burn the flash to commit to the kill onto Wen, where it was 2 flashes for none, so I don't expect them to be revisiting towards his top side, as Aki does have to snowball with that first blood going into his pockets. So I'm expecting him to force an early dragon towards this bottom side, as you do have some vision getting set up for OMG.
They will spot out the dragon start, but nothing they can really do about it. As Beishang going to hover around mid, maybe do a bit of transitioning towards this bottom side, but you already have a move from Abel and PP God, so first objective for OMG, as well as that first blood earlier.
Does seem like this dragon is going to go without being contested by the side of IG, as Aki does secure it. Yep, I was holding in my breath for a second, but I do also want to talk about this Volibear champion, because like you said, it's been 650 days since we've seen it in the LPL, and I think people have forgotten how this champion works, because after you do hit that level 6 point, you can disable a tower and force those dives really heavily onto the solo laners of OMG.
Oof, yeah, those dives are going to be so crucial, and we need to kind of see that execution on that, right?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, execution at the very end is what counts, but talking about Crying and Beishang working together, Wen is just waiting for the fruit to spawn. Let's just, alright, eat up, buddy. Can Shanji look for a kill here?
Good snack. Shanji has been absolutely owning in these mechanical one-on-ones, but Wen maybe baited into a fight that he doesn't want. The cast beautifully put down. The leap strike's not going to be enough this time, and Cream gets him on a kill and on the board.
Way too disrespectful from the Jax on IG, as we also have both the mid and jungle slowly hovering towards this Jax lane, and him dying twice with that flash available as well.
We will have to give the caveat here, obviously. When is a call-up, right? Like from the LDL squad, it was a bit of a change-up situation for IG, and we were asking if OMG can kind of take advantage of this. I will just say, in this matchup, being real, Win has definitely left his neck out a couple times a little bit too far. But it is still a factor where this is a molding squad from IG with a lot of different pieces that are important in the meta right now that are in a fluctuation state.
Yeah, and the most interesting thing about IG is I feel like all 3 players, when it comes to the top lane players, have such differing champion pools. YSKM, you instantly think of the Fear of the Jax. He is an insane split pushing carry. Nenny, he's more comfortable on the Sion and Gragas, but when we talk about Wen, we've seen 3 champions from him so far. It is that Gangplank that has become his signature pick, and it did wonders to bring IG back for, I believe it was the game 2 up against EDG, where they had to kind of crawl back into that game from a huge deficit in the early game. But the Gragas all left up in the air because we're not too sure how he does on these tanks. And this Jax, I mean, once you blind the Jax and leave something like the Gragas open, you kind of expect this, but we don't see any action from Beishang on this Volibear, at least to hover this top side.
Yeah, you get the Rift Herald start here. We also get a bit of a rocket jump all in here, and a Buster shot already used, but you got a lot of damage back to Final Chapter. He rocket jumped out of, locking down PP God a bit. There's the Breath of Life, but PP God getting gunned down a bit there. Luckily, those level 6s came across. Meanwhile, we got topside. Oh my God, that's a Bumba! But you got the Volibear.
He's going everywhere
with the flash. Look at those mechanics. Wen trying to clean up Aki. The damage is not enough. Oh my God, they get out?
They get out and IG secures the Rift Herald, but it seems like Abel's gonna go back in.
This is a sustained battle. You got the cleanse burn on, goes down. PP God in the 2v2 comes out on top.
Look, although the Rift Herald went over to the side of IG, but Abel utilizing this Tristana pick perfectly and burning all 4 summoners out of this IG bottom lane. Also going to secure that 1 play into his pockets as well this early game. Going in favors of OMG, I mean, we didn't expect that top lane skirmish to go so even. We really thought Beishang was dead, but man went from the Rift Herald pit all the way to over this wall where he went to safety.
I can't believe so many members from both sides honestly survived in that situation. Shanji doesn't have ulti here, but does have the damage. because you won't be able to get anything else onto Wen, maybe push him under the tower here. But man, I've just got to go back to what this 2v2 combo is in the bot lane. On paper, it looks so dirty. In execution, it looks so dirty too. We're going to start by looking at this topside play, though.
It really seemed like Beishang was dead, but that last heal onto the Volibear stopped Cream from executing him, and even Aki living on a sliver of HP was just very sad to beat both teams. But I think Shanty coming in with a very strong E flash onto Beishang, good execution onto this Gragas, but they just lack that bit of damage as you only have the Merc Treads available for Cream.
I was really hoping to get a bot lane replay there as well, but it turns out we didn't get it. What I really wanted to highlight was Abel's confidence on this pick, on this Tristana. With the combo of the Melio, we know how strong Melio is, but I just love that confidence in an LPL ADC because they are just looking for fights. And against Yumi, you definitely want those fights. Speaking of fights, Wen's going for a proxy farm and some tussling with Shanji.
Especially with Aki hovering towards that bottom side, he is more than happy to be proxying, which is very weird to see as you always expect Shandy to be the one proxying. But we need to highlight that for this upcoming dragon fight, Abel's sitting on a Kraken Slayer. So IG, if they want to take this, it's going to be really tough, especially with Crying and the entire bottom side burning all of their summoners. So I don't know how they're going to approach this team fight if they don't get an initial pick with Annie.
They could try to use the Rift Heralds as a bit of a distraction play, but they just don't have priority on the lanes, and they don't really have anything for Beishang to play around. And again, I feel like you picked the Volibear pick to be aggressive and to play proactively. We haven't necessarily seen that, as we are seeing some proactive.
There it is.
Topside. We're going even deeper into the proxy farming.
All right, don't you worry about this. This is just typical
I want to see
top lane
Nexus proxy
behavior.
farming.
We'll get a Singe one day.
You know
in the
they're not
LPL.
doing it right if they're not Nexus proxy farming, all right?
Yeah, I still don't know how you ever deal with Singe proxy farming, because every time you try to send people to go get him, he just dies to the tower and he just keeps doing it. So if anyone in chat knows how to play against Singe proxying, please let me know on Twitter. But it does seem like OMG, they're going to look to play aggressive towards his bottom side. I really want to see Aki utilize his ultimate to shut down the Zeri early on, as it is going to be the Triforce build for patch 13.11. You already see Beishang being here for the counter.
All right, they're trying to get something going with a lane gank for Beishang. He will have to utilize that Rift Herald as it was coming off cooldown shortly. But the pressure in the bot lane will be responded to by OMG in kind. They're bringing Cream.
Do you have TPs available? Well, as we see, it's another day as Rift Herald gets killed in broad daylight without getting that proc onto the tower. So, although IG won the skirmish, technically in the top side, that Rift Herald was absolutely negative effects. But OMG securing these two early drags, I'm not too sure Shanty going for the solo kill.
Little bit of a 1v1 noodle fight turning into something more here. Wen takes a bit more of a trade. Shanji will just go in with that flash body slam, but 1v1s aside, it is a tussle again in the top side.
Luckily for Wen, he was able to pick up that enchanted fruit for him to come back with extra bit of sustain, as Shanti does have to rely on his passive. So this matchup, you already see it's pretty tough for this blind Jax coming to this game one. It's impossible to look for those trades. I think Shanty can just walk away from this one, but the Lost Chapter Gragas is so much damage if you land every single Q. You have to wait for Wen to get to those 3 items and really start pressuring the side lane. But Beishang on this Volibear, other than a failed Rift Herald, we haven't really seen too much from him just quite yet.
All right, we have gotten some item completions for the side of IG, though. We got that Trinity Force completed for On. That's the big one. You get at least a little bit of a power spike for the Zeri. You also got a Frostfire. Oh, Aki! He's looking for it here. I didn't think he was going to actually go for it, but when you have a point-and-click CC and you got Shanji in your top lane, you go for that kill. So now it's 4-0 for OMG. Bot lane getting a little bit spicy as Beishang has shown up. Rocket jump out means Abel's okay.
Alright, Beishang, you kind of seem like you're getting led around the map, because OMG, they're able to secure that 3rd kill onto this Jax and then set up vision control for that top side, which is going to be the Rift Herald spawning in 10 seconds. But it does seem like Cream and Aki, they're here for the counter.
They're actually going to move on out of here, feeling a little bit of spider senses tingling, maybe trying to collapse onto Cream. on this Akali. Cryan has been a bit quiet so far in this game, and this mid lane, which we peg to be super crucial, has been a bit of a feast fest for Cream so far and for Cryan.
Yeah, I feel like with how IG decided to draft with this Volibear and Annie, Krang really has to be that initial engage for these 5v5s coming up very soon, which I assume is going to be around that dragon spawning in 1 minute and 30. OMG want to secure that soul point, which is going to be the Chemtech. Pretty lovely when you have a Millia that has a shield on a 6-second cooldown, which stacks as well. But I believe while this whole bot lane dive was happening, Shanti just stole the blue buff away from Beishang.
A little bit salty, maybe. Also, a tower going down to OMG. This will be first tower of the game. I do want to see, now that we've had the 2v2 item completions, what they get from this one. You have the Helios there completed for Wink, trying to get some action around the Rift Herald here. But on the other side, you do have that sensor, and I feel like that just makes Abel even scarier at this point. They're pushing down at tier 2.
Tristana, and having an Ardent Sensor is known to be a tower menace, taking already having this tier 2 tower at half HP, but I feel like OMG, they're very happy with how the game state is and how accelerated the tempo is, because you don't want to be kind of staggering the game time for this Jax to slowly come online. Although he's currently 0-3 and 0, if you do kind of stop this dragon stacking from the side of OMG, he is going to become an absolute annoyance when it comes to the side lane. While I feel like On and Wink, we already see that this Zeri is kind of struggling to have any lane party when it comes to the mid lane, because every time you step up, you're just going to get jumped on by Abel.
Yeah, he's just going to play absolute aggression as much as possible. We did get the Rocket Belts completed there for Cream and Cryan, so a little bit of mobility given to both of them. And IG with a potential Rift Herald play to distract, but a dragon is on the table, and OMG are representing here on the bottom side.
I'm excited to see Crying with this Proto Belt build, because usually we see him build something like the Everfrost, the Ludens, but LCK teams have been enjoying this a lot more, as you are able to close the gap even without that flash available, so we'll have to wait and see how he utilizes this. But it does seem like OMG, they're going to secure themselves this third Dragon Soul point.
See, an easy objective secure. We got a TP coming down in the mid lane for IG to try to put some pressure with this Rift Herald. But answered in kind by OMG with a Shanji flank too. Pulls IG out.
Here you see Wen struggling to walk back towards his side lane, and being this Jax who wants to be constantly in the side lane without that vision control that OMG has been able to deny throughout both sides of these, because they have gotten rid of that tier 1 tower. This Jax is still very vulnerable to the Archie ganks, but I feel like this is going to be a dive.
They're positioned for it. Cryan coming around the corner to spot out the agent from OMG. He actually didn't get the tower that much damage from this Tristana, but with both side lanes, outer towers already down, a decent chunk down on the tier 2 and bottom lane. Mid lane is all that OMG need to siege down to really find a pressure to get that decision making reeling for IG.
Although OMG wasn't able to secure that tier 1 tower in the mid lane, slowly but surely it's going to fall, and they are going to take away all outer towers for the side of IG. And I feel like without that Vision control that Cryan can bounce off for this Annie, we honestly haven't seen a singular Tibbers, even for just a casual burst. But this is what I'm talking about. You don't want to be too far out there.
You can't get caught out. That flash coming out immediately, signaling that Wen knew what was going on. We do have a second item coming out of base for Abel. Looking for a second for Cream, but still actually wanting OMG to put the pedal to the metal a little bit. They have a lot of catch-out potential, but there's a lot of sustainability on IG's side.
Yep, we all know that Echoes of Helia plus the new Yuumi passive is an absolute menace with how she is able to sustain for the IG roster, but I feel like OMG forcing early dragon stacking and now having the next dragon spawning in 3 minutes. Did he just ult Beishang away?
Yeah, he did. Why not?
He really wants to deny that.
You're not on Aphelios. You have to feel like you're using your ulti efficiently, so you just use it on cooldown. Why not?
Why not? Exactly. And something that I didn't get to mention during the banning phase is IG very interesting thing that they don't prioritize is that the Aphelios has been banned out by the side of IG, where I feel like this ADC in particular is really on a tier of its own compared to everything else. We used to say that Jinx was probably the better response to an Aphelios when it comes to those heavy 5v5s, but I feel like LPL teams, they slowly figured out that if you slam something like the Malphite, or with the amount of gap closing that top sides are able to lock in nowadays, the Jinx just isn't able to survive those heavy team fights. So the Aphelios being a lot more flexible, it is what a lot of those teams...
Oh, Wen. That is not the fight you want to take. They're going to TP down. Kryan was waiting in top lane. Now Wen wants to take the aggressive side. Got PP God coming around the corner, and OMG could just close this trap jaw shut. He has the flash. He has that cease and desist. You will not move, Wen. You will not go anywhere. OMG, pick the side lane.
Not the best start for Wen on this Jax with his Jax debut into the LPL, but really good follow from Aki, consistently putting pressure on this Jax as OMG able. He is just going to dash away and deny all engage angles. But Aki, once again, being that aggressive jungler that we all expect, and him having something like the Vi and getting that guaranteed CC onto Wen, we don't see any backup from the side of IG. They're just gonna slowly bleed out, I feel like.
The go button is so easy to press for OMG, and it looks so damn good when they press it. They won't get that side lane tower in bot lane, but they will look to get a side lane tower in top side for Cream.
And the annoying thing is, not only does Tristana buffer CC with her jump, she also has a cleanse, so Krang really needs to consider that when it comes to those hard engages. But you see when, like we've been talking about, having no priority in his own jungle, this Jax, you ideally want to be split pushing, but when you don't have your own teammates around you, this is what you expect when you're playing this Jax for this game one. And even PP God being there, providing that Ardent Sense and making up for that tiny bit of damage is going to put him on a 0-4-0 scoreline. But now Dragon Soul will be spawning in 20 seconds, and Crying, he doesn't have that TP.
He does not, and IG are going to need to put up a fight here. Don't want to give that Chemdrake soul over. You did get the Runaan's completed for On, so you have a little bit more of that team fight damage, but you're really not on that third item spike that you would want to have. He also just had a Magi's completed for Cream. He has 2 pages now, but he's looking to go to the library and put some more.
Look, 2 is better than 0, as IG currently still looking for their first kill, but they really need to deny this because I feel like this is going to be a very slow burn if they decide to give this over as well. But Shandy, he has a really good angle.
He does. They will be spotted out, though, as that ward goes down. IG need to reposition here. The Dragon already started to try to force the hand of IG, but maybe this is the spike they want to fight on. Wen going to take the side fight onto Shanji. He's actually winning that one in the 1v1. Maybe that forces IG into the pit here. 4,000 health for that Dragon. It's going a little bit low. It's a 50-50. Burger flip goes to Aki. The slam down Thunder King, though. But Beishong trying to get something on is in the pit. On is going down, though. Beishong goes down next, and they're carving him up like a nice juicy pie as Win tries to get a 1v1 but cannot find it. The white flag goes up and Shanji says, not for me.
Is OMG going to rock up on this day to perfect game IG, now working towards that Baron, and they're going to secure themselves that mid lane tower as well? I mean, this team fight was a disaster for IG.
And what a fight from OMG. Again, this combo is so deadly. You do not want to give Cream a Kali, but you have so much to play around when Abel is your backline and you have Aki and Shanji setting everybody up.
We talked about how Cream, when he first bought that Magi's, it was only sitting on 2, but the stonks for Cream is now sitting on 14, so he does get that extra bit of movement speed from this item. But this replay, you see Crying already half HP, but he flash ults PP God and misses out on the 2 important carries of OMG, as you see Cream and Abel are just free hitting and really annoying on the Zeri, where if you take a look at IG's team composition, without the Zeri being able to make space for this team to continue, I mean, it really does seem like when he's struggling in these team fights and the side lane as well.
I think somebody's got to call their local library because they're going to be missing some pages of their books, and Cream is the culprit. They are pushing onto this inhib tower as well, but I don't know. Yeah, we have a thief in the midst. Oh my god! Oh, I love Tristana, don't you?
I mean, I love Tristana when Abel plays. I'm not too sure about the Tristanas that I meet in solo queue, but this is what my expectations are for the Tristana. Getting every single tower for this top, mid, and bottom, and now working towards the base as well. When he does seem like he is going to try and get something done on the other side of the map, but I don't think IG can hold on for much longer.
Somebody's got to call Jamada. We got to get the ADC Hate Club out here because the solution to Zeri Yumi is Tristana and Melio, if you can get it, because this is a second time that we've seen this bot lane absolutely destroy one of the most sought after two duo that we have in the LPL, and it's OMG with a beautiful performance in game number 1. It's not a perfect game because they gave over Rift Heralds, but they shut out IG in game 1.
What a beautiful game to witness from OMG. Clean from start to finish, and I feel like the person that we need to credit is Aki, where he was able to set Wen behind on such a huge win condition that IG was relying on. And even in those team fights, I mean, you saw that this Zeri and Yumi, although known or prestigiously known as the undefeated duo, when you're up against Devi and also Abel on that Tristana, it just doesn't seem like the most fun time.
I love the cover because, like, just inherently for me, play-by-play, brain simple, good. Tristana, her attack speed or her attack range gets longer as she scales. Melio increases your attack rate. Oh my God, they go together. It's like hand in hand. It's crazy how it works. But the combo really has found that aggressive touch. Now I do wonder what happens when it gets set behind. But for right now, for OMG, you don't really have to worry about that. And we're seeing them find the things that fit them in the meta. And that was our biggest question coming into this. Can they tame this meta that we have?
And talking about meta, Shanty's Gragas, such a pleasant surprise coming to this game 1. We've been wondering what he has up his sleeve when it comes to OMG requiring a frontline top champion when it comes to these drafts. And we've seen him play the Sion, the Ornn, but this game 1 Gragas into a really good matchup
though,
as well.
I will say.
That's what we expect out of our boy Shanty. To be fair, man isn't going to stop carrying when he's restricted on these tank top laners as well. But of course, I feel like OMG, they just felt like a well-oiled machine, giving over that one Rift Herald, but didn't suffer any consequences because no one died, and Abel was able to just get a 2v2 kill solely onto the AD carry of IG, and I just feel like that snowball from 5 minutes kind of just fed them a game 1 win.
Heart goes out to Wen. A really rough game in the top lane. Definitely didn't help the rest of the team out. And I do wonder how they approach that going into game number 2, what their answers are, because you did have a lot of comfort for this team, but crying back on the ante, can't find that success. Beishang on the comfort of the Volibear can't find that success. So maybe back to the drawing board a little bit.
Especially if you just look at the outline of IG's draft, it's Annie and Volibear. They ideally want to be looking for those tower dives onto the side lanes and particularly towards this Tristana and Melio. But you also have to take in consideration that Tristana, 1, can buffer your CC, and 2, she has a cleanse, and 3, she has a Melio. So I'm not too sure how Krang was going to execute on that, as you did see him struggling a lot trying to get his hands onto the carries of OMG in that last team fight of the Dragon Soul and Beishang on this Volibear. I don't think we saw that ultimate getting used once offensively. It was that one time where he barely escaped from like one side of the map to the other side. Man was getting blown away. But I do want to see more out of Beishang, as I know that Volibear, you have a lot of great potential, but it's all about that hesitancy that's holding you back from that stage.
I want to see the Wukong if it makes it through. I think the Wukong would be a lot of fun and something that Beishang can kind of lean to with a lot of the strength of the meta as well. We're going to take a little break, though, as we get ready for game number 2 of this Super Saturday, so don't touch that browser. We'll be right back.
What Yumi does, with help from jungle mid as well.
One-shot potential.
It is, oh dear Lord, Cream. Solo kill, baby, but this man's in charge.
To be very aware that Nico, despite only having a couple of items, is still very scary. Tarzan gets caught out and has to use his stopwatch. That's huge. They're going to go in with the Cyclone, try and jump on the Gala. There's the Pop Blossom though on the backside of this one here, but Gala's already gone down. They're going to get so many more kills off of this. Zika just can't finish off anybody. Ruler with the stopwatch doesn't go down. And then in the blink of an eye, they win the game.
But WBG Gaming still consistently not wanting to give it over, while, yeah, Topside's losing out too. So when inner turret goes down, and LNG just keep hovering between that and the river. Okay, double flash comes through, and that's what you want to see from Light. He's just tearing them up. All of a sudden, LNG get way too close to the Light, and they get flash bang.
Yeah, having nothing on their side. But still, I mean, I guess when it has just been a game of farming, still having to be feared, maintaining map presence. The one thing LG will have going for them in terms of map pressure is the Jax down in that bottom lane. They're going to try and force through Suicide back with Scout.
3-man Pop Blossom is good. Is they're going to try and make this one work. Scout goes golden. There's going to be missing, trying to see if he can get on top of Gala, but an immediate cleanse there from Gala keeps him safe. Moonlight Vigil is only on top of 369, but it's only the one you were going to try and take him out. Double kill coming in here for Zika as they've got JDG routed. Great Pop Blossom started it all off, and now with 2 people dead, specifically the jungler of JDG, this could be a Baron.
So Knight stood on this blast cone. Watch what he can do with that. There's no vision inside the pit to see Knight hop over this wall. Fitness can get Hullbreaker, but needs to be stood away from Steve. Here comes Knight.
Meteor goes
there
in, Jinjel's trying to connect. They're getting Ruler. Big blade caller. Everything goes on a Ruler, and he stands the test of time for now. The rest of JDG have already picked him up. Ruler is still standing. Ruler will not go down, and Ruler outplays them all.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your line. give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point in wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point in wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no.
Welcome back, one and all, to beautiful Shanghai, as the cityscape before you belies a competitive spirit within. We have OMG versus IG in our first game of this Super Saturday in week number 3. It's a fun one so far. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Kitty, where OMG came out swinging in game number 1, and Aki gets our MVP.
Well, talking about fists, we do have Aki picking up the MVP on Vi, and Man was giving Wen quite the tough time towards that top side, but he executed his duties exactly the way you expect as that heavy engaged champion coming into this game 1. But it also exposes a lot of those IG worries that we've had coming into today, as we have so many rotating members for that team, but OMG looking as strong as ever.
I love that Aki was dishing out the resources to every which way on his team. And that aggressive stance paired with getting your solo lanes ahead, getting Abel ahead, is the bread and butter of OMG. And it's decisions like this where you can catch people off guard that just make that big difference. You saw there, it was 4-0 already that far into the game.
Yeah, and all started off with Aki taking his own rebuff and then slowly moving his way towards Beishang's jungle and flipping the map, where it did leave Wen in an isolated matchup where it was just Aki constantly ganking him and putting Shanzi ahead in an already winning matchup. And on the other side, IG failing to do the same thing towards that bottom side and find the same effect. Abel on this Tristana was also a huge menace coming to this game.
Man, everybody had their day, it felt like. Yeah, Shanji setting people up for volleyball spikes with the cast. You had everything going the way of OMG, but that's where I got to turn to brass tacks. We have to look at IG. We were talking so much about their new influences in Beishang, in Win. Win had trouble in game number 1. They're going to have to find a way to stop that from coming through, and especially find something that's comfort but strong for Beishang if they want to have hope in this series.
Yeah, I mean, it really did seem like at the very end of the day, communication was their biggest downfall, because I feel like bringing in 2 names onto this IG roster, they were able to challenge EDG with Uzi as their starting AD carry, but with so many roster changes specifically made towards the top side, it's going to really delay the way they're going to synergize and mold as a team. And as we all can see, hesitancy when it came to those objectives was a huge point for specifically Beishang, especially when you have the go button on the volleyball. Just ulti them, jump onto their face and start clawing at them. But unfortunately, we didn't see that decisiveness coming out of the IG roster. But that's also someone else I wanted to bring up, was crying on this Annie, because we often see Annie getting locked in as that champion that does have an extremely oppressive laning phase, especially after hitting that level 6, because you are able to burst down someone like Cream on the Akali and put them onto pretty critical HP where he isn't able to make those rotating plays towards bottom side, where you did see the mid jungle of OMG do constantly, which did put a lot of pressure onto Arn and Wink, and even getting plates into this Tristana's hands even further. So we just saw a bit of a silent performance coming to this game from Krang and Beishang.
And you can't have that when this mid lane is so important, when the one-on-one is so important. But that's also the thing with IG is On and Wink, they are a pillar at this point for IG. It's the rest of the map that we had questions about and what they do to influence that bot lane. We saw what happened in game number 1. So I want to see proactivity come out of mid lane. I love the Annie. I don't want to see the Annie. I'm sorry. I want to see if we get something of a little bit of different shade from IG, because it's just not working, right? And OMG have that much ring. That's what I love about this matchup, is it's a true test for IG, because you can go toe-to-toe in that bot lane because you have On and Wink. You feel stable in a lot of the matchups that you have in the LPL, but when you're going against a team like OMG who play through the strength of their solo lanes, what is the answer then? And they didn't have one for game number 1. We'll see if they can get something here on blue side to make that answer happen. They will be banning away that Melio from game number 1, as well as the Aphelios already. The GP targeting wins champion pool by OMG.
Yep, this Gangplank target is going to be a bit personal for the side of Wen, but something else I wanted to bring up is IG's whole team identity when it comes to the current meta, because champions like the Annie and Aphelios are extremely high priority when it comes to being blue side and taking that, or at least denying it from the enemy team. But looking at the win rates that we do have for this IG roster, we already mentioned that Crying suffering a little bit with sitting only on 10% win rate for that Annie, but on the other hand, Aphelios, man's played 5 games on Aphelios summer so far, and he has a 0% win rate. So you see that really affecting their ban choices and really needing to use that first one to get rid of a champion that they should be able to execute on.
Again, we see that tried and true classic. After game 1, fisticuffs were off. We let through the duo combos of Melio and Yuumi. This game, IG are like, nope, we don't want any part of that. We will take that Vi that worked out so well for you in game number 1, but OMG sitting on the red side say, well, you forgot about one thing. And it's a bit of a sneaky pick, and it could be this Nico, which we've seen run so rampantly through the LPL.
I love Cream, and I love Cream's champion pool. Every player that we've interviewed in the LPL, specifically mid, they've always said how Cream is an extremely aggressive laner and they need to shut him down with how he kind of depends on the wave state. But we also have to talk about how this Nico is going to get locked in for a second time. We have seen it from him once, and he did do great things on it. So hopefully with Aki, having something like the Wukong will also bounce off this CC that we have for Rakan, especially getting locked in for PP God.
Love the Rakan setup for PP God and OMG. Just gives you a lot of peel back, but also a lot of forward engage to get that Pop Blossom combo in there. And now that we've gotten 2 pieces for OMG, I look forward to their composition staying on that trajectory. You're looking for big CC moments, and you're looking for damage to back that up. We will see it again, Kitty. I guess we'll see if we can get over a 10% win rate, as Annie will come out again for Crying. Maybe, I guess, some flexibility, but the Xayah going to be locked out of OMG's champion pool. It will be picked up by On, and the response is right back to that Tristana for Abel.
Someone save my boy from Meta Slave jail, because he has been playing Annie. This is going to be his 7th or 8th game in a row of Annie in the LPL. This is his 8th game. Okay, well, it is going to be 2 Annie games in a row for this first series tonight up against OMG. But something that is surprising to me is that Abel has decided to lock in this Tristana for a 2nd game in a row as well. But when you consider that you're up against Xayah this time around, you really need to play around how those feathers are placed, because I feel like it is the perfect counter when you expect something to be jumping onto your face all the time, where it is going to be the Nico and the Rakan in those team fights as well. But we'll have to wait and see what Aki decides to pick in this game 2, because we know that he does great on champions with huge force like the Vi and Wukong, but champions like the Nocturne is still up and available.
I actually really like this focus from OMG in the second phase as well. The Nautilus and that Blitzcrank. We've seen the Blitzcrank up in bot lane 2v2 so many times. And it will be the Rumble and the Wukong bans towards OMG.
There's a tiny champion called Cassante left open for this second game. And it really does seem like IG... they missed a ban for Shanty, where it is going to be let open for game 2. So let's see if Shanty decides to take it.
Are they just saying, bring it? Let's see what you got. Wait, let's give the guy a chance, all right? We'll give him something strong, and we'll see what he can do on it. I don't think that's the case here at all. We do get that Poppy coming through as well for OMG. A little bit of flexibility there. We have seen a top, we have seen a jungle, but would want to see what this pick from IG is. They're going to have to lock in their remaining 2 members.
I personally think OMG should have took the Cassante away and then saved this Poppy pick as that final counter, because IG realistically could have also been baited by this Poppy pick by picking something like that Braum, or something that is going to be a melee support and struggle up against this Poppy champion. So I don't know what OMG was thinking there. Maybe they do put high prioritized onto this Poppy, but if Wink locks in Alistair for this game 2, I am going to lose my hair.
Well, don't do that. I would put a hamper on your status
My hair
of
lives
having
another
hair.
day.
We do get the Pyke locked in though for Wink, so at least you get something he's been able to play in the bot lane and have a little bit of that aggressive 2v2 action. We do get the Darius for Shanji, so the man that is always the trendsetter, it seems, will be picking up his Darius for the second time in this split.
Yep, and we've seen Shanji being as confident as ever, especially after that game 1. He is going to pick this Darius as that response to the Cassante. They said to IG, no, we're going to prioritize this Poppy over this Cassante. You can take it away because I have the perfect counter. As he is
It had to be a bait, right?
It had to be a bait because when you do look at the isolated matchup, I feel like Darius does win slight trades, but it's going to be dependent on who goes top lane first in Beishang and Aki.
I didn't get to talk to Shanji, but in my mind's eye, this was saying, win, bring all the guns you got. I'm going to take the Darius and we'll see what you have. Trying to go against, again, one of our trendsetters, it feels, in OMG, but in the LPL in Shanji. And this matchup into a game 2, definitely looking for that comeback. A lot more meta stability for IG going into game 2, but you're opting into all the strengths that OMG always opt into. You have an aggressive jungle. You have a combo with Cream that could kill anybody on this Rift. And you have this Abel Tristana who's swinging upwards with momentum. It's going to be a lot of fun getting into game 2. I am hoping for 3 games total. I want to see IG come back from the dead, but we have some stellar comps to bring us in game 2. And I'm hoping we get the crowd pumped here as we're going to be hearing those Jios and Shanghai come to life as we hit the Rift. Well, I hope you all can hear that because I see the picture-in-picture, but I cannot hear the Jios. And if you can't,
I'm sure the
sorry.
IG fans are extremely loud in the live crowd right now at the Shanghai Arena. But like you said, Mazel, this game is going to be bloody. The Pyke is going to get locked in for Wink in this game 2, while OMG, they respond with the Darius of themselves. So a lot of ultimate resets for these huge 5v5s. But I feel like both of these side lanes, if you just look at the matchup, we have an extremely vulnerable Darius who can get set extremely behind if Beishang decides to gank towards that lane. But on the other hand, we have Abel and PP God that also want to be looking for those advantages. But Wink on this Pyke, you can't be behind on this champion when you lock this in as that counter to Rakan.
You also just don't want to be even. And right now, that looks like the game plan for Abel and PP God. They got the Cole early for Abel. They're just going to try to play relax and watch how Wink plays because Wink is the one that's under pressure to get this 2v2 going. And with those skewers, very, very interesting to watch how that 2v2 goes, and especially the early influence. We see Aki, who started his Raptors, is going straight for an invade on top side.
Classic Aki fashion. He's going to do it 2 games in a row where he is going to deny this blue buff and start flipping the map once again and play towards Shanji's lane matchup. But this time around, it's the Darius, and he is going to be extra scary if he gets those kills in online early, which also might set Wen behind. But huge expectations for Wen subbing out Wise Kim and Nenny. But given something like Cassante, hopefully we get to see a more stabilized gameplay coming into the second game.
We wash over game number 1. That didn't exist. It doesn't matter anymore. You're in this series against Shanji. Shanji has smelled blood in the water, and he wants more, and you got to try to combat that. And I think this splitting from OMG is actually so huge for them to make sure that they can try to pick at the wound that is this top lane right now. Beishang should be spotted out by Aki and will go for the 1v1 here. Not a 1v1 you necessarily want, but a decent amount of damage from Aki. Healing back up is Beishang, and Aki removes himself from the enemy jungle.
This is just Aki utilizing his lane party provided by Cream and Shanzi in their winning matchups and being an absolute nuisance. Once again, he is going to get this scuttle crab, or at least deny it from Beishang. Look for the 1v1.
Oh,
He's gonna get
he was a little bit behind, but he clips him! First blood to Aki! We got an attempt on bot side. The skewer comes through, but he can't get the combo. And now you just don't have any follow-up after that. Bot lane will not go the way of IG. OMG. My God.
And the snowball starts now. Shanty already proxying at 3 minutes in the game because you see the Vi dying at that Scuttle Crab, trying to suss out the situation, but Cream being there first, even committing the flash does mean the first blood for Aki once again, and he doesn't plan on stopping Mazel.
Kid, maybe we got it wrong. Maybe OMG are cosplaying sharks at this point because they are just non-stop in this series. We'll see some non-stop back from On, though, trying to pick up PP God, burning, and Wink gets OIG finally on something here in this series. It's the first kill, and we're in game number 2.
In an isolated 2v2, a really nice route from on this side is going to secure them that kill. A bit of an overstep from PP God. I guess the damage calculation wasn't correct as he was just trying to make up with the shield and block that bit of damage, but 2 bad trades does result in that kill going into the pockets of IG. But we need to talk about how Aki, once again, going back towards this bottom side and getting deep vision is really going to allow Cream and Shandy play to their full potential. And that's something we highlighted, is that OMG, the reason why Aki is able to play with such confidence is because of his aggressive laners and how they're feeling confident with these counter matchups.
And we've seen it time and time again. When they have priority in their solo lanes, Aki is just free to let loose. We see PP God going down here from an excellent combo. That Blade Collar clutch from On.
Yeah, we see Abel getting hooked as PP God, there was a bit of a miscommunication. Abel jumped away and PP God jumped in, so he wasn't able to E back out and was unfortunately stuck in the whole mix of everything. But 1 kill into Wink's hands. I'm excited to see what he's going to do with this. It's sitting on a 4-0 win rate so far in the LPL Summer Split. This
2 games mid, 2 games bot, 100% win rate for Tristana, and Abel is a big part of that, those 2 dubs in the bot lane. So really impressive stuff in meta shape for OMG. We were asking questions about what can they do with the meta, how do they tame this? This has been a strength for OMG in the past, and we're seeing them lead into that here. But IG leaning into some of this proactivity in game 2. You love to see it. They're starting up the Dragon.
Surprisingly, Beishang is going to get this start on the Dragon, as we did have resets coming out of the mid lane of OMG, so they're not going to have enough tempo. But the biggest question is, we are going to expect an extremely bloody Rift Herald spawning in around 2 minutes. I don't think Aki gets this.
No way, Aki. Oh, it almost goes down. Beishang, he missed the flash. He's trying to get the Vault Breaker over the wall. He does end up juking him out. Nice moves from Beishang.
It's not about the journey. It's about the results and where we got there, because the first Dragon does go to IG, but at what cost, Mazel? At what cost?
My blood pressure at this point, because getting a little bit spicy there. That flash for Beishang, and then just the little jukes at the end. I love it. You're just playing a mind game there, trying not to get blocked by the Vault Breaker. But it does mean that IG get their first kill of the entire series, but as well as this early Dragon to start stacking.
Problem is, you already see Abel collecting his first play, or wants to collect his first play. He should be able to buffer this, as he does jump away. But Rift Herald now spawning in 1 minute. We do have both the OMG solo laners resetting first, so we do have Shandy arriving to his lane. But the biggest question for me is, when is Beishang going to hit that level 6? Because that's when you start hitting the guaranteed CC, but he only just hit level 5 as Aki with the Hex Flash on the Poppy. He wants to look for something towards his bottom side.
There we go. Going in. There's that Feather Storm. Knockback on a Winky will flash. Gets out of there alive. And OMG's gank goes a little bit wide. You do burn multiple summoner spells on the side of IG's bot lane, though.
Not only the double flash coming out of IG's bottom lane, but that's also the Feather Storm, so leaving An extremely vulnerable if OMG want to revisit this. But Giga Charaki, my job's done here. I'm gonna start waddling towards that Rift Herald and contest this.
He really likes the Vel'Koz waving emote. I want to hear the backstory on that. Maybe there's some. Maybe he just feels like an alien. Or, you know, maybe he likes Vel'Koz. Who knows?
I'm getting a bit of a flashback. I believe it was Aki playing this Poppy the first time in LPL Summer, and man was an absolute maniac. I think he ganked bottom lane 4 times in 4 minutes. That's just how aggressive he is with this Hex Flash available. And the best thing that he does is just using that Hex Flash over the Dragon Pit to deny or avoid vision It does seem like this Rift Herald, the next major contested objective,
They're
as we
contesting
have
it for sure.
Rakan here as well.
Flip it, flip it, flip it, flip it. Yes, yes, Keeper's verdict. Get somebody dodge it out. All right, who's it gonna get? Oh, Crime goes in preemptively. That's huge. Cease and assist back in. You got Cream coming in with a big pop blossom, and that's everyone going down. You didn't even need the guillotine until the end, and the final head is lopped off of IG.
And the game explodes at this Rift Herald as Cream lands a beautiful pop blossom onto the entirety of IG. As they also secure that Rift Herald as well. I'm not too sure who picked it up. Did no one pick up the Rift Herald?
Oh, Cream looking for the 1v1. Cream hunting down on. You can't get through. You can't do this. Solo bolo for Cream.
Well, I hope the Rift Herald was placed towards his mid lane because I must have missed it. But like you said, amazing solo kill onto An as well. IG, all 5 members just died at the 8-minute mark.
That's just insane. OMG wanted this fight all along, Kitty.
Yeah, and it really did seem like OMG starting off with a bad foot because the Poppy ult did miss, but everything getting committed onto Aki does allow Cream to get in with that flash pop blossom and allow Shandy to start getting those resets online. And I believe the Rift Herald was picked up by Aki and he placed it towards that mid lane, so that is my fault. Apologies for that, but OMG starting off on a strong foot and they don't plan on slowing down.
They do not. Cream's got to be feeling really, really good right now as a 4-man pop blossom really sets the tone for OMG in this second game. And just running from that first game into game 2, he got the Akali. He was looking really good on his signature pick in that fashion, but it is kind of dominance from one side in this mid lane 1v1 that we were so hyped about.
Yeah, IG continuously doubling down on this Annie pick, but we just aren't seeing results, especially when you have so many go buttons on Beishang, on Crying, where you have excellent damage to make up as that follow from Wink, blocking in the Pyke as well. We're just not seeing results, so I would love to see IG to kind of cut the bleeding with this upcoming dragon, but without any summer spells, it's going to be near impossible.
Aki looking for the lane gank onto Wink, who is an unsuspecting Pyke. Grand Entrance says, how do you do? And he's looking for the pick onto Wink here under tower, trying to push him into the tower, potentially get that stun. But Abel's coming to get these turret plates. You got Beishang right around the corner.
Both ADCs will be picking up their Kraken Slayer, but we do have multiple stopwatches in the hands of Cream and PP God, so the next team fight, when it does explode out of control, we do have to keep our eyes on the lookout for that. But there's a reason why Nico is the most prioritized mid laner when it comes to patch 13.11, and it is the reason why she's able to get that lane party up against Annie, the push to deny Crying from making those roams towards the bottom side. As you already see, OMG securing so much deep vision into Beishang's own jungle, and that's really narrowing his opportunities on finding these lane ganks.
And you have to remember, Beishang first picked this Vi. It was IG's want to try to get this lockdown jungle to set up kills for the rest of the team, and they really haven't found that success when you give over a lot of these picks, specifically Nico, and now that Cream is ahead. So the decision making has definitely gone out the window for IG. They are a bit of passengers at this point, but it's still a moment where they have that single target lockdown, they have the execution from Wink, and I expect as we start getting these dragon timers coming up, and since we have a little bit of time, they will be able to contest.
Especially with IG picking up that first dragon, that does deny the soul point going over to OMG, which is going to be in 4 minutes. But I would love to see Aki and Beishang synergizing up, look for picks onto these vulnerable solo laners. We don't have the flash available for Shanzi, so they can look for a potential kill onto this Darius very soon.
I was looking like a guillotine being delivered to Wynn's door. Luckily, IG were right there behind him just in case things went a little bit sideways, but Shanji backing off in time.
I believe Crying does have to force a TP towards either mid or bottom, because this is just going to be multiple plates going towards the side of OMG as they committed 4 people to this top side play.
Goodness.
We do have follow-up coming out of OMG, but that's, I believe, 3 plates out of OMG. I believe Abel picked up 1 and then Cream picked up 1, so that's 2 Well, IG, they weren't able to find anything from Shanzi.
Really good lane allocations here from OMG. Looking on to win here as well. Not feeling threatened yet by this Cassante. But it's going to be pressure in mid lane now that will just enable OMG even more so. You thought it was easy for Aki to get aggressive when he had priority in both solo lanes? How about when Cream is just able to roam around with him? It's going to be even more terrifying.
But who's pet? Is it Aki leading Cream around, or is it Cream leading Aki? Anyways, it doesn't matter because we have Cream now sitting on the Proto Belt and that stopwatch working towards, I believe, another Magi. Man sitting on 8 already, so it'd be a bit of a shame if he continues this trend and doesn't go something for, or at least all in terms of items. But Beishang still struggling in finding that first KP onto the map as this Vi. But I expect with that ultimate available, at least force a flash out of Cream so he isn't able to flash into your team and do the Pop Blossom thing again.
But you hear that rumbling across the rift as another turret falls in favor of OMG. It's just letting loose this wolf in the top lane that is Shanji. And it gets more terrifying as things come down because the team fight and the damage that OMG are going to be able to put out is going to be pressing. You also have a Rift Herald spawning on the map right now with a lot of pings from OMG.
Really doubt
Don't look
IG.
at the left side of your screen. Don't worry about it.
I really doubt IG are going to be able to contest this upcoming Rift Herald. Shanzi once again bullying Beishang's own blue buff and is going to secure that for himself as well. And Cream does pick up the Medjais as that second item, but I feel like IG, if you're going to just play standard and do nothing in this early game, especially when you are given great tools like the Vi and Pike, but OMG, they are denying every single opportunity and angle for this duo to find kills onto the enemy team, and they're slowly bleeding out 2 games in a row.
And that's not the trajectory we would have wanted to see. Obviously, we had the changes that we've been talking about for IG, Beishang, and Wen. But even Cryan coming into the IG fold, right? Like I think that this top side of the map does have a lot of strengths through it. We've seen Cryan in his past have a lot of strength. He's an MSI champion for a reason. But it's still about putting the pieces together, right? Right now, the puzzle pieces just aren't fitting. But maybe here on the Cream.
This could
hey,
be the
Cream,
final
how do you
piece.
like puzzle building? He goes gold and says, I don't mind because I like puzzles too. As he's got the Pop Blossom out. That will be a big summer burn from the side of IG in the flash for Wink. They were able to fight a little bit with a bit of gusto too in the bot side.
That is going to be 3 huge ultimates out of OMG,
Oh,
but
no.
no one is stopping Abel from being a tower menace once again on this Tristan, and that opens up the map so much to allow Aki and PPGod to look for those picks. You just see OMG is just denying IG on all these skirmishing opportunities so perfectly, to the point that on the other side of the map, they are losing tower after tower.
And there's resets actually coming out from OMG right now, but they'll be able to reposition right back down here for a dragon fight. There's the Hex Gates that'll help them get to that position, get some vision out there. And I think if they're in prime position of the objective, I don't know if IG can fight that yet.
Fortunately, is only going to be second dragon for the side of OMG, so realistically, they can let this one go. I don't think they have the circumstances to even walk in. But you also have to consider Cream doesn't have that Pop Blossom available, so potentially you do need to play around those huge cooldowns. But I think the next big one is going to be Baron, because IG, they don't have amazing wave clear if OMG is able to secure that Baron.
Cream gonna check out the bush there. Provide a lot of vision gain there. The second charge comes across onto a tier 2 tower. Here comes OMG to focus down in case IG want to capitalize, but nothing gonna come of it just yet.
This is going to be an ARM, but IG have yet to take a single outer tower in this series, so we'll have to wait and see, because we just need one pick from either Crying, one hook land from Wink, and allow Beishang to follow up with that cease and desist, and I feel like that can force the numbers advantage that IG is so desperately looking for.
Man, Cream is abusing this clone back setup. It's so dirty. he can just take so much vision control. It doesn't do much, but he's just being such a menace right now to IG, and it just has led to 2 wave pushes coming in from OMG on bottom side.
We haven't seen Cream change into a oh,
there he is.
There it is.
Wait, why is there an
But
extra
does IG
why is
know?
there an extra melee minion?
Do they know?
They have to know. Count the minions. Just
Okay,
count it. There's
that
4.
one's not believable, buddy. started space gliding on IG
Take some
with
notes.
that minion.
Take some notes from your gal. Go watch some tape. No, it's just trying to have a little bit of fun for Cream here. And I love to see it, right? They're just looking for anything they can get, because if they get one catch out, one slip out from IG, they are already in a gigantic lead, and it's just going to lead to the end of the game.
You often have two sides of the coin, right? Either these middle to bottom tier table teams, they struggle to stabilize in that early game, and they do draft themselves these late game heavy 5v5 compositions. But when you're set so far behind, I'm not too sure. I mean, nearing a 10k gold deficit at 19 minutes is not where you want to be. But if you also want to play not standard, that is going to require very high execution when it comes to mechanic and a bit of brain thinking. Something that comes to the top of my head is LGD and the way that they're able to utilize a champion like Blitzcrank and force the enemy AD carry out of an uncomfortable position. But we haven't seen that from Wink so far, other than the first kill that they got onto PP God.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely where Wink wanted to go, right? And OMG just knowing that was the direction, fanned out that Blitzcrank. Now you got to force the hand on a Pyke, which just hasn't come alive yet. And OMG, on the other side of the conversation, are sitting there pretty, man. They have been able to find ways to work around this meta, lean to the strengths of their solo lanes, and utilize it very well. You were talking about execution. Well, OMG feel like the staple of execution for a lot of these off-meta compositions.
It's definitely, especially when you have so many players that have these niche picks or pocket picks in Shanzi and Cream, you do have to adapt yourself, kind of meet those expectations.
Oh,
but Wink!
Wink, you just caught. There's so much CC. It was just in a bounce house, and Abel gets the kill. That's straight to the Baron for OMG.
Look, Wink, I guess you can try and walk up, but OMG, they're going to deny all entry towards this Baron pit. When does TP, but Shanji in the back.
They got a flank from hell right now. Cream's going for it. They locked out Beishang. Welcome to the team again. As Aki gets the kill, Shanji has always been on the backside. He's just been there since the birth of time. As guillotines ring across the team of IG, the morale sinks to the lows.
It's safe to say the game is over when Darius auto and ulted your Zai, and she's gone from the game. That is going to be Baron secured by
Shanji
OMG.
wants it. He wants it. Okay. Just the guillotine.
Wait, can he steal it? Can he be the final hero of this game with that hook?
He'll try to do something here. Will not get it. It is Aki that gets the smite down. Wink may be looking for a little bit of troublemaking on the back, but you do get that back stopped at the last second. He's trying to get some damage out of Cream, but can't find it. Cream gets a 4th kill of the game.
We will get a replay of how this whole fight started, as we just have Cream focusing down the person with Smite on the IG roster, and it does force that numbers advantage where they didn't have that Pyke. I just want everyone in the audience to look at Khan. He got ordered and ulted, and he's dead. Welcome to League of Legends, buddy, because this is the life of an AD carry when this Shanji person is on the opposing team.
Especially when he's got a menacing Darius like this. Second time we've gotten to see it, but it is a pleasure when we do, especially when they're in the lead. Now we have a tier 2 tower under threat here. OMG easily cleaned that one up, and with Abel behind them, with this Baron buff for 2 more minutes, they could siege down even further.
Now here's the problem, you need at least 2 members to stop Shanzi, and that does allow OMG to force a fight. Cream doesn't have that flash available, but they don't
Look
realize!
at the rocket jump! Pop Blossom on your backline! Beishang, you have just given yourself a disadvantage in this fight, and guess who has come knocking? It's the wolf himself, as Shanji gets the guillotine in the end, and it's just a guillotine for all of OMG's extremely hard oppression into IG. Extremely great stuff. We've seen 2 back-to-back games. Very clean from OMG. They should put the final touches on this one. And if they don't give over another kill, that means IG only got 1 kill in the entire series, as we do get that reset coming through.
You have Wink trying his best to pause these resets coming out of OMG, as they are going to slowly work towards that Hextech soul point. But IG now having to deal with
He just wants the back.
supers. I don't know how IG come back into this game, Mazel.
Wink. Shanji wants it. He doesn't get it. Aki gets the kill. Wink trying a little bit to fish there, but ends up catching a big old grouper. He wasn't ready for it.
I don't think the entire IG roster was ready for this series up against OMG because crying, you don't want to be there. You have the flash, but that's not where you want to be. You have to go back home.
The train is coming off the rails right now here, Arcadia. I think we're watching a train wreck happen in real time. We got Crying caught in the side lane, as OMG will look to take down this top side, defensive side of IG. Really the only thing they have left to speak of.
It's not just a train wreck. It's a train wreck in slow motion because OMG, they've decided to take the safe approach. Instead of ending, they're going to triple inhib IG, slowly working towards this top side now with the Barons working into their base. But
they're 15,000 gold up.
This is a ginormous gold lead, but Cream, once again, I think that minion's a little bit large. Don't you think, Mazel?
It's a little sus, Somebody hit that emergency meeting button here for IG. As a skewer does go wide, IG are looking at their last gas defenses if OMG want to put the pedal to the metal here. They're just trying to get some waves in. Ooh, Shanji getting a little bit caught. Will the Wolf be able to turn it back around? Taking a lot of damage there, but Aki was right behind him with the steadfast presence. Oh, they're wanting it. They're hungry. The Sharks have formed back, and it's Shanji leading the charge here with the first blood of this fight. You got the guillotine #1, and does the Wolf come knocking? He comes second time, and the Wolf has come for IG, and they don't have any silver bullets left. OMG will pick them apart methodically. 3 kills total for this entire series for IG, and OMG improved to 4-2.
And OMG, they send IG running back home from the big bad wolf in this team. I mean, this was just 2 extremely convincing wins out of this roster and a huge turnaround from the previous few weeks.
Really impressive stuff from OMG. They have tamed what is seemingly the meta. They have found the things that work for them, the niche picks that work for them. And if you leave Nico open, they'll take it every time and smash you with it. That's 3 wins in a row now, as they have taken wins over NIP, RNG, and now IG. And it's looking like the momentum is on a forward trajectory for Oh My God.
Those are definitely the perfect words to describe this series. Oh my god, because Shanji locking in the Darius ever since getting that first skirmish win for the Rift Herald, we saw that OMG, they weren't planning on slowing down, and we've seen glimpses of at least the solo lane is doing extremely great when it comes to these team fights. But someone else I wanted to highlight for tonight is definitely Abel on that Tristana, because yes, OMG denied a lot of kill opportunity going over towards IG. Abel was the man of the night. He was the macro king. He took down every single tower towards that top side and really denied how Wink was able to pilot this pike and putting Beishang and Wink on a chokehold pretty much for these 2 series.
And now you have to find answers to the Tristana. I mean, before this series, Abel is sitting at over a 30% damage share of his team. And if that doesn't show where a lot of the resources end up going, a lot of carry performance end up going, I don't know what else does, because Abel has been that kind of cornerstone so far. And you find ways to play off that with the solo lanes. You have a lot of those niche picks coming through, but it's always Abel that they rely on.
Yeah, most definitely. And it's just nice to see that OMG, they have so many unique champions that do truly belong to themselves, because you just think of OMG's roster, they're all a lot of fun, because I feel like they do take the game extremely fast in terms of pacing, but obviously on the other end of the stick, it is IG receiving their second series loss in a row with Wen and Beishang on the roster. And I feel like this series, they definitely have a lot to take from, because you see the inexperience coming out of the top side for at least Wen and Beishang, where they weren't able to really mold together as a team. Yes, you were playing your lanes correctly, but when it came to team fights, that's half the game.
Yeah, and for Beishang, right, he spent so much time on Team WE and was a very aggressive center jungler that needed some priority in his lanes to really find success on. You know, he wasn't playing this last split, now coming in for IG, trying to make things work where maybe it's a little bit hectic, a little bit chaotic. First things first, I need to see priority in mid lane and in top. And I think with the Cassante, you had a little bit of that, but getting those pieces to work around Beishang will be so important. And we saw that taken advantage of tonight, as you were kind of mentioning.
Yeah, and you see Cream doing 18k damage on this Nico. There's a reason why this champion is in a tier of its own compared to the rest, like the Annie and the Aries. And I think IG, they really need to go back to the drawing board and reconsider what they truly prioritize when it comes to the first 3 champions that they lock in, because now 8th game in a row, 7 losses and 1 win on Crying. And even in that 1 win, it was because Crying was just an amazing he had to be the carry pretty much of IG. And I feel like when you give champions like the Ahri, or at least draft towards Ahri, we did see it slightly hovered for the second game draft, that allows for a lot more mobility and flexibility when it comes to those team fights, instead of just saying, Crying, you have to ult with the flash in as well, and if you miss everything, well, you're pretty much dead.
Well, it sounds like our interview is ready. We've had a come-up story for Cream since his best rookie of LPL Summer 2021. He feels like he's getting back to form finally. We'll get to hear from him and Christina, so let's go check it out.
Hello there, welcome to post-game interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Krem, the millionaire for OMG. Congratulations on your 2-0 victory. Such a dominant win for you. From your perspective, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you evaluate your performance today against IG? 欢迎 Krem 选手来到我们的赛后采访。恭喜 OMG 在今天2-0拿下了对手。今天这2场对局打的都是非常具有统治力的表现。那么0分、1分到10分的话，你会给队伍今天的表现打几分呢
？8分吧。
为什么呢？可不可以跟我说哪些方面表现的比较好？
我们就前中期设计的比较好。
Okay, I would like to give 8 points on a scale of 1 to 10 because we did a better job in the mid to late game designs. And I also want to touch something about game 1. As you mentioned, you did a perfect job in early to mid game. Your opponent didn't get a single dragon or a turret or a kill. So what do you attribute this win to, especially in game 1? 那么其实正像 Krem 选手说的，在前中期的设计比较好。第一局的时候，前面你们就反映出来了，打得非常具有节奏性，特别好，而且在第一局的时候，对面甚至没有拿到任何一条龙、一座塔和一个人头。你觉得在第一局具体来说，你们觉得能够获得比赛的胜利，主要是哪些方面呢？可以从队员角度啊，或者说是其他角度都来评价一下吧。
我觉得是我们下半区对线打得比对面好吧。然后我们野区设计的也想了很多，就开局前。
So firstly, I think our bowling did a perfect job than our opponent. And before this matchup, we have designed so many strategies in jungle. And today you have achieved 200 games in LPL. I still remember you got best rookie in 2021 summer split. So from that season to now, how would you evaluate your performance, your improvements as a mid laner for OMG? 那么今天的 Crime 选手这边是解锁了 LPL 200胜场这样一个里程碑。我们还记得21年夏季赛的时候，你刚刚登场就拿到了最佳新秀。所以从那个赛季到现在，你是怎么样评价自己的一个进步呢？这个里程碑对你来说意味着什么呢？
我觉得最大的进步应该是我心态上面的进步吧。然后我觉得感受就是时间过得有点快，一下就不是新人了。
So I think the biggest improvement or involvement of myself is my mentality. I become more mature in terms of my mentality, and you know how time flies. I feel I'm not a rookie player now for this milestone. And a final question for you: OMG performed very well in spring split, especially in playoffs, and in summer season we have a lot of expectations for you. So what's your goal for summer split? How far do you think you can go in summer? 那么最后一个问题，在今年的 OMG 的表现，春季赛的时候，特别是季后赛，大家对你们印象非常深刻。来到了夏季赛，大家对 OMG 这支队伍也有很高的期待嘛。所以作为 OMG 的一员，你觉得在这个夏天，你们想展现出怎么样的风格？你觉得在这个夏天，队伍能走多远呢？
想展现一个就是疯狂吧，敢打敢拼吧，就想走多远就目标就世界赛吧。
So in the summer, we really want to show you OMG with very crazy playstyle and enthusiastic and so many like a crazy team for OMG. And our goal for summer season is making the world. Thank you so much for joining me. 也谢谢Crime 选手来到我们的赛后采访，希望 OMG 之后越来越好。Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christina, and great to hear from Cream. They want to give us entertainment while making it to Worlds, and I will take that every day of the week, Kitty. Cream will also get MVP, rightfully so.
And something that I really enjoyed out of Cream's interview is that he just wants to bring on a show, saying something like they just want to be Kwang. And our motto for the summer is 年轻就是要狂, which means the youth has to be that crazy self. And of course, for this ongoing motto, it is the power of the youth, and Cream, being that rookie deserving achievement, is going to pick up the damage. Oh, no, is not going to pick up the damage MVP while having a 37% damage share on this Nico. I mean, this guy was absolutely insane. As it all started off with OMG kind of having an awkward engage from Aki, but Cream saves the day by landing a 3-man Pop Blossom, and this definitely wasn't the last one coming into the second game. He landed like 3-4 extremely good ultimates that just had IG on a chokehold, and on being the lonesome carry in the very back, also had to deal with Shanzi as well.
Yeah, I mean, you had the Wombo combo ready to go, but it was Cream's decisiveness followed up by his teammates. And it was also, again, both games in a row, Cream just having pressure in mid lane. Cryan did not have any say in either of those laning phases, and it came off the back of Cream playing comfort champions, but also knowing how to execute those.
It's very clear to say that Cream is extremely comfortable with laning up against this Annie champion, and maybe even Crying himself, but I feel like at one stage of the game, when you don't have any outer towers, it's just so hard to be IG, or at least being in their position where you have to work on vision control for Crying and Wink to really play to their full potential. But unfortunately, when you give over so many early objectives, and of course, you fail to kind of make up for the lack of macro in terms of being getting those kills on the other side of the map, this is exactly what you expect. But we'll have to wait and see, because it's only been 2 days with this new IG roster, and I do want to see much more from them as we approach the later weeks.
And they'll be going up against FPX next, so something that's maybe a little bit more in their scope, something they can play a little bit more comfortably with. And I think that they can actually have a lot of growth from this series into the next, because they can try to pick apart the exact moment the train kind of derailed. But on the other side, OMG, they're going to be facing off against WE next, who have been a little bit behind the ball in terms of games played, but a very strong team nonetheless. And I think OMG will jump from this strength to that strength.
Yeah, and the most interesting thing about WE is that up against OMG for their upcoming match, this is going to be their first real big challenge, because OMG, being one of the teams that did have a successful run, or pretty successful run, from spring playoffs, is going to really put them out of their own element, especially coming back from Asia Games, which I hope they're doing great.
True. Yeah, absolutely. But that is it from me and you, Kitty. That is it for our first series of this Super Saturday. We'll be kicking it over to Ashin and Nymera for the second and third series of the night. It's going to be RA versus Weibo and EDG versus LNG. You are not going to want to miss it. We'll be starting up here in about 20 minutes or so, I believe. So we'll see you there.
나는 프로게이머를 하면서 그냥 행복하게 살고 싶었던 것 같아. 프로 생활이 그 형들과 함께하는 게 즐거웠고, 그냥 그런 삶이 나는 재밌었어. 18년도 때보다 우선 훨씬 잘해. 그냥 훨씬 잘하고, 챔프 폭도 훨씬 넓고, 그냥 이제 거의 모든 부분이 훨씬 잘해, 이번 연도가. 프로게이머로서 나는 그냥 매 경기 잘하려고 하는 것 같은데, 초심을 버리고 난 열심히 살아야 될 것 같은데. 사실 게임을 이제 잘하는 입장을 가지고 있었으면서도 프로를 하고 싶다는 생각은 전혀 하지 않았고, 그때 이제 대학교를 다니면서 방송하고 있었을 때 방송 계약이 끝나고 이제 중국에서 스카우트 제의가 들어와서 팀에 이제 구경을 갔는데 거기에 이제 좋아하는 선수가 있었어. 약간 한번 해볼까 하는 마음으로 시작을 해봤던 것 같아. 루키 선수였고 내가 솔랭을 하면서 루키 선수가 약간 잘한다고 생각했어. 제일 그 사람이 계기가 되어서 이제 프로게임을 시작하게 됐는데, 지내다 보니까 좋은 사람인 걸 알게 돼서 이제 더 즐겁게 게임을 하게 된 것 같아. 물론 방송의 그 거부감을 좀, 방송에 대한 어색함을 좀 줄여진 것 같고, 그리고 도파 형이랑 지내서 재밌었고, 그리고 외국에서 이제 살면서 좀 그런 생활에 익숙해짐을 가진 것 같아요.
IG 要更换自己的队员，而且是2名队员要来做一个更换。
哎，是的，对。首先是大家非常期待的赛啊，这名选手我相信很多观众都看过他的 rank 集锦，看过他的 OB 视频，看过他各种各样在韩服惊为天人的乱秀。
딱 지금 영상을 봤을 때 내가 느껴지듯이 긴장을 충분히 하는 상태인 것 같고, 그냥 딱 그 상태지 않을까? 긴장했을 때 딱히 뭐 다른 생각을 하진 않았을 것 같아. 사실 긴장을 원래 많이 하는 타입은 아니어서 이제 첫 경기를 하고 나서 긴장은 보통 줄어드는 편이라고 생각은 하는데, 근데 내가 긴장이 특히 줄었던 곳은 내가 상대보다 잘하는 것 같다라는 생각이 자신에게 확신이 들 때 좀 많이 줄었던 것 같아. 나는 프로게이머를 하면서 그냥 행복하게 살고 싶었던 것 같아. 그냥 프로 생활이 그 형들과 함께 하는 게 즐거웠고, 그냥 그런 삶이 나는 재밌었어. 그래서 딱히 뭐가 되고 싶다라는 생각을 해보진 않았던 것 같아. 게임은 즐기려고 하는 거고, 프로는 이기려고 하는 거지. 우승하면 좋지. 당연히 하고 싶지. 그냥 다음 경기 잘하자. 경기 잘 됐으면 좋겠다. 우리 팀 잘 됐으면 좋겠다. 이기면 기분이 좋지 않을까. 이런 생각을 주로 했었던 것 같아.
哇！恭喜 IG 3-2战胜了 KT，LCK 的头号种子被 IG 送回了老家。
6分钟不到 ，IG 永不加班。 IG轻取 SKT.
나는 우선 LCK가 훨씬 잘한다고 생각했어, 원래는. 근데 이제 선수들과의 이제 경기라든지 스크림, 그리고 이제 실제 대회에서 나오는 결과를 봤을 때 비슷하다. 또는 이제 성격만 다르다. 그러니까 실력의 차이는 크게 없고 이제 리그 간의 성격 차이만 보이는 정도니까, 실력 차이가 보이지 않는 거는 둘 다 최고의 리그라고 하기에 맞다고 생각해서 꽤 오래됐지, 이 생각을 가지게 된 거는.
欢迎来到2019英雄联盟全球总决赛半决赛的比赛了。
主体在侧边等待进场，对面是只剩下了林伟翔一个开团技能，祥子哥直接是带到了台二，
可是被刀了，给2血被秒了，被改出来。
在自己有闪现有大招的情况之下，是被林伟翔的一个大招直接秒掉。
솔직히 나는 경기 졌을 때 막 그렇게 힘들고 그렇지 않은데, 근데 이제 보통 주변의 그 분위기가 좀 힘들지. 예를 들어 관계자들이 기분 안 좋아하는 얘기를 선수 입장에서 들을 수도 있으니까, 이제 보통 그런 것들이 없으면 사실 경기 져도 크게 힘들 일이 없는 것 같아, 나는. 일상생활에서 정말 괜찮고 착한 아이인 것 같고, 이제 스크림이나 경기에서는 너무 예민하기 때문에 어떤 사람인지 잘 모르겠네. 그냥 매우 예민하고 좀 스스로가 힘든 것 같아, 내가 생각하기에 좀. 솔직히 말해서 2018년 때 이제 다쳤으니까, 지금 만약에 내가 지금 우승했다면 정말 기뻤을 것 같은데, 18년도 그 당시 때는 이제 우승을 했지만 사실 이제 좋긴 한데 좀 그냥 막 좋아하지만은 않았던 것 같아 그때는. 그래서 이제 18년도가 이제 사람들이 나에게 18년도에 대해 물어본다면은 좋다고 얘기는 하겠지만 사실 그 당시에는 이제 그렇게 좋지는 않았을 것 같아. 그 생각은 사실 19년도부터 이미 하고 있었고, 사실 18년도부터 사실 그 생각으로 게임을 했었고 좀. 근데 이제 그 생각으로 하다 보니까 좀 사람이 많이 차가워진 것 같아. 사실 이번 연도까지 그랬는데 내년에 이 성격이 좀 바뀌었으면 좋겠어.
有请微博 Gaming 上单的晒。
来德泰去了 WBG 之后，会不会带来战术体系上面一些变化呢？
우선 내가 생각해 난 이번 연도가 제일 잘한 것 같고, 내 개인적인 그러니까 대외적인 실력으로 봤을 때 그 전에는 그냥 다 비슷했던 것 같아. 18년도 때보다 우선 훨씬 잘해. 그냥 훨씬 잘하고 챔프 폭도 훨씬 넓고. 그러니까 이거는 이제 게임적으로 봤을 때 그냥 이제 거의 모든 부분이 훨씬 잘해 이번 연도가.
今年我们引进了很多新人选手，而他们的名气也好，他们实力也确实挺好的。这个时候德赛对他就是其他4个的选手的信任也好，期待还是蛮高的，所以我们整个团队的氛围还是真的很好。
其实他在我心里就是比较腼腆害羞的，在生活方面还是跟大家一起相处的挺快的，然后也自己会开非常多的玩笑，讲一些冷笑话。我刚来这边不久的时候，就第一天的晚上，那个浩轩给帅哥就是点了个外卖吃嘛，然后他吃了之后也觉得挺好吃的。然后第2天我们现在才打完，就晚上差不多10点的时候，他对浩轩做了一个这样的手势，然后浩轩一开始没看明白，然后我跟他说他要你点外卖，我觉得就是大家都相处的挺快的。
이 팀에 있는 관계자가 모두가 행복하면 행복하지 않을까? 우선 이제 매우 어렸을 때 이제 사회생활을 하면서 그 과정에서 이미 어른이 됐다고 생각해. 나는 이미 매우 괜찮은 성격을 가지고 이제 괜찮은 가치관을 덕분에 가지게 된 것 같고, 수많은 팬분들이 이제 관심을 가져주게 되면서 이제 사랑을 받았고, 이제 그 과정에서 사랑을 베풀 수 있는 사람이 되었고, 프로게이머로서 나는 그냥 매 경기 잘하려고 하는 것 같은데, 이제 미래를 생각하지 않고 그냥 그 지금 해야 되는 경기를 이제 잘 하자. 사실 나는 노력을 더 한다면은 사실 나는 엄청 많은 시간을 프로게이머로 할 수 있을 것 같은데, 이제 그거는 이제 모르는 일이고, 이 초심으로 그냥 성적 더 잘 나오지 않을까?
Stay
just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you, it's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you, I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own life. Resting in the rubble, never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, a diamond in my own mind. Empire, welcome to my empire. Rising up from the hellfire, I take it down to the wire. Welcome to my
RA 的话，他们比较一个关键的人物可能就是打野吧。打野我也少练，他的玩法是比较激进的，就是可能需要去注意他一些前期的一些打野位置的路线设计。RA 下路的话算是两个比较年轻的选手吧，就他们对线的风格也是算比较激进的，然后胆子也比较大，就是能玩的英雄可能会多一点。然后针对他们的话，就是用经验去慢慢的跟他们做一个对拼吧。
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into our second series of the day. I am not Mazel, but again, we share a birthday, so we are just the same person. But I am just Oshin, just the same person. Just Oshin coming at you here with Nymera for our second and third series of the day. And Nymera, I mean, we can have a quick talk about that last series right there because OMG kind of blasted IG a little bit. That was 2 near perfect games to get us right up and ready for this second series.
And I have to say, just every time OMG start playing, the entire LPL casting crew, you know that meme, I think it's from the NBA, it was like, I will be there no matter what. That's us with OMG right now because they're so fun to watch. Even if they're a team, we still need to, they did drop those series to BLG and JDG. They're not right at the top of the tree. They are still innovators. They're still very impressive at what they do. And to bring up a series like that, other teams which are looking to go into playoffs and be mid-table teams need to be very afraid of them. And of course, we've got a team like Rare Atom taking the stage. They're of that kind of caliber. After seeing the performance we saw in the first series, it just sets up, it antes up the rest of the league.
Absolutely. I think that coming into this one here, obviously the expectation is going to be that Weibo would be heavily favorited over the side of Rare Atom. But it is kind of one of those things, I think, that Rare Atom have shown very, very good signs of life for themselves throughout the, throughout the split, specifically in that top lane for Xiaoshu. Very, very promising rookie coming in here for this split.
Absolutely, because this Rare Atom for me in Spring were largely around this core of Cube, who'd always been in this organization. They had never played a split without Cube, top laner, and Lian having a really good initiating split on picks like Vi, but they couldn't quite get it together. They had a great start to the split, but then they fell off later. Rare Atom now, of course, with the changes to that roster, I think you're right. You do look at Xiaoshu and you say, okay, this team is doing better than what we expected for them in summer.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And look, I will say, there's lots of positives obviously coming in here for the side of Rare Atom. However, you are coming up against a very, very big task today. Weibo Gaming, just the names on this team alone. And it's so funny as well because this team is such an anomaly sometimes in my head, because one week they're unbeatable, like, nearly perfect gaming, destroying JDG. The next they're dropping series to, to games and stuff like that. Like, it's a very strange one. I will say, in the favor of Weibo so far, they've had, out of their, I think, 5 series they've played, 4 top 5 teams, in my opinion. Like, it's been JDG, OMG, LNG, and Top Esports. So there is a lot of talent kind of just behind them now as they hit a 3-2 scoreline, and now they're kind of hitting a little bit of a nicer run of games coming up.
I think the way that I described Weibo was a team that played to the level of their opponents in Spring, which was good, and it was bad. It meant that they could win against pretty much anyone in the league, and we had awesome series against all the top teams from Weibo. In a similar way to the likes of BLG, who felt like they were punching up an early Spring before actually we realized they were really, really good. Weibo was starting to wake up a little bit, and with names like the Shy, Xiaohu, Light, Chris, like so many names on this roster with such caliber, you expect them to be a top team. They didn't manage that in Spring, not quite. They were close. They almost made it to that top 4 margin, but they were gate-kicked out by BLG, of course, one of our strongest teams in the league on current date. But this is a team which, as you said, with all those names on paper, even the thought of them starting to wake up and becoming a better version of themselves should scare the rest of the LPL.
Absolutely. I definitely think that this is a team that on its day can beat anybody and has beaten everybody. And I even will say that, like, even on the series they've lost, they've actually lost 2-1. They have picked up a series, but again, it's such a hard one to kind of tell what Weibo you're going to get on the day. I think literally back to their previous series this week against LGD, where game 1 against LGD, they almost lost that one. LGD were so very close to actually kind of like controlling that game and putting that, in their favor. And then game 2 of that exact same series, Weibo absolutely wiped the floor with them, no question whatsoever.
But LGD won game 1 against BLG and JD. Does that mean that Weibo are better than BLG and JDG because they didn't lose game 1 versus LGD? The logic
the law of
here,
transitive
impeccable.
properties or something.
100%.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And look, this is again kind of seeing where Weibo can go, because I want to see consistency from them. I want to see them kind of come onto the stage here and really kind of put RA to the sword. And on the reverse of this, I want to see RA really put pressure in. I think Xiaoshu has a very good chance here today against the likes of the Shy, because the Shy, I mean, hasn't really been hitting the high highs that we've seen him from so many years ago, and it feels like it is a little bit of a sore point here for Weibo coming into the series.
I think in spring, particularly, the Shy really struggled to find his place within the team and within the meta. In fact, I was often when I'm not casting these LPL games, I'm sat in a Discord somewhere watching them, and there was just a moment which was
always waiting,
always watching. But it gave me a good laugh one moment in particular where someone who was watching with me boiled down Weibo to, is the Shy playing Nah? And I was like, oh, but look at this composition. It's a great iron for... Nope, he's not playing Nah. It's not going to be a win. And it felt like it was, look, he just needs to have some stability in that top side. And he found that through that pick in spring. And it did work out pretty well for him. He did have that one Quinn game that was quite funny. But yeah, the Shy is a player which has been the core of a lot of these inconsistencies for this roster. When you hit the hyper late game, you can see that he still has that veterancy and that real understanding of how League of Legends works when it gets down to the real late game. And the entire team has that. But that is not the issue for this team. You got to get the ball rolling a little earlier, and you can't have the wheels come off too soon.
Yeah, and again, for Weibo, it is all about kind of getting consistency in on this team, and it's about kind of, you know, showing that you need to kind of change that trend of we are playing to the level of our opponents, because as you said, you know, during spring playoffs, they dropped 3-0 to BLG because they weren't prepared. They weren't ready for the kind of, you know, the setup and such like that. You cannot always rely on that style of gameplay to kind of bring you through. So I want to see them kind of bringing in a more cohesive standard style to kind of bring them alongside the likes of BLG, JDG, Top Esports at the very, very tippity top of the standings. But, Nymera, we shall not wait no longer. We're going to jump straight into picks and bans. We had a couple of interesting answers earlier today, actually, from OMG for the Zeri issue, if you will, with that Tristana for Abel, and we'll wait to see if anyone wants to try and maybe lean back into that. But RA, they listen to you, Coach Nymera. No Nar here for the Shy.
I didn't quite expect that to be a first round ban, but hey, there we go. Someone's cracked the Weibo code. Don't let the Shy have Nar and allow Xiaoshu a bit more agency in that top side. We are seeing Vi and that's a lot of mid jungle bans from Weibo in itself. Thinking about it, Lian, one of our better Vi players in the league. We have a lot of them, but Lian found great success on that throughout spring. Mole in for Rare Atom. It's not going to be Strive in that mid lane. And he's had 2 mid laners removed from him as well.
Looks like RA thinking about their options right now. Could just pick up the cash straight off the bat. That's exactly where they want to go with this one here. But it does mean, I imagine, that Weiwei will look towards the Wukong and possibly the Aphelios here for light.
Unless you want to lock in Zeri and then go for the Zeri Lulu later. The Annie's a good shout. I don't think without the Milio there, I don't think you can go for the Tristana Milio answer into the Zeri Yumu, which is of course one of those answers you were talking about from OMG earlier. Taking away the Zeri, that's helpful. You assume now that you're going to get the Lulu later into the draft for Weibo. You could potentially go for a Nautilus as well, but importantly so, you have denied the Zeri away from this Yuumi. Rare Atom now, maybe they can think about that Aphelios. They could hold AD carry later into the draft if they want to be really spicy and go for something like a Twitch. We've seen that as an answer into Zeri regardless of that lane. So if you get like a Zeri Lulu, you can answer with a Twitch. But as you said, Yanni was still on the table. That snapped up.
Yeah, it's still on the table, still an exceptional, even just DPS straight up and setup champion for your team. And RA now thinking about the way they want to try and bring this one in. Interesting enough, they're happy with the pool of AD carries. They're saying, look, you can't ban them all out. We still have access to plenty of things that can do well enough into the Zeri. So we're going to take the Cassante.
I really hope we get away with AD carry.
I was going to say, I really hope we had something strange, but I don't know. My heart's telling me I want to see a Jhin, but Jhin Yuumi is just not a combo you ever see.
It was in, when was it? It was when EDG won Worlds, because T1 played like Jhin Zillion and stuff like that. That was an interesting combo. I think with the Nautilus locked in now, that reduces a couple of the spicier AD carries you could go towards for Assume on Rare Atom, because Nautilus fights you too early for you to kind of wait and scale. I don't think you can Twitch into Zeri Nautilus. That feels a little bit sad. So that's one of the Yuumi pairings gone. I'd imagine you're going to ban the Aphelios. Neela as well. Okay, that's the other one. Right. I was wondering whether we were going to get one of those aggro AD carries. Neela Yuumi, that was one of the picks which XL Esports and the LEC played a little bit last year. I think there was a 5-game series with them versus Fnatic, where Fnatic had to ban it 3 out of the 5 games because that combo became so annoying to play against. But you have to start asking again, okay, what's still left on the table? And you've got to ban that Aphelios away, surely.
It feels like it, but again, still things like the Jinx that could come onto this one here. But like where RA are bringing their next few bans as well, they're kind of focusing in on the Shy and saying, look, we're not going to let you have an easy time. We're not going to let you just pick something that can sit and scale as such for your time in the top lane. So getting rid of the Malphite, I wouldn't even be surprised to see them get rid of the Ornn as well. Just get rid of things that can have big team fight impacts that enable the rest of Weibo Gaming.
Sion also on the table. The Shy, of course, no stranger to that pick. Trying to remove some of that front line. Obviously some value. Xiaohu is a Gragas mid player. Most of our LPL players have picked it up at some point. Banning away that Wukong though, which you were suggesting maybe could be picked up for one of these junglers. So, bit of a strange draft. A lot of the time we do have our junglers picked up much earlier into the draft. Most of the time we have our bot lanes locked much earlier into the draft. So both these teams trying something a little bit different in game one. Very interested to see now what will be left till last pick for Weibo. They could have the flex the Gragas to leave things open between solo lanes later on. And that's exactly what they're starting to think about. That Nocturne being hovered. It's a great way to get onto a Yuumi carry. And now you have to assume maybe you go for the Xayah alongside the Yuumi. Xayah, Yuumi, not a bad combo. And it at least has something to do with that Nocturne. I see that Twitch hop. It's great into the Zeri. Just don't do it into Nocturne Nautilus. Don't do this to us, folks.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of dive potential here now for Weibo, and definitely ways for them to kind of, crack open this game by just focusing completely on that bot lane. And the Tristana is the flavor of the month. It feels like it's just a huge counter into the Zeri. We'll see if it has as much success into this particular matchup as it did in that last series. But the Tristana seems to be what the LPL teams have said, look, if we can't, the Zeri's not going away. The meta's staying the way it is. It's not leaving, so we need to find an answer.
I'm not leaving. You need the whole Wolf of Wall Street thing. Zeri just still in the building. Haven't managed to get him out just yet. Last pick, though, potentially thinking about the... I mean, that would have a lot of value. It would affect the Yuumi dub. That would affect the Yuumi hop on. It would affect the Tristana jumps and the Sejuani and the K'Sante. It's everyone but the Annie. That would affect... That would, of course, put...
Even Annie with a rocket belt.
Absolutely, that's true, especially if left towards that. Thinking about it, the question is which role will that go into? There's technically some flexibility between mid and top or jungle and... Nocturne has to go into the jungle. You know what? Completely ignore me. It's going to be Nocturne in the jungle, assuredly, right? And that means there's probably going to be that Gragas going to top side.
Thaddeus and me got very excited for half a second.
All right, okay, so Xiaohu will indeed be picking up that Gragas in that mid lane, popping towards that top lane, and then Nocturne in the jungle. So Weibo, they picked themselves a composition which can really disrupt the carries of Rare Atom. You have that Nocturne which can jump onto someone out of position, you have the Gragas cask, and you have the Poppy punting away a front line if they get too problematic. So Weibo throwing out some different questions to the quite standard top side of Rare Atom.
Absolutely. I think you look at the top side. Honestly, you look at most of Rare Atom's composition, apart from the Tristana, it is very stock and standard. I will say, though, that for Weibo, they need to be proactive. They need to be the ones kind of utilizing that paranoia, getting themselves around the map and trying to utilize the pressure that comes with it. So curious to see how they're able to do that. But if this game goes starts getting to the late stages where that Tristana has that massive amount of range over the Zeri, this game becomes nigh impossible for you to try and fight into unless you're jumping straight in on that Tristana.
And that is going to be something which Weibo are going to have to figure their way through. They have the ability to disengage some of the front line with that Poppy ult. We know how important that is, and the Shy, been a player of that Poppy for many years at this point. He's got himself some agency in pocket. It's been one of the sore points for Weibo as well. See if he can put himself on a bit more of a redeeming arc.
We'll have to wait and see. We're jumping onto the Rift for game one of this best of three. Weibo looking to put themselves up further into the standings. RA trying to see where they actually figure themselves out, where they want to try and put themselves in the grand scheme of this series. I will say that if RA win, this will put both them and Weibo on 3-3. So brings them all a little bit closer as the Gios ring hard. Then devolve into madness.
Yeah, I was like, where's this going? Where's this ending?
It's always at the end. It used to be for a while that it used to be LGD was the final one. It's almost like LGD was like the TSM of China for a while.
Right.
You just chanted it because they're one of the oldest and one of the oldest and more historic organizations we have in the league. But
I think they just crested. I think it was 800 games in the LPL a couple of weeks ago in summer.
Quite possibly.
They've put in the hours.
Absolutely, they have definitely been around, shall we say, for the betterment of the league. You know, they've gone to Worlds a couple of times, and I'll never forget the LGD roster that should have won Worlds and ended up bombing out of groups. That was upsetting. That was an upsetting time for LPL fans. That was a while ago as well. I think that was 2015, so 8 years ago at this stage.
I was in London for that. In fact, I believe both of us were there for the quarterfinals of that World.
Yes, we were.
Didn't make it that far, sadly. They got knocked out. It was Orihen, and I believe it was Peke that got a quadra kill on either a Nivea or an Oriana, one of the two. Times passed.
That's true.
Good times.
I know. You know, the funny thing is, I went to all 4 quarterfinals in London because at the time I was a really big TSM fan. And I was like, they'll make it to quarters. They'll make it to quarters. So I don't know what quarters they're going to be on, but I'll go to all 4. And that way I'll guarantee to see my team. And they did not make it to
most historic NA or one Flash Wolfie boy.
Yeah. So then me and my friends went to the actual quarterfinals in a load of trash bags with NA logos on them saying NA trash.
Oh.
That was our cosplay. That's how I emotionally dealt with that blow. But so, you know, coming back into this game with teams that are actually on our riff, Leyen sneakily putting himself around this. I love this from RA. Really trying to see if they can put pressure here onto Crisp and Light. Jump in,
slow,
right down.
Slow.
Yeah, gotta get themselves the cleanse out of Light. Haven't taken him out just yet. There's a little bit of Spider-Man coming out here from Crisp. And nicely done here from Weibo to only really lose the flash and the cleanse off of their bot lane. And again, great move from RA to try and make sure they get something from this bot side.
I think one of the most annoying things from that is losing the HP on Light. You've used your pot now, and lane, of course, the CM has too. But it just means that as a lane with the Nautilus, which wants to be playing aggressive and punishing this Yuumi early, they're going to have less ability to do so. They've denied some farm from the first few waves, but Leon, despite not getting those kills, will at least buy a reprieve for his bot lane duo to start scaling up in the way that Yuumi lanes tend to. The Tristana, no stranger, of course, to scaling up in their own right.
No, I think we'll wait to see where Weibo want to try and strike back. I will say that we now have Weiwei on a much faster clear than Leyan. As you can see there, has already got himself about 2 camps ahead. And we'll see what he's able to do with this opportunity. Again, it's all about opportunity costs as such. You know, you make one play one side, there's got to be another one off the other side. So the Shy, recognizing he's not in the greatest of situations here up against Xiaoshu, but this is just going to be a grasp farming simulator up on that top end. I don't really think either of these top laners are going to have kill potential until level 6, and even then it's questionable.
I don't know, man. I think you're complaining about it. The grasp is always greener on the other side, so they say. But the Shy, did you like that? Come on, please. Can you at least react? Come on. I tried really hard with that one.
I love that. It's just kind of like, please,
like, no,
give me a pity laugh, anything.
Either way,
I was like, you know what? I'm gonna let it sit. I'm gonna see what happens here.
Man, you guys are so mean to me. Weibo, they're gonna be waiting, of course, until the level 6 marks comes in either way, really. Part of the opportunity cost for Lian is the fact that you're just allowing Weiwei to get through this early game unaffected by anything else happening on the map. The Nocturne is going to be farming up very safely, and as soon as you get to that level 6, you can really threaten to catch people out of position, particularly with someone like Gragas or Zeri flying over the wall as well in the enemy jungle around one of these objective fights, or even just over pushing in one of these lanes. So Rare Atom, in the next few minutes, next minute or two, needs to be very, very careful about how they're moving for the first objectives of the game.
From that bot lane gank, it's going to be pretty standard until most of these laners and junglers hit level 6, and it's something that we've obviously talked about. You've mentioned quite a few times, I know, on your cast, is that we always check to see where that first paranoia goes. It's such a powerful semi-global ultimate that, you know, you need to be making the most out of. And honestly, I'm looking at this, I've got to think, and like, you could make a hell of a move in this bot side if you're able to get Xiaohu to move down as well, but we'll have to wait and see where Weiwei wants to bring that once he hits that level 6 mark.
I think the only other option you can look for is maybe an opportunistic pick onto maybe a jungler before Herald or something like that. That would be the only other option I'd look for, but particularly, again, when you've got the Tristar and the Yuumi scaling into Oblivion, anything which can put them a little bit behind and put Zeri a bit more into the game is very, very valuable for Weibo. So what that means is that both teams know the implication of what can happen towards that bot side. Both teams should be very prepared for a fight to happen.
Nice trade back here by the Shy into Xiaoshu. Not letting him just kind of hit him. Weiwei is in the bot side, just covering as Leyen just tries to see if there's an opportunity for him to go for something. Pops a ward down the back of the pit to make sure there's no early dragon shenanigans. Wei is going to start up the early dragon, though. He just not actually see that wards. They don't know that they've been spotted out on this just yet, but now they do. And I will say, with the priority mid, the priority bot, not really much you can do here as RA. You're just going to have to let this one go.
And this is quite important for Weibo. I think, as we said, with the threat of that first paranoia of the game coming through, Rare Atom would have loved to have the Dragon be delayed and then spawn at the same time as the Herald. Make Weibo have to choose between the two of those neutral objectives. Not going to be the case, though. Dragon cleanly taken. Reset can come in as well. Well in time for a potential Herald contest, if they see fit.
Well, first objective goes over to Weibo. Slow start for them, but they are coming out on top. Despite that gank in the bot side, it is actually them with the advantage. I will say that is kind of par for the course. The Yuumi is fantastic in the team fights, but against the Nautilus in the laning phase, definitely struggles, shall we say, to have the same level of impact. So hook gonna land. It's just trades like this that you kind of have to be respectful of at all times there on the RA bot lane, which they are big. And I will say, as a Tristana player myself, very difficult to get those minions underneath the turret, as your passive kind of screws you over. So definitely a harder time.
When you have your E cooldown, you can kind of explode the whole wave, which helps you a little bit, but it's not the most precise farming under turret either way. That's been one of the problems for a great many years. In fact, back in the meta, which, you know, if we're going to throw back to that Season 5 again, we saw some Tristana in about Season 4, Season 5, and we had a lot of those lane swaps coming through. We wanted to slow push waves. Tristana would not level up her explosive shot until later into the game. Shy is going to be able to minion taxi the way out of safety there, but particularly with that Tristana, it's been a well-known fact for a great many years. Your wave control is a little bit difficult. Wave control on this top side. Shy was trying to get control of this one. Might be buying into a 2v3 here.
Here we go. It's going to be a 2v3, right as you said it. They're going to try and see if they can make it. They won't get a hook off of Chris, but his auto attack confirms the kill. I love that. Rocks in, gets an auto off, gets the kill. First blood to Weibo. Chris happy with his day's work.
And this is just before the Herald as well, so Weibo, they didn't have to make a choice between early Dragon or the early Herald. They get both at this case, and they get a kill towards that top side of the map, which puts Xiaoshu out of the picture just for a little bit longer. So Weibo getting themselves good control in this early game. What they realistically want to do with this Herald now is hold it in infantry until the next Paranoia comes up, and then use the Herald with the threat of turning out the lights as well. So Rare Atom need to be very careful for not just the first Paranoia of the game, especially when that one works out. The second one has a lot of oomph behind it in this game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then see where they want to go, of course, with that play top side. We will see in the replay again. This is just a really good kind of bait and switch, and great rotation from Chris, honestly.
It's just both bot lanes on a reset. Tristana, Yuumi aren't going to be there. Zeri is pushing in the bot's wave at the same time. And luckily for the side of Weibo, it's not like Tristana could get towards that top side in time. Xiaohu might have to throw the ult. He does.
Keep himself alive. Nicely done there by Xiaohu, but does lose his flash, so no flash engages from him. And we'll have to be very aware that Mole still has his flash available. RA still flexing between their two mid laners there, Mole and Strife, and still figuring out which one they do prefer. But for the moment, it does look like Weibo are very much in the ascendancy, and Leanne needs to be very careful. No ult and no flash makes him a very, very vulnerable character. So just going to back himself away. He cannot fight for this scuttle, and he's just going to have to retreat back to the safety of his own jungle.
Crisp got involved with that first kill of the game, has flash ult to set up another should someone step out of position. Rare Atom, again, they're going to have to really be respectful of the map. It's a difficult situation for them. They'd love to be making plays with the first Annie Tibbers kind of in the big team fights of the game. We've seen it for Poke. We often do see that in the laning phase. But the first Sejuani ult, the first Annie ult, which really impact the 5v5s, would be such a boon for Rare Atom to play around, but they have to be so respectful as it stands.
And right now, it has all been Weibo. It's all been about them getting the better rotations, getting the kind of owning the tempo of the game, to be perfectly honest. And it's leading to a slight CS lead in top. Of course, that kill. We are going to see the Shy looking to see if he can maybe go for an engage underneath that tower. I like it for the opportunity cost. It's, you know, kind of doesn't really cost him a lot, to be honest with you, and keep Xiaohu very much under pressure here. But for RA, I'm kind of thinking, where do you want to see them work for? Where do you want to see them push for? Because at the moment, it does feel like they are just kind of waiting for something to happen, and they are still putting in a lot of time in this top side. So here we go.
Oh, doesn't get through the wall.
Doesn't get through the wall, and with that steadfast presence and a flash available for the Shy, yeah, it's going to be pretty easy for him to walk away from that one there. So, I mean, it does feel like, I don't want to say they're desperate, because they're not at the moment, but it does feel like everything they're trying just isn't really sticking.
We'll call it imprecise. I think that's probably the word to use, because they can't commit very hard to a play because you're still afraid of the paranoia. While this has happened, Herald was used mid lane. Weiwei and Crisp, they have their powerful engage ultimates available right now. They spot out, see him heading towards that mid lane. Rare Atom need to be so careful with moves like this. See the ward just placed there? That could be an absolute killer ward from the side of Weibo, which is why they end up sweeping it out. If Weibo have enough information to tell that you are alone under a tower, you're not going to be under that tower very soon, you're going to be under the ground. They can very much dive you under those. So Weibo, they are forcing Rare Atom to play very respectfully beyond what they really would like to be doing, exactly as you mentioned before.
Again, it's led to 2,000 gold lead. Dragon's now up available on the map. Xiao, who would love to get a reset in, maybe get his Everfrost, but he knows that Leyen is sitting here in the brush. They're going to jump straight in on top of the Annie, and that's going to be Mole deleted from this map. He is no longer on this earthly plane. Weibo are controlling this game. There's no other way to say it, and they are just smashing RA in this early game.
Yeah, we're here gathered today to mourn the loss of Leon and Mole, who lost vision control and then lost their lives. Weibo, they are really playing this out by the book. Sim got a good pick here, though. Chris doesn't have flash anymore. Use that for the last kill.
Yeah, and there's going to be the reset there off of the W, and that's going to be themselves a nice little move there onto RA. They will be able to potentially fight for this. The spike comes in, though, here from Weiwei, who does still have flash. Flash for flash going to be used. Wow, awesome. Really trying to be aggressive here with this Tristana. Now he has the Kraken Slayer finished up, but that's going to still be Dragon, still be Weibo in the favor of this match.
Such a greedy recall from Chris. Gives Assume an opening to go something in the semblance of being aggressive, but this was the follow-on, the second part of the play from Weibo. They put down their vision with Weibo and Chris going through the enemy jungle, and it works out an absolute treat for them. No flash on the Sejuani. The Nocturne brings him behind the Sejuani as well, so after the Annie's dead, Sejuani has no way out. Dragon going down after, and at least for a Rare Atom, Assume managed to get something on the board while those big ultimates are down. Ult's traded in that top side, as I'm going to really hope that Ashin's still here. Seems like...
I had to sneeze and I muted.
You had to sneeze? You almost did that thing.
Hay fever is killing me, dude. Like, it's just
almost
not a
did the
great
Dracos
time.
Cadriel thing to me, where, you know, like the whole sat in the pilot thing. Is there a pilot on board?
That was like one of my favorite memories from LEC of recent day, and it's sad that it's like why it happened, if that makes sense. Like obviously the world situation at the time, but it's just fun that it was able to happen because little things like that are what keep us going.
Some things are worth the cost.
Yeah, maybe. Don't know if I would call it that, but. Yeah, I mean, look, coming into this one here, we are seeing that RA are just trying to go for something. I do think they have a huge point of power now with this Tristana. It has kind of become in this just today, to be perfectly honest, a little bit of an OP into the Zeri. We'll see if it continues that trend, but 3,000 gold or just a little bit underneath it here for Weibo makes them very, very much kind of owning the map right now. 30 seconds till the Rift Herald spawns. They're going to be able to kind of get this bot lane turret. They still have TP on Xiao, who... I mean, that's the thing. You're going to put Xiao Shu in this bot side, and that just means that you're now without a teleport for this Rift Herald fight.
Without a teleport and Rare Atom, they're already in a difficult situation because those big ultimates of the depth charge and the paranoia are back off cooldown. So Rare Atom, they're back onto the defense mode. It's not like Assume can just jump in as he sees fit. Needs to be very careful about where the vision control has been put down. At least it's only the rank 1 of the Nocturne ult, which means that you need to be in good position to use it. It's not the longest range. The way I had it, the good comparison, I had it this is the way it was described to me many years ago. It's just longer than a max range Nidalee Spear, first rank of Nocturne ult, which is not the largest thing ever. It's great if you're stood behind someone in the lane or
in a brush,
kind of heading towards them in a brush, something like that. But it's not like it'll take you the entirety of the map. Wait until that rank 2 though, and that safety becomes a lot less so.
I'm trying to think as well. What is the difference between a bush and a brush? Because they are two separate words.
They are. Well, I think like a bush is a single. It's a singular like tree. Brush is more like for me. Brush is more like undergrowth, except you know less.
Oh, kind of like an entire like ecosystem almost.
I suppose so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, goodbye.
They have brushed Leon under the carpet. He is gone.
They have. Yeah, because you've brushed and then you've brushing.
But now RA, they need to figure out what they're doing because they are getting, as you mentioned, brushed under the carpet and taken away here. Xiaoshu kind of in no man's land really to try and take this 1v4. He's a Cassante, but he's not a release Cassante, so he can't really take that particular fight. And I mean, Weibo are just comfortable. This just looks like it's just them another day at the office. They're not really forcing anything too crazy, and they're just gaining the advantages from it either way.
And I don't quite understand why Leon walks up that far. You're not that tanky. You do get your aftershock on very briefly, but it's a very short-lived amount of tankiness and does not see them through that fight. And very easy kill over to the side of Weibo. They didn't need to use the Paranoid. That's still up and available. The Shy, of course, didn't have to commit to that fight either. He was walking through topside jungle during that time. And Rare Atom, they're getting to the point where they're still trying to put people onto different side lanes. And you think it's early enough in the game that, oh, you still have to be farming all 3 lanes. It's very difficult to do so now with the amount of vision, the amount of global pressure which Weibo have.
And the thing is as well is that you've got the Tristana, which traditionally speaking, a lot of people would have turned around and said, oh, actually, I gotta stop myself as the Shy is potentially getting 4-man ganked here as Mole tries to put in, but again, it's the Shy on a Poppy. He's got plenty of health to kind of deal with this one here. As Weibo look for their own little play in this bot side. I will say they have a lot more tankier members to gotta go for a dive. Would still be risky against someone like Xiaoshu, but we'll see what they get. But yes, I was gonna say, before all that potential action maybe happened, but you have a Tristana, and a lot of people might think, oh, you're Tristana, she's going to get, like, hyper massive in the late game and, you know, just scale off it, amazing. I feel like all AD carries kind of do that now, so it's not really an excuse. Like, Zeri is a hyper carry in the late game. The Aphelios, the Jinxes, like, everyone kind of does crazy damage, and to kind of, like, pass that off for a champion like Tristana, it doesn't feel like the correct kind of, you know, the correct thing to do, especially when, you know, she has such a huge mid-game lull.
That's a thing. I think that's a fair point. I think with AD carry itemizations, in fact, this was something I was chatting, as you do over a couple of drinks, I was chatting with my brother about this last night, as he was saying, you know what, there was a big difference in the last year or two in terms of AD carries being strong and AD carries feeling strong. And there was a time where AD carries were still the strongest champions in the game at about 3 to 4 items. Now they're strong from 1 items and 2 items as well. And you see Assume, he's got himself a couple items. Nocturne's on the head, though.
I mean, yeah, they know there's no tower in that mid lane, so that's going to cost the double ultimates here from the bot lane and the exhaust. They're going to get the ultimate out of Crisp as a TP is coming in up the backside. Xiaoshu immediately gets slowed down with those Gragas barrels as well. Not going to be making any kind of an entrance here. And little things like this are kind of why Weibo are able to kind of run away with it. They're now on Soul Point. We didn't even get to really mention that as we were kind of, I was off on my little tangents. And RA are still kind of sitting there waiting and hoping to see what they can make happen.
Yeah, and one of the reasons they could make this last bit happen, they have themselves a couple of bombs to throw at this. See if there's a Tibbers to go forward. There's not. The Shy using their own tankiness to be the front line. But this is that 1 to 2 item Tristana. You know, in years past, maybe you would have had to wait till 3 but then when an Infinity Edge came through. When you had a Lord Dominus Regards or a Bloodthirster or something like that. You don't have to nowadays. The first couple of items very, very strong. In fact, looking at Light's build on the Zeri, want to tap on that real quick as well. It's not the Triforce coming out of the Zeri. It's going to be Kraken Slayer for the on-hit and then that Hurricane. So it's still halfway between the crit and the more AoE builds which came out of the Triforce Zeri. It's not going to be as hard to kill as the Triforce Zeri because you don't go towards the Titanic Hydra later into your build. But even then, 2 items, you can see the amount of damage straight up built from Light.
Yeah, still obviously on 13-11, so the Triforce very much still there. Of course, we've heard whisperings of even when she's gotten gutted of a Stride Breaker build.
Stride Breaker, yep.
Yeah, we've heard whisperings of the Dark Arts coming back for Zeri. I think there's at one point we just need to kneecap the champion and you know, figure it out afterwards. Just feels like it's just one of those things.
Jamada will be back soon. He'll raise his flag on that issue.
Yeah, he'll raise hell. That's what he'll raise. But if I know Jamada, he's not going to be happy about that. But look, we'll wait and see. All I'm saying is I'll hope and pray that it's fixed before Worlds. That's all we got to hope and pray for right now because 2 or 3, you know, internationals with the same meta would be kind of sucky. As we're coming back, you know, bring ourselves back into this game. 2.5 minutes until the next Dragon spawn. That's Soul. That's going to be a 23-minute Soul here for Weibo, who are already nearly 6,000 gold ahead, who are already kind of controlling the tempo of where everything's kind of going. And RA, I mean, again, it just feels like I wanted to see them do more, but it's not as if they've done. It's not that they've done badly. It's just that they've not done anything.
And there's they're trying to do something now. It's past 20 minutes. Maybe they can look for a fight for Baron.
It's going to be difficult, though, but they've separated the Yuumi and the Tristana. It's going to be flashes away, but the hooks are coming in. Even the ultimate's right on top of Mole, who's just not the impact you need with this Annie. But now the Tristana's kind of free-firing and will get a lot of resets here if they're able to get a couple of these kills. These health bars are low, but that cast is fantastic. Fantastic coming in here from Xiaoshu. And Xiaohu, I should say, who kills off Xiaoshu, and that's going to be Feather going down as well. What a fantastic fight from Weibo. They only lose their support, and they gain all 5 members of RA.
Desperation from Rare Atom. Their half-life has exceeded its maximum duration, and Weibo are completely happy with how the last few minutes have played out. It was past 20 minutes. They could have waited until the Soul Dragon came up and used their big ultimates around that. They could have played it slow, played with the Poppy ult around that objective, and I think Rare Atom, they realized, hang on, even if this comes down to a Soul fight, we're in such a big amount of trouble because that Poppy could just disengage our Smite or our front line. We have to take a fight before the objective is up, and the fight they choose is just an awful one. They get separated either way, get absolutely ran down. You see the Baron going down in the picture-in-picture. That is the problem with this style of play that we come in from the LPL, which is at 20 minutes, you look for a fight and just hope that you can flip it, even if you're behind. You lose it, though, and your game is just over.
Yeah, like there was a slight moment there where I thought with Shout, getting the kill on the Nautilus, they get a couple of resets. The health bars were relatively low in all senses of the word, but I mean, just a fantastic barrel there from Xiaohu. Make sure that there's just nothing we can do. And yeah, Light, regardless if he has a mythic or not, just doing an unholy amount of damage. As a TP comes onto this bot side here, as RA recognized, look, we got to throw something at the wall. We got to figure out what we can do because that's a Navori quick blades already onto Light. He is changing the script on this particular build. Not say, you know what,
Shy.
It's not going to be good enough. Here we go. The Shy gets himself over the wall, gets himself right on top of the Tristana. And you know what's going to happen from now on. There's just nothing left in the tank from RA. It's a bit of a whisper for them to try and come back onto it. They pick up their first tower of the game at the back end of this whole thing, but the Sejuani and the Yuumi, the only ones left alive, but that's 3 kills for none. A Soul to come in. Mid lane's pushing in as well. If they had teleports, you'd know Weibo would push for it.
Certainly would. It's going to be the Soul either way. Lien, Feather, they're going to flee the scene of the crime, get themselves back to base. Luckily, steal themselves a Raptor cap. Feels like the only victory they've had in the last 13 minutes.
Gotta capitalize, gotta make sure you're getting that set up. And I will say, something to obviously take a note of. Obviously, Zeri and Yuumi are very disliked in the meta right now. Don't let that distract you from the fact that we've seen 100% presence in the LPL for Cassante. Do not let that distract you from the fact that Cassante has literally been picked or banned in every single game of the LPL, and we're coming to the end of week 3.
That's a very good point. For those of you who are enjoyers of Showmaker reaction image GIFs, Cassante has been the cause of a couple of them recently. And even with that, sadly, Rare Atom not able to find the angles which they would really love to. The Shy has been the better top laner in this game, has been the more impactful top laner this game on the Poppy, which has real value into every champion pretty much on the other side. Besides the Annie, didn't go for that Proto Belt, the Rocket Belt rather. But even then, Weibo getting such good value out of their champions, and this is such a different look from this team from Spring. They feel coordinated, they feel like they're on the same page, which was a sentiment we couldn't really repeat that often in Spring.
I mean, this is just a fantastic showing here from Weibo. It's what I wanted to see. It's what the expectations I kind of put onto them before we came into this game, is that I wanted to kind of see them smash RA. They're doing just that. Need to do it 2 times, so 1 time is good, 2 times is better, as we're going to see them just completely obliterate this Cassante in the top side. He has to flash away just to try and keep himself alive. Mole, 0 and 4. This Annie has had 0 to basically little to no presence at all in this game, and there's just not really a lot else here for the side of RA to do. 12,000 gold down. They're going to try and defend. I don't know if they can, but they're going to try.
Double teleports available from Weibo. Here comes Poppy again.
Nope, Crisp died because he went 1v4. The rest of his team kind of said, no, we're going to wait, and we're going to go 4v4 this. We're going to let you guys on RA have a little bit of a slightly more even fight. We'll see if you guys can take it. The Tristana is putting in work right now and putting in decent damage, so Aspem is doing well to kind of keep these health bars of Weibo honest, and no knockback available here for Xiaoshu, so Xiaohu and the rest of the gang from Weibo just going to recognize maybe we've gone a little bit too far forward, and just going to back ourselves away. We don't need to go over anything else. We can reset, get ourselves back on the map, and use the pressure from that mid lane inhibitor being down to get the rest of these turrets and inhibs.
Still, 4.4 thousand Baron power play. More than enough for a war chest for Weibo to go back to base, complete third, fourth items, and get back out onto the map. This was the play which broke open the base. Weibo, they have so many tanks. You mentioned this a little earlier into the game in regards to diving. Side lane turrets happens at this point in the game too. Later into the game, all those armor items built up for the likes of the Shy. This is very easy for the rest of the members of Weibo to follow up and deal the damage they need to.
We come back in. Of course, RA still very much in a large, deep hole, but if you've been watching LCS recently, you'll know that massive gold leads and everything as such are not exactly tantamount to winning the game. The Nexus does have to explode. And of course, while referencing the NRG versus Immortals game, which NRG were 10,000 gold up or something. Quite a lot up, to be perfectly honest. We'll see Leanne just get, like, you can't move of his own accord. It's like when you're on a trampoline with your friends and they just keep jumping you around and around. You can't get up. It's just the most upsetting feeling in the world. And finally gets himself out of that trampoline of death, but the rest of his house is burning down and he has no idea what's going on, and I don't even think he has an idea of how to stop it.
That is one horrific trampolining accident. Shy tried to do some of himself, but he's just gone.
Yep, he's dead. The Shy has to die every game. It is part of his new
this is
training
a dangerous
regimen.
pastime. I'm going to have to remind myself to not step foot on a trampoline.
Yeah,
This is how it works.
trampolines are dangerous, man. They are. They're fun, but they're dangerous. Talking from experience, when you hit the side and it's just a metal pole, you know, it's a lot. It's a lot.
Sounds a little bit like how Xiaohu has just been kind of like beaming most of Rare Atom in most of these fights. Seriously, the casks have been on point from Xiaohu, a player which, of course, we hold in very high expectations. You know, when we have so many good mid laners in the LPL, it's even when one of our elite mid laners kind of has a difficult split, there's so many others that you look towards, and sometimes you can forget that they've had a bit of a weaker split. Xiaohu on Weibo and Spring didn't really live up to the expectations which he has set of himself, but we absolutely know the peak this player has. He's going to get flashed on right here, avoids the stun with his own.
That was a little bit late there for the rest of RA to kind of react there. I felt like that was a great opportunity. Maybe, honestly, Mole should have just dropped down the Tibbers to get that extra little bit of range, but not to be. And Weibo, I mean, they could just wait. They have time on their side. They have super minions in the lanes. They know that there's no one who can really move up to this. And yeah, just put the Shy and Crisp on bouncer duty. You ain't got ID, son. You ain't coming in. So that's going to be Baron. Confirmed and secured here for Weibo. I will say it's taking a little longer there for them to finish off this game. We now have a 3-item Tristana. We now are getting towards a 3-item Annie on the opposite side of this as well. So there is still an opportunity. There is still a world where Weibo don't actually finish off this game. And that's a scary, scary prospect. All things considered, the Xiaoshu kind of moves forward.
Elder is available. That's 40 seconds on that. And even though you don't have flash on your Annie now, you have taken at least one flash away on the other side. Rare Atom, though, it is still very much against them in regards to the items in terms of the gold. Elder is a great and wonderful thing if you are behind in a game. There is always the chance of a steal. So Weibo can't afford to fall at the final hurdle despite their huge lead.
Not gonna try anyway, so we'll see them now moving forward onto this. They still have an Infernal Soul, still giving huge amounts of benefit to that. Throwing your ultimate there from Leanne onto the Shy, not ideal. You got double cannons here, Charles and Cormac just throwing in absolute damage here onto these things. That's why Xiaoshu has to walk forward here and try to get them within a safer range. They get one of them back, and that's going to be continual there, but Weiwei's already pushing it in this mid lane and top lane, so that's going to be more pressure here on the bottom, off of that bottom side and more into the rest of the lanes. And yeah, I mean, look, don't flip the Elder if you don't have to. They try to jump onto Weiwei, but he can turn off the lights. They're going to get the explosive cast out. That's going to force the flash away. Zatsum now no longer in the fight. Xiaoshu is dead. He tried to step up to the Zeri, and the Zeri said, pew, pew, you're dead. And this is going to be Weibo slowly but surely getting themselves all these kills. They had the Yuumi first pick for RA, but it just wasn't strong enough. They thought that Tristana was going to be able to, but sadly for them, things like the Poppy, things like the Nocturne just turned off the lights and killed any kind of momentum.
Didn't even have to go towards the Elder. Correct choice from Weibo. Don't chance the flip at that final objective of the game. Weibo, this is a team which we had high expectations of at the start of the year. Thought they'd be one of our hallowed super teams alongside your JDGs and your top esports, but super teams, sometimes they take a little while to get going. Weibo were no stranger to that one themselves, sadly, but they managed to come out with a very strong game here in game one. And much like we've been saying for the rest of this summer split, the games that which they've played, Weibo starting to look pretty good.
Yeah, they are. Also, my camera's just not focusing on me right now, so it's going to have to be a blurry mess for the moment as we figure that one out. But, I mean, great from start to finish from Weibo.
You can put like a blue filter on your screen. You can be like a little Force Ghost or something. Got any words of wisdom for Zasheen?
Don't focus on me. Focus on the wall. But yeah, I mean, look, straight up, it was a great kind of from start to finish from Weibo. RA didn't really have any kind of big playmaking moves. It kind of came down to Mole, and to be perfectly honest, Mole didn't do anything. It just felt like if Mole wasn't making the plays in those mid to late game team fights, there was no angle for the side of RA, because you had to kind of give this Tristana and Yuumi a front to back, which meant that Shazwani and the K'Sante had to be in front of them.
And I think the real killer blow was, I was expecting it to be around bot side when the Tristana would get dove at some point by the first Nocturne ult of the game. It actually came when that first Nocturne ult went top side, and it set the Shy up for real success in that individual matchup. K'Sante, as you said midway through that game, has been incredibly high presence in the LPL. It is basically always
literally 100%.
It's been everywhere, and every team knows how to play. Everyone knows how important K'Sante is. But that first kill comes into top side, and then suddenly they're behind a level. Suddenly Xiaoshu can't control the lane matchup in the way that he wants to, which means that you don't only have a losing bot lane where the Nautilus can start pushing in, and a losing mid lane where the Gragas starts comboing up with huge casts. Your top lane, which was meant to be a point of power for you, also starts to fall apart, and that removed any platform which Rare Atom could have made plays off of.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely kind of like figuring out where Adam can kind of come back into this one. I feel like the draft was solid enough, but the Tristana just wasn't really going to work, unfortunately, for them. It did do fairly decent damage towards the end, but you can see just, again, without that lack of very solid engage, it's the trade-off when you go for an Enchanter in that bot side instead of something like a Nautilus. You don't really have that extra side engage that can kind of help, you know, dive onto your team or set up things for success. So curious to see if they do what they do to change up the draft in this next game. But for Weibo, can't say they put a foot wrong, to be perfectly honest. A couple of small moments in the late game where they maybe disrespected RA's damage a little bit too much underneath the towers, but they were so far ahead, it really didn't matter.
Yeah, and particularly because their vision control was exemplary throughout the entire game, it just made their options really versatile. They could go for whatever they wanted to. And they almost threw in the base the one time, got a little bit fast and loose with how they tried to end the game the very first time of asking, but didn't really derail their hopes for this game. So going into game 2, Rare Atom, despite them also being a team which have come out of spring into summer and have picked up a decent amount of wins, they've been doing fairly well. They've just been outclassed in this first game, despite the fact that they had the first pick Yuumi, which has been a champion of, huge priority here in the LPL. Again, couldn't quite make it work. The rest of the map just could not find ways to get priority and make plays across the map.
Yeah, 7-1-7, 43% of their team's damage. That is Zerrying if I've ever seen it in my life. And yeah, for RA, back to the drawing board. Figure it out. Weibo, I need to see them 2-0 this. I need to see them consistently come out of this and go, cool, we're good. 2-0, no problems whatsoever. Next series, please. But we'll have to wait and see. We're going to head to a quick break, and when we return, we'll have picks and bans.
복구를 시켜야 될 것 같아요. 전력 있는 거요.
다이온을 상대로
예. 근데 모건이 한 명은 날려도 가다가는 그냥 그러니 스파이더맨. 와, 된 거죠. 스파이더맨.
Coming for the throne. I don't need no help. Why me do it on my own? Back against the wall, ain't no backing down.
TP de novo, Croc sem flash. Vai ter que dar uma volta completa e aí vai ser difícil demais. Será que dá? Será que dá? A Loud tenta um milagre, no máximo disparo a distância, acabando conseguindo. Vai tentar agora batalha com o Barão. É pra definir o jogo. Eliminação do cima do Weiser. Caiu um, caiu dois. Foi embora o Carioca. Perde agora também o suporte aqui pra Loud. Perdeu os céus. O Dinquedo faz linha de frente. Quase amassa por ali o Tinoz. O Robô vai ser penalizado. Ele vai sair do cronômetro. Round! É quadra kill!
Going hard and going home. Coming for the throne. I don't need no help. Why me do it on my own?
They're just going to try to fight it front to back with a 4v5. They got Page 1 on the side, but he can't do anything. They've already gone down with Yuyaja and a big insect on the Huan Fong. Xiao Hao consistently making the difference. And AL, they are hungry, they are bloody, but they will beat down TT.
Drop the ball, yeah, I'm clutch like Rich. Light work, I beat all the odds, got them pissed.
コントロールワードを消したリキャップがフラッシンからのティバーズハニーはただスタンが入っていないセント M からの開始からの英雄降臨。さあリキャップとの 1v1 オールアウトナップイコライザーを敷いてはいますが、今度は上に全員で駆け抜けてハニーがダメージ出すことに成功。一人で残っているユージョはなんとかソウルが 倒すことで成功しましたが、いやただチャコラムがとんでもないソウルフラッシュあるぞトリプルキルからクアドラだ
ので、そこにオートアタックしてしまって、
なるほど、それでオートアタックモーションが1回遅かった。
なのでアフィリオスのオートアタックが届いた。
ただドラゴンはかわし
取れるか、
どうだ、取れない、実質ペンタ、いやペンタ
こんなに長いのクワドラって。
Call me Mister, I handle biz, lot of blood, lot of tears, what it took to get here.
로코라. 그리고 또 봐요. 근데 앞으로 제리를 못 잡았어요.
넥슨이요 넥슨도 땡겨와라 죽여라 죽이지도 못하면 넥슨 깨면서
Consistently pressuring this inhibitor. He's already gotten it, but I don't think he can get anything more than this. So he can realistically TP, but he's gonna get stopped by Fearness.
He can fight.
He stole it!
Oh my
Phoenix
god!
stole the bag!
No way! No freaking way! Phoenix steals the Baron! No way!
Shield doesn't block it. Are you serious?
Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side. Bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side. Bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, you don't want to see the monster inside of me, 'cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side. Bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side. Bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I may be more patient than the others. I tolerate the stress and all the mess and all the headache you bring. But listen to me, you'd rather have my good side than a dedicated enemy. 'Cause I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. You don't want to see the monster inside of me, 'cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side. Bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side?
队伍的起伏，我更多觉得是可能自己状态有问题吧，然后自己调整就好。13.1，我个人认为还是看人吧，就是每个人都有自己玩的好的英雄。自己的表现的话，其实还是 有点不好吧，然后后面会自己做好。
Everyone has their own signature champions. It's all about how you perform on the day. Welcome back, one and all, to the
You're in
LPL.
focus.
We are... Yes, I am focused up now. I'm ready to go into the second game. But of course, we got to talk about our MVP before we go into that second game. I'm not quite sure who it was. I don't believe I heard it. But
Chris,
I'm going to go ahead and say it was the Zeri. Probably the Zeri who got the MVP. No! Boom!
No, it's one
Chris,
hooky
my
boy.
Let's go! Awesome. That's awesome to see. I'm so glad to see some supports getting some love. But great to see it. Yeah, Chris had an incredible game.
He did. He was so key to the vision control that was put down that set up for the big plays, which put them ahead in the game. That's often a very underrated part of the game in regards to, where was this ward placed, when was it placed, which then kind of tipped the game. We saw it pretty obviously on our screens, though, when it came into some of the first big ultimates of the game and coming in from the Nocturne. Chris did such a good job of roaming around the map, set up that play on top side, set up around the map outside of that too. A very comprehensive performance. All round, just a good game from Chris.
Yeah, really, really good game. And look, this one may look a little bit like he just came up with kill steal, but the funny thing is that if he's not there, Leyen probably turns around, and that's a 1-for-1 trade. So the fact that he is there, Leyen thinks about a second, kind of gives himself a second thought and goes, well, I don't really want to trade 2-for-1 in that regard. So really, really well played here from Chris just to kind of get himself around the map, like he mentioned, and just being the engage for his team. This time around, it was all the Shy jumping over that wall with the blast code, but him following up with hooks and CC. It's just, again, so oppressive, this champion is. Literally the most CC in the game.
And if you are going to start referring to Weibo as a team which is, likely in playoffs, likely going towards the top of the table and trying to contend for Summer Trophy at the best of their expectations, a lot of how you need to view a team like that is how are they approaching jungle support synergy, jungle mid support synergy. All of these things are very important at the top level of play. Having a player like Crisp on good form is absolutely central to that. And I think that is one of the big differences between Spring and Summer, is the fact that that connective tissue, that stuff which kind of makes everyone kind of tick and go between themselves in these big rotations, is looking a lot more clean from Weibo coming into Summer.
Absolutely. And I think I love that you brought that up as well, that you need someone like Chris on form, you need everyone kind of on form. The LPL is such a stacked league in terms of talent that you can't really get away with having a bad one position or two or three people who aren't really kind of pulling their weight, and a star AD carry or a star top lane or a mid lane. You kind of need a star player in every single role in order to kind of step up to the rest of them, because, you look at BLG at the start of spring, a lot of people are like, look, we'll see how they go. Elk's decent, but like it's all been the top side, and little by little, bit by bit, everyone's been stepping up. Shun, On, Yagao, all have started to become like a top 3 in the league, and this is where you start to kind of see that you cannot just sit on your laurels and wait to wait for this to kind of happen, or your star player to carry you. You have to be able to carry from every lane.
That is a great point, because when I think of teams which impressed me, but only through a single player, they all capped out in mid-table. I think Team WE with Shanks in the mid lane springs to mind. I think Yukal on his team of TT as well springs to mind. Maybe someone like Doggo on Ultra Prime. You've got a couple of these teams which just about make it into playoffs or make it a roundabouts there, but they can't really go beyond that point. Hell, you could even look like a team like LNG at points and say, oh, Scout was really, really good. Tarzan was really good, and they had like the mid-jungle working well. But even that couldn't see themselves through to a real kind of successful story through in spring. The teams which succeeded in spring had power across the board. JDG, of course, BLG, OMG, and even to a point EDG as well when they were on form. They're much more kind of holistic teams. They weren't spiky in one role. That's just not the way that the LPL currently functions.
No, it is not. And then unfortunately for teams, as you mentioned, WE, and of course, WE is still undefeated. We'll see. They're on a bit of a break.
They're looking good in summer. That's different.
Yeah,
in spring, they were like, it was the Shank show.
Exactly,
but right now, they're looking good.
They're looking good, but also they've only played 3 series. They have a week off as they're going to the Asian Games qualifiers right now as the representative for China for the moment. So we'll see how it all kind of comes back for them. But I do agree with you. Like certain teams that you're kind of looking at as well, you're kind of saying like you can't just rest on this one player to hope and pray it kind of comes out for you. And again, we've seen it multiple times as well, is that, for BLG and for JDG, is that even when, Knight has a bad game or 369 doesn't really kind of pop off the way he does, you still have Kanavi, Ruler, Missing. You still have these incredible names right on your roster to kind of pick you back up and go, it's fine. Yes, you had a bad game, but because you're allowed to have those 1 or 2 off moments, it doesn't mean that, the team's going to fall apart. And that's what we kind of see from a lot of the more successful teams in the LPL. Whereas, as you mentioned, when you only have one real kind of star player, if he's not popping off, you're not winning. And a lot of the time here, that's also just not enough. So we'll see if anything kind of changes here. But for Weibo, everyone's starting to pop off. Everyone's starting to build themselves up. And for honestly, just in my own sanity, and of course the sanity of Cadril as well, the fact that the Shy isn't inting absolutely crazy like in these last few matches, it's got to feel good for Weibo.
And by doing it with some different champions as well, bringing out the Poppy, it's not the most popular top lane pick right now. But if you can make it work there, then suddenly you've got a flex between jungle and top lane. Most of the time it's kind of played as this absolutely like psycho first 2 clear jungler where you hit level 3 and you just continually gank ever across the map. If you have that as a flex towards top lane, we can scale up and have a bit more economy under your belt so you can become an actual tank. It changes the way that you can draft around it. It changes the way that you can play around that pick. So Weibo, they are a team which, at the start of the year, which we had these expectations, and that's a word which is going to come up a lot because that was all we were talking about in regards to them, that you have one of the greatest players of all time in multiple roles. The Shy, one of the greatest top laners of all time. Xiaohu, one of the greatest mid laners of all time. Heck, they started the year with Caster in the jungle as well, of great renown. Of course, Weiwei is coming into summer, which going to have that conversation at other points because it seems like he's doing pretty well for the team as compared to what Caster did. But yeah, when you have these great players of great renown, having that flexibility to give everyone else an easier job also helps as well.
Absolutely. And look, we'll wait to see what Weibo can do in this next game. But I think for RA, I mean, no matter where do you start right now, because it just feels like we didn't really get any kind of, proper setup for them. And nothing happens,
I am wondering whether you bring in Strive and you just say, look, Strive, even if Mole is a fairly consistent player, Strive is a playmaker. And what we saw in the first game is that no one could really could do that. But just hearing from production, there are no subs submitted. I was wondering about it, though, because Strive is... I like Strive. I think he's a good player. I think he's a good playmaker. And I wonder if that could have helped Rare Atom find some of the plays that they were missing in that first game.
Yeah, I mean, look... This has kind of been the formula right now for RA. They're not quite sure who wants to be the mainstay in that mid lane.
Oh, I misheard. It is there. Hey, nice.
Yeah, there it is. It is there. So Strive's going to be coming in. Mole going to be coming out. And they'll see how they kind of go for it. And this is the thing as well. Like, yes, Mole, if you talk to a certain caster on our team, has shown incredible highs in previous years. But I will be totally honest and say that we haven't really seen that from him in such a long time. It really does feel like we have been ages away from that kind of performance, like, back on V5 and such like that, where he was popping off. He was kind of performing consistently enough to warrant the praise he's gotten. Honestly, if I'm totally honest, every single game I've seen with Strive so far, I've been left wanting. I've kind of been sitting there going, okay, that was fine, but it wasn't exceptional. It wasn't pop-off worthy. And I would rather see Strive, who, as you said, is a playmaker, kind of have that opportunity to push him to the forefront and give him opportunities to make his mark.
And it gives the Rare Atom team an unprecedented opportunity to market themselves to the international audience by creating a Netflix documentary, Strive to Survive. I think that would do really well for the team. No one knows Formula One. It's going to seem like a really weird comment to make. Trust me, I've been thinking, it's just been on my brain for absolutely forever. But Strive is a playmaker from that middle. It's great. I've been thinking about that for ages.
It's amazing. It's amazing. I'm not questioning about it. That sounds awesome. I'm in. I'm invested.
Well, we'll come around to lap two on this on the Weibo Grand Prix. Not going to have the Nico though. Is Strive. That's of course one of the picks which he's been doing very well at. Of course, many of our LPL mid laners have loved playing the mind games there. I think in the first game we also saw the Ari as the last ban. Same again, despite the mid lane change.
Yeah, taking away this area as we mentioned, and this time around we're going to go. The Gnar is still left open available. Maybe RA is saying, look, it doesn't matter. Again, we're going to get the Annie here, but this time around, I will normally say, it's like, look, the Annie didn't do a lot in that last game. It was literally a different person last game. It was not Strive in this team last time around, but now
wow,
Weibo,
you look so different. I'm a different person.
It literally changes. It's like when a movie franchise or a series changes actor midway. You're just kind of like, wait a minute. But now we're going to see Weibo kind of forcing the hand here of RA and saying, look, we're getting the Xayah, we got the Gragas. They're trying to hard force, I feel like, RA to either pick away the Rakan right now or to invest in something like a Lucian Nami this early on. And it means that the Gragas kind of goes a little bit uncontested for the moment. But no, they're going to say, look, we're going to take your Rakan, no problem. We'll bring in the Nautilus.
And well, not the big change from game one. No Yuumi so far. Not picked, not banned, passed up as a first pick, and with the Xayah locked in very early, I think Rare Atom see the Xayah locked in and say, if they pick in Xayah Rakan, we are going to fall apart early. So they try and lock in that Nautilus. They do so. Feather, of course, replacing On as the youngest supporter in the LPL. On is now the second youngest supporter in the LPL. Feather picking up that mantle for himself, but it's going to be a much more early game centric bot lane from Rare Atom. I think that's very important. It'll hopefully allow Assume and Feather to take over a little bit more playmaking duty from the bot side of the map and stop Crisp from having such an important performance as he did in game 1.
I think that's the big thing as well, is that, you know, you want to try and limit Crisp. He was just given too much freedom. And that's the thing as well. I think that the way that pros and teams have been able to counteract the Yuumi is that, yes, you're super safe in that bot lane. That's awesome. Great for you. I'm just going to leave. You know, I'm just going to go off and farm. Not only does that give my
people need
farm,
me.
Yeah. But not only does that give you opportunities then around the map, but then it also gives you the opportunity to kind of go, well, my AD carry's not really under threat either because the Yuumi doesn't have a CC anymore. So little things like that you can kind of, you know, see the meta kind of changing around how Yuumi is being pictured and stuff like that. And even in this game, not picked, not bans, left open here between both teams as they recognize, look, they just value things like the hard CC that little bit more.
I think particularly when you got snowballed on so heavily in the early game, you can't allow that to happen. However, with the Nautilus locked in and the point-and-click CC coming from the mid lane, Lien gets their Nidalee removed from them. Of course, a great player, that champion. Brought it out a little bit in spring. The champion is very hard to pull off at the pro level, though, at the current matchup. You miss one spear, you die once in the early game. Things start to fall apart. Either way, we're paying some respect there. Maybe wondering now if they can go towards... I was wondering if the Wukong would make it through those bans. Not going to be the case. Could potentially go towards something like that Kha'Zix. But as it stands, it feels like they're hovering over a couple of champions which should not be going towards that jungle. Maybe leaving jungle to the last pick.
Quite possibly. We'll see the Wukong banned away there. So the Vi and the Wukong and the Nocturne taken off of the board for the moment. We're both thinking about going towards something. But yeah, I was going to say, there's no real reason to... not, kind of blind, or no real reason to blind your top laner here, especially with the Shy, having much more preference to be able to kind of see what he's going into before he locks something in. So going with the Kha'Zix, who was banned last by RA in the previous game. They had to leave it open this time around as they did not want the Nocturne to get out of the ban phase. And Kha'Zix can do a hell of a lot of work. And again, against things like the Jinx, where if you're able to jump on top of her, without kind of, the Nautilus there right beside her to peel off for her, it can be incredibly difficult for the side of RA to deal with.
And the secondary play pattern is you just build Umbral Glaive and you still do loads of damage, but also you become very, very good at enabling your engaged champions like the Gragas and the Rakan in this game to come out of Fog of War because there are just less wards on the map. So the ward control from Weibo was incredibly good in game 1. They have a little bit of extra help from that in game 2 from their jungler's itemization. They're locking in a tank for that top lane. Malphite locked into that Cassante. So Xiaoshu, despite getting this late lock into the Cassante, once again, it's not first picked, it's not early picked. It's going to be another fairly neutralizing matchup for him in this game.
And honestly, I like this from the Shy as well. Just getting himself a champion that can just soak up the damage or the pressure from the Cassante. Never really in danger. I think that's the way we're kind of seeing people kind of deal with the Cassante. It's probably why we haven't seen a Scion go into the Cassante in quite a while, because the Scion doesn't really get away from the Cassante once he goes all out. It's very difficult for the Scion to actually kind of, stay safe if he doesn't have his flash. Versus things like the Poppy that we saw in the last game and now the Malphite, you can ult your way, either you or the enemy Cassante, away from you and keep yourself safe. So really like to see that. And I like the little adaptation we did see there from the side of Weibo to try and maybe, or not from Weibo, from RA to try and take away the Poppy into that matchup as they picked it up for Leon in that jungle. But there was always an answer here for the Shy as he does pick up that Malphite here. But now, jumping into this game, I feel like both teams have their win conditions. I still need to see more from Rare Atom. I need to see them be a lot more aggressive now that they have this Poppy in the jungle.
Poppy in the jungle. Once you get to level 3, the game is, you're at full build at that point. You have reached level 3. You go absolutely psycho and you try and gank everywhere across the map. Having the Nautilus for the very easy setup, having the Andy for point and click as well can very much help that. So Weibo needs to be very respectful of what Rare Atom can actually do in this early game compared to game 1.
We are jumping onto the Rift for game number 2, also 3. See if Weibo can finish it off cleanly, get themselves up to a 4-2 scoreline, bringing themselves a little bit closer to the top of the table, or if RA will be dragging them all the way down into a game 3 of this series. We'll have to wait and see, as we're going to go straight into this one here as the Gyos ring through.
least I hope so. I actually can't hear them right now. So there we go. There's the crowd. There they are. In the
I
back, like,
assume,
oh, where'd they go?
assume
There
with
we go.
the picture-in-picture, they're on. There's some kind of shouting going
Yeah.
on. You know?
It's a good way to think about it. Shy walking up into river, doing a bit of battle warding very early on. Making sure he sees where Xiao Shu is. And looking at this early game, of course, again, it does feel like everything is on to what's going to happen with this Poppy. Poppy falls off from the jungle role later into the game. Yes, you have some use in later game team fights where you can kind of shove the front line away with that ultimate. However, it is really about that level 3 power spike and then using that as best you can across the map. Wait, gonna have some information as to where enemy jungle is going to start because we saw that ward put down into the bottom river. I believe that was Lian's. Can't remember if it was exactly, but either way, should know he's starting on bot side. So information from Weibo on jungle starts.
Information is key, and even a lack of information, if you have information of another side, is still information. So you can discern whatever you need from there. And I like the side that see that Weibo are being very, very cautious here. They know how aggressive this Poppy can become. Yeah, so they're just saying, look, you know what? We're going to pop down a couple of defensive wards all around pretty much every side of our jungle that we feel like the Poppy could go towards after a first clear. So like to see that from Weibo, respecting Lian on this pick. And honestly, you kind of have to, as you mentioned, the Poppy at level 3 just so powerful. And the way they're able to kind of move this. But now, level 2 hit in this bot side. We are going to see the traps enabled and engaged, but not going to see much else apart from a lot of health from Chris being taken away. But he's a Rakan, so he should be able to heal that back pretty safely.
It's a solid level 2 from Feather and Assume. Does mean that you get the HP advantage, you get the push advantage, and you burn some pots off of Chris Rakan. And currently, Strive has the push in mid lane. So compared to last game, Rare Item have push in bot, they have push in mid, and they have the ability for Lian to go into the enemy jungle. Early ward, though, which we highlighted from Xiaohu earlier, means that Weiwei will have information of where that Poppy could be.
Weiwei now going to recognize that Lian is up on this top side. So Lian, unfortunately for him, not going to be able to pick up that first of the Krugs, but still trying to see if he can fight for this one here. Difficult when Weiwei's already got himself his level 3, so he's able to take all that one there. And I mean, Lian took the bait. I don't know if Weiwei really wanted it, but at the end of the day, he's still coming out with the camp lead for the moment. And with the pressure in mid and top, I don't think Weiwei is going to be able to contest for this red.
He did a pretty good job of securing those Krugs and had a good trade afterwards, but those pushing lanes, as you were mentioning, they are the difference maker in this early game. So, Rare Atom, they have themselves a platform to make plays off of, which was very different from game 1. Weiwei going to walk down to this bot side scuttle. Recall's coming out from bot lane soon enough, though. That potentially allows these bot lanes to have themselves a play coming off of the reset. Crisp, Light, they have the ability to push this one in. Very interested to see what happens with the first support resets to the game, whether they get themselves out onto the map.
Shy is taking a aggressive trade into Xiaoshu, and the reason why is because Xiaoshu recognizes that he has his jungler. Lian, though, going straight in on top of the Malphite. Does burn the flash from the Shy, but nothing else to be done. And in fairness, fair bit of health bar resources used there by RA to try and make that work.
So Shy loses that flash all the same. So Rare Atom, once again, a bit of a mini victory across the map. They haven't managed to find themselves kills yet. They found themselves one flash. They found themselves a camp in the enemy jungle, one of those red buffs. It's not really the biggest victory ever. So Weibo, now they get themselves a chance to reset. And as you can see, Crisp coming back onto the map. Really interested in seeing where he goes from the space. Currently walking down that mid lane. This is a tip for all you support players out there. After you recall and you go out onto the map for the first time, actually Holden's that thought maybe a knockup comes through. It hits, decent amount of damage, not going to be a kill though. What you can do is you can walk just into mid lane, and it gives you enough time to respond to if you want to just go bot lane, or respond to a play in bot river or in mid lane. It doesn't lose you that much time. You don't need to be there for every minion in bot side. So Chris just has a look in mid, doesn't find anything, goes happily back towards bot lane. Same with Feather here.
Yeah, not only that, but it also means that your AD carries do end up getting a little bit of free time in that bot side, so it gets them closer to a level 6, which for something like a Xayah in particular, definitely very valuable to have access to that Feather Storm. So this has been your PSA from Nymera into your support matchups to be able to kind of set you up for better solo queue adventures.
Support service announcement.
Yeah. I feel like everyone's going to benefit from it, but we now see Lian moving aggressively towards these Raptors, and now knows that Weiwei, despite all the aggressive moves here coming in, has actually been able to get himself a little bit of a level. He's just been kind of hard farming, waiting to get up to that level 6, and obviously that Umbral Glaive. As now we see the top side, Xiaoshu and the Shy trade out their ultimates. But maybe they want to try and turn this one right back around. Yep, they're going to jump in and see Xiaoshu does have Flash. Flash is just in time to make sure he's out of range of getting that hit by that auto attack. So now Weiwei does burn that one for himself. Strive did move in here. It's going to be difficult for him to really burn down the Shy. I say that is huge damage coming in. I misspoke. Strive definitely had enough there, and that's a really nice move there from the RA mid laner.
Strive to survive, baby. First strike adds on the extra damage, and this is the kind of plays which we needed to see from Rare Atom. Bot side working well for them too.
Oh, Weibo almost got themselves feathered down, and I feel like if Leyen wasn't off to the sides there, it definitely could have led to a pretty bad situation. They'll now know the Poppy is around. They have to try and be a bit more respectful for this. It's a bad time, though, for them because this wave is huge. They really want to try and soak this up, but they will. I just don't feel like the side of RA really wants to go for something else. As Xiaoshu recognizing, hey, I had a free mid, so I want to try and go for this one. Flash in right on top of the Gragas. Will he be able to get out? That is the question. There's an explosive cast. He does have a belly bop available to him. Does try to turn this one back around with a flash over the wall, and Xiaohu will keep himself alive.
I feel like we saw that in game 1. They're having to flash away, use the cask, and somehow getting his way out of that one. Does it again, does Xiaohu, but the whole tapestry of the game has changed. The Shy doesn't have ult or flash this time either. If a knockback happens from Xiaoshu, this is probably a dead Malphite again. He has to push in the wave though. Dies for his wave state, but it's an awkward moment for the Shy.
Yeah, a little awkward, unfortunately, as he's just kind of smacking down Xiaoshu as best he can. The minions are trying to help out their master, but it's not going to be done, and this is kind of a bit of the Shy that we have seen for the last few seasons, or few splits, to be perfectly honest. And once he starts kind of falling behind, it does start to feel like a bit of a torrent of force that you can kind of just keep getting water from for RA. So we'll see if they can gain more out of it, because right now they are getting a lot from it. Yes.
It's where, like, you see all the wildlife going to. He's like, yes, the Shy, he feeds us here. He keeps us healthy and nourished. And once again, the Shy does go down. But this is a product of Rare Atom unlocking bot lane and stopping Chris from having free roam across the map. Again, one of the most important things the support can do is get those important early rotations off your first few bases of the game, which we highlighted earlier, but also Lien having a much easier jungle matchup with priority from his lanes to support him in his own endeavors. Rare Atom, they've adapted well from game 1 to game 2.
I've adapted well, and Weiwei does use his ult and jumps away, but does not go invisible quick enough. So Flash from Strife puts him in range of the Q, and this is the kind of setup I'm saying. We're going to see a flash forward here on top of Light as Feather tries to keep himself there, and on Weibo looking for these plays, but it's just not the moves right now. One good hook from Feather might be enough to get him under the tower, but that's not going to follow on just there. But great moves in this early game here from RA as they just continually put pressure here around the map.
I'm telling you, man, I want that Netflix documentary. Get it out there. Strive and Lien comping up once again in this mid lane. Xiaohu, the only lane to have not suffered a death so far, and where you can add that to the list as well as not a laner, but an honorary laner, I suppose. Jungle, not quite in the linear sense of the word, but Weibo, they are going to have to now prop themselves their way out of this mess, because you have a very fed Annie coming out onto the map for the next point in the game, and the problem now with someone like the Shy is that if you end up going into something like the Leandries coming out of Strive, and there are a couple of HP builders on the side of on the Weibo, not that many, so it's not the hugest value, but either way, Annie can be a huge problem for their team later into the game. And if you are starting to fall behind because your Zyra can't push up like we see in this replay here, just not free to push up, you're going to have some huge issues with Weibo in the way that they approach team fights and skirmishes later into the game.
It is a 2,500 gold lead. Great here for RA. And again, like you mentioned, kind of keeping themselves and keeping everyone on the side of Weibo just pinned down. Not really much you can do from there. I will say there's a plenty of summoners have been burnt. The opportunity cost, if you will, for getting those kills from mid into bot lane. But we'll see if it ends up working out in their favor, as right now RA are sitting pretty. And it does come down to why I'm so, I suppose, lukewarm, shall we say, on Weibo as a team, because again, game 1, incredible. Could not have put a foot wrong. Had a bit of fun at the end, but it doesn't matter. They'd earned themselves that because they were so far ahead. Game 2, it looks like a completely different team.
Weibo, a team with inconsistencies still to work out. The potential is absolutely there. We've talked about that one enough, and I'm sure many of you recognizing the names on the roster can understand exactly why. But in the second game, Raratem showing their own pedigree. They're not necessarily the names which first come to mind when you think about the ultra elite talent of the LPL, but the Raratem are a team which have managed to take some scalps over time. Spring, they didn't manage to make playoffs, but they were close enough to it. Their start to the spring was a strong performance. Couldn't match it towards that end. In summer, though, starting off at 2 and 3, and if they pick up a win here, have to really start putting them into a conversation as potential playoffs team. 3 and 3 is not a bad benchmark for them from the first 6 series.
Absolutely not. And I think RA, on the back of Xiaoshu and Stripe, to be perfectly honest, as well, feels like they are just kind of working towards this a bit better. But Xiaohu and Wei now realize, oh, hang on, we're not the ones setting a trap. We are the ones getting trapped, and they are just going to put Xiaohu in the bounce house. Leyen picks up that kill. I mean, that's just really good game sense here from RA, recognizing, look, if they're here, we win.
And this Nautilus pick is paying off huge dividends for Raratem. They went past the Yumi, they didn't pick it, they didn't ban it, and they saw the Xayah come in early and they said, okay, that's Xayah Rakan. We don't want to play something that can't get early plays out on the map. Feather, youngest support in the LPL, picks up the Nautilus, combos up with his jungler well in game 1, just like Chris did with Weibo with the same picks in game 1.
This is why you can't really have off games or off series against anyone in the LPL. It just feels like it's such a difficult one, but now with Rifter being dropped down, big play potentially coming in here. Xiaohu now on the backside here. We're going to see the steadfast presence trying to stop in the engage, but they're jumping straight in on top of Asum, who has nowhere left to go. One last feather puts him right into the grave, and finally Weibo spring to life and get themselves a really good kill. And the important thing is they get those kills right before the dragon.
That is huge from Weibo. Gold in pocket, gold in Light's pocket. He's popped that cull. He gets himself the Kraken Sled before this fight and gets himself an extra lump sum of gold just as that comes through. It's before 14 minutes, of course. The teleport changes from 14 minutes to 10 minutes in terms of when you can teleport to anything on the map, coming out absolutely huge. And Xiaohu finally makes his entrance onto the map.
Finally gets himself, got a little bit sick and tired of where this game was going, and finally makes a play here for himself. And again, it's just really good read here, a really deep ward. There's just no way that RA could have even anticipated it.
And I would love to know who put that ward down. I would imagine it was someone like Crisp. He did that a lot in game 1. The vision control from Weibo set up plays for them to win the game in game 1, and in game 2 starts off one of their biggest plays so far. They need to follow that up. Lian going towards this dragon. Weibo weren't able to stick around. And now, Weibo, they don't have themselves all of the tools to fight this. They're going to let it go. I don't think that is the worst decision ever, particularly because they're still behind in gold. If they can use this to soak up a couple more waves, get a better reset, and not chance a fight from behind in the game, you can understand why they would rather live to fight another day.
Yeah, look, as much as I would love to, for them to be able to kind of get that play and then turn it into objective, getting the gold, as you mentioned earlier, definitely still very valuable. And they had already taken the first dragon, so they're not really under threat of a soul just yet. So they bought themselves a bit of extra time as we come back into now. It's about 2,000 gold leads, so very much a, not a huge amount to kind of go for it. And Light is still kind of keeping tit for tat. So those 2 kills, massive in his kind of, fight to come back into this bot side. And I always feel like Xayah is just such an interesting carry in the grand scheme of the game, just because you have such power with your own setup in terms of the feathers being drawn back and rooting people down to the ground.
And also because Raratem, they don't have, you have the Jinx, which is long range, but everyone else is getting up close and personal. If Light can play out the fights well and has a good ultimate, those feathers are going to wreak absolute havoc, especially against the lower range members of the top side of Raratem. Feather messes a hook, or if he goes in a little too deep, he can be prey to that as well. So Light, watch his positioning. It's all on him in regards to Weibo finding themselves the good
flash on Asum.
They're going through the choke point. This is going to be really difficult.
Here we go. Hook comes out. Going to jump straight in on top of Crisp, and Feather picks up that kill. The Feathers go flying, and they drag them all the way back. So that's going to be the Rift Herald picked up and secured. The Shy is still hovering around here. They don't know exactly where he is. And Asum still doesn't have flash. Now they know where he is. Now, you will not be caught out on this particular flank. So now with the Tibbers and the Rift Herald, plenty of pets to be able to tank up these towers. And they can keep going. RA are not afraid of this engage right now because they know where it's coming from.
They get another charge. Can they stay for the turret? That'll be a little bit ballsy. They're going to walk up either way. As he said, they had that Tibbers. The Feathers going to root up Xiaoshu, but that's about it. So Weibo, they go through the choke point. Can't quite get the Feathers in the right position. Crisp goes down for free. Rare Atom continuing to keep the pace of the game in their favor. They couldn't draw Weibo into a fight around that dragon last time, but they forced a fight with that Herald. Now they're going to have a lot more control. Oh, Feather's just caught now.
Yeah. Not going to be able to go for it. Feather going to try and see if he can turn this one right back around, though. TP going to be coming in from the Shy, who still has that unstoppable force. They get themselves a nice little bit of CC on the Feather, but does he go down? That is the question. Yes, he does. Crisp, with a little bit of supportal combat, gets himself another kill. But what else can you get from that? The Shy kind of came in and didn't really have anything to do because the play was already done.
So I think the only thing Weibo are going to get from this is, one, the kill gold, and then two, the wards which they're dropping down here. That is a big win for them because they have you know, a lot of ability to get picked off by the same tools that they used in the last game. That Nautilus being very, very important around this. The vision control really working out now, and you can see this. Lian going to fall prey to it himself.
Yeah, they're not going to commit the Shy's ultimate just yet. He's really holding on to that one right there. He wants to just try and find it as a last-minute thing to kind of really get benefit out of it, but not really going to lead to much else in the map. And Weibo just kind of get themselves a kill, get a little bit of gold, but still 3,000 gold down, and RA still looking the better of the two teams in this game too.
Yeah, they get themselves a really good fight around this choke point. The Rakan is not very tanky. Gets completely CC'd 100-0. The Shy wasn't there in position to disrupt that CC combo in any way, sense, or form. And now Weibo, they don't have themselves an outer turret to play around either. So vision control around is the jungle entrance is going to be harder to work out. The recall does come off for luckily for Shahu, but you won't be able to protect this top lane outer turret. Rare Atom, so they're taking structures across the map. They're getting themselves some vision towards that top side jungle. Weibo, they need to be very careful about the next few minutes. They don't have control over both sides of the jungle.
And then I love that you kind of talk about the control that RA have, and it comes down to this mid lane turret being down. You saw it on the minimap there. Because that mid lane tier 1 is down for the side of Weibo, they didn't have control to be able to kind of push up and defend their top side. It meant that RA could kind of lean up towards it. I'm going to stop myself very quickly as there's a little bit of a ultimate coming in. Great cast to try and catch him out. They're going to try and jump straight back in on top of Chris, though. And like you said, he's just not very tanky. Asom is just so low, but he survives. I don't even know how. Xiaohu will refuse, though, to let this one go to the wayside. It's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Weibo. But RA, they're getting scrappy, and they're loving it.
They are. They do get a bit punished at this point, losing the fight 2-for-1. Lian's getting a bit isolated from the rest of his team. Very lucky to get out of that one with more members intact. Assume got very, very low. A little bit later into that one. Weibo, they walk away with a bit more gold, and they walk away by actually contesting this vision control and getting away with this. Crisp dies for this attempt, but look what he ends up doing. He ends up interrupting the blast cone knockup, so Feather is stuck on the other side of the wall, which means that Rare Atom have to kind of bail out their support who's caught out of position. Crisp goes down, but buys enough space to just about make it work. The only really thing which Weibo are ruining is the fact that the support is just not tanky enough to make it through that alive.
Yeah, it really does feel like Crisp kind of has to throw himself in there and be that engaged to let the rest of his team do that damage, because Lord knows the Shy hasn't been doing it so far this game. Hey, look, I'm not a hater, but at the same time, there's a lot of hype around the Shy.
Kind of sounds like
it sounds like I'm being a hater. You're absolutely right, but it does feel like whenever I'm casting the Shy, he just does nothing. Like, he's not a detriment to his team. He's just not doing anything. And I'm just like, you know what? Maybe sometimes someone can be overhyped. You know, maybe the propaganda from Cadril streams is a little bit too much. You know, you gotta try and keep these things in mind.
Oh, man. Well, for every game 1 show you have in this series, you have a game 2 where he's just there going, hey guys, I've died in top lane again, and the rest of the team goes, it's okay, the Shy, we're gonna go get some vision control elsewhere, see you next respawn. Heading back out onto the map now, though, we're still at a moderate gold lead for Rare Atom, but it's not the best thing ever. It's shrank a little bit from earlier into the game, and despite the fact which they've picked up another dragon to make it 2-1 in the total score. Weibo, I think they're pretty happy with how the last 5 to 10 minutes have gone, considering how poorly the early game had gone with Lian and Feather making themselves known on the map. You are getting to the point now where the Nautilus and the Poppy are, I'm not going to say falling off, but they're definitely a lot more risky to play because they're not as tanky as solo laners, even when they go for those engages, and they can very much get picked off by the side of Weibo.
Absolutely. And again, look, as much as we're kind of saying great things for RA, they are still only 2,000 gold up. They're not really that close to a soul just yet. And you can see that they're trying to be aggressive here, but like you mentioned earlier, with that Umbral Glaive from Weiwei, it makes it a lot easier for Weibo to control these kind of, you know, pockets of vision. The Shy, Probably going to have to ult himself away if he's not too careful. He's trying to hold it as best he can, but he's getting CC'd up, and yep, he's going to have to use that one just to try and get away. But ooh, Feather. Yeah, flash away there. A bit unfortunate. Just misses the hook and lands it onto a little bit of terrain. But RA get the mid tier 2. They do lose the tier 1 and top side, but as we all know, tier 2s are worth more than tier 1s.
They are. Feather just about getting away with his life. And again, the riskiness of Poppy and Nautilus really on display there. You end up flubbing your engage. You get killed very, very quickly. The Shy holds onto his ult for a long time. Maybe a little bit longer than it was strictly necessary, but doesn't have to blow the flash all the same. Has rank 2 of his ultimate as well, so that will be off a cooldown fairly soon. We're past 20 minutes. Baron is alive. They are going to see Weibo starting up this Baron, though, with that water in the river.
This is quick. This is quick.
Wait, Jinx got red buff. Jinx is not here.
TP go in. The Jinx not here. They're going to see Leyen getting the knock. He gets himself into the pit. There's going to be the Jinx up. Going to come down. 60 HP. Leyen secures it with an auto attack. Now Xiaoshu trying to up onto light and secure him off the fight. Weibo went flip, and they're going straight back to McDonald's because they got nothing from this.
Oh, that was so close from Chris, managing to interrupt the Poppy ult, and the Jinx ult brings down the Baron into that smiteable range. Weibo not able to secure that one, and Rare Asim, they have been handed this mid to late game lead on a silver platter. Going back into the replay for how this happens. If that ultimate is cancelled, you have another way to lock up Leon before he gets into the pit. Xiaoshu also entering into the pit just before the Baron goes down, becomes a real threat. Light has to blow his ult early. So many things blown from Weibo, trying to dissuade Rare Atom from getting into the pit. They don't manage to do that, and they have nothing left for the fight afterwards.
Just such an unfortunate way to look at it. And like you said, it comes down straight up to a smite fight, and Leyen just holds his nerve, says, look, I'm not going to smite it too early, and it just felt like it felt like it was on 60 HP for an eternity, where with so many Weibo players just standing around it, waiting for it to finish off. And now with Baron, you've got yourself a 4,000 gold lead. You've got ways of pushing in despite having kind of a slightly kind of shorter range team outside of this Jinx. So RA, they're delighted with the way this game is going, and the fact that they're getting this Jinx up to 3 items as well. It's just all coming together.
That it is. So Weibo, that felt like it was the huge power play they had an option to. They weren't in a bad position before that Baron, but they feel like they very much are now. Dragon spawning in a minute. As you said, Asim getting himself a lot of items. He's separated from the team right now, though. He's on River. Crisp is going to be seen on this pink ward. Asim will be able to get to the rest of his team. Weibo are looking for an opportunistic pickoff.
Xiaohu did TP on the backside of this one here. They're looking for Asim, and they will be able to find the Jinx. There's a great explosive cast. They didn't commit absolutely everything. Asim is dead. The Nautilus as well. Xiaoshu trying to turn this one back with Strife. The feathers go flying as Light now in a 1v1, but he does not want that fight. Cassante still with 100% presence, still showing why this champ is broken in the meta right now. Now Weibo moving forward, trying to see if they can make this one work. Low health bars here on RA. They could get a little bit of damage here. There's still a flash available for Xiaohu if they want to try and go for a flash belly bop. Not quite able to look for it just yet, trying to see if he can bait out something as best he possibly can. Leyen so low. He's getting soloed out by Crisp. But it looks like RA should be able to get themselves respawned out. I tell you, that Strife has to go golden to keep himself alive, but they've traded it back. That's the Poppy dead for the Rakan. You take that trade any day of the week. Flash in with the belly bop. Strife finally getting on top of this Annie, who doesn't have anywhere else to be. Ooh, that rocket is so quick and so damaging. Weiwei needs to stay alive as the Shy and Xiaoshu have themselves a little bit of a 1v1. The Cassante is still alive, and because this fight took so long, people are respawning.
They're respawning, Dragon's alive, but the Baron buff is basically timed out. So Weibo, they get away with the earlier Baron kerfuffle, and they take off so many of those buffs. Weibo are probably not going to be able to defend this Dragon. That's going to be the big takeaway to the negative, but outside of that, they managed to spot Assume, pathing very riskily towards the rest of his team. Weibo see the option, say, okay, they are trapped on this side of the map. We have pinned them against our tower, and that gives you the ability to really stop Assume being able to use the huge amount of items which he's got. Weiwei, Xiaohu completely taking out the Jinx. The only thing which makes this fight moderately even after that point is the fact that Light gets completely blasted by Xiaoshu in return.
Leyen's dead.
Yes.
So I'll give you that quick update. Leyen is dead, and unfortunately now for RA, they don't have a jungler to try and contest for this dragon, so we are going to go to 2 dragons apiece, and the game shall continue on. The Super Mega Det Rocket not going to hit absolutely anything. And Weibo are crawling this game back. They were looking at a defeat. It looked like RA maybe had themselves a little bit of a lifeline, but Weibo just able to throw everything at Asso makes it so difficult for him to do anything.
And the Baron power play from Rare Atom is about, what, 3.5 times less than what Weibo managed to achieve in game 1. Lian, you could probably give him some kind of room for error and say, okay, you know, Weibo, they're probably not on the map yet. They've just had to reset after that big fight, but just doesn't get the timing right. No teammates nearby, and Rare Atom, imprecise was the word that we used in game 1. Feels like the imprecision hits them again in this game.
I love when the observers just like call out our players like so
Yeah.
hard. It's just like,
Well,
you're
it's
sitting on a
important.
ward. Like I know, but they do it in such like such minor things as well. Like the amount of times we see them zooming in on a cannon minion and being like, "Did you get it? Did you kill the cannon minion?" And like right there,
like that,
like right there. Like we didn't need to look at Xiaohu on the top side, but -1.
Back out onto the map. The gold is still at only about 2,000 gold, all things said and done. So Weibo, considering how poorly that early game went, have done a decent job of being able to decelerate the game, get themselves items where they need to. And now Light has 3 items at a point where Assume has the same. There is no AD carry difference in regards to that. Yes, there's more gold onto the top side of the map for Rare Atom, particularly for the side of Xiaoshu on this Cassante, and maybe he can make a mess of Light in one of these fights again. But Weibo, they are in a position to fight. This is a late game 2,000 gold lead. It's not nearly as impactful as it was earlier in the game.
Weiwei seeing if he can maybe find some vision to help them know where this Baron is going to be taken out. There's still 20 seconds before it spawns, and 3 items here to Shy. Going to find Xiaoshu here. Don't know if he wants that fight. He's probably going to have to ult away. He is kind of like sitting here on top of a lot of different things. They go all out right on top of him. He's going to try and get an ult. Will keep himself alive. There's a Super Mega Jet Rocket. Will not land with the splash damage. Now everyone just kind of backs themselves away. This is the thing. If the Shy can't get the fight out, if he can't find a flank, he is going to basically be taken out of this fight single time by the Cassante.
I mean, I think he just stole a red buff. That's why he's regenerating so much. The show just went on a world tour. He goes, oh, I'm going to go into the enemy's completely lit up bot side jungle, and then I'm going to ult my way out of this huge fight. The end goes over the wall.
Onto Crisp, though, and now finds himself in a little bit of no man's land, if I'm being totally honest, but no one was willing to kind of turn and burn onto this very tanky Poppy, who has got herself the Ranjuin's Omen as well as the Iceborne Gauntlets, so doing a fair bit of kind of tanking here against the majority AD damage of Weibo, but now RA recognized that the Baron has spawned. This could be another little bit of a flip. No Q3 for Xiaoshu. There's going to be a steadfast presence to try and stop the Shy from getting himself out, who does not have the ultimate available to him. He's not going to be able to get away from this, but the feathers are all down. Not quite able to get the root down on top of anybody, and now Xiaohu is dead. The Shy not quite able to move away from this fight and just flash, but it's all a little bit too late. Now the rest of Weibo recognize, yes, these health bars are low, but Xiaoshu is still huge.
And the big win that fight was Strive dropping the Tibbers and just keeping the Liandry's burn on Light. The Xayah could not fight against the Tibbers, completely burning them down, and couldn't DPS the rest of these members. He's trying to lifesteal off of this midway, but he's not here for the fight now. Now Weiwei has to go for a steal.
Weiwei's looking for it. They're going to try and jump in. Xiaoshu flashes over to try and stop him. They're going to try and burn him out with the all out, and they will be able to secure themselves a Baron. Now Weiwei needs to leave, but he is not allowed to leave. You are in my arena, and I will take you out 5-0-5 from the top lane prospect of RA.
Really goes to show how impactful Weibo's early game kills towards that top lane were in game 1. They weren't able to do the same in this game, and Xiaoshu is starting to really take over on the 100% pick ban presence Cassante from that top side. And it was both him and his solo lane compatriot in Stride which really turned this fight. Look what Light has to deal with in this fight. He's at about 2/3 HP before that Annie kind of gets on top of him, and just by Tibbers walking at him, he has to walk backwards, he has to DPS down the Tibbers, and can't take down anyone else in Rare Atom. Strive having a real impact on this game as well.
Crisp, kind of a no man's land. Needs to leave. He was going to try and drop down a couple of wards and should be fine as the rest of Weibo get themselves out onto the map. But yeah, this is a tough game, and it's gonna have to come down to a moment of brilliance. It's gonna kind of have to come down to maybe one of those many flank wards that could be spawning up now as 20 seconds till that dragon spawns. But I don't even know if RA really care about the Dragon Soul right now. Yes, it would be nice, but it's not exactly something you're going to get in the next minute or so. So just push in, look for something on this top side, or bot side, I should say, and maybe go for a fight. There's going to be the ultimate, but only going to be a little bit of a reset of a cooldown from Lian. And RA, they're being tempered, they're being smart, they're not letting this, you know, lead at the moment build them into a false sense of security, because they've seen it multiple times that they can lose if they don't do this carefully.
They hem in Weibo to their side of the map, and as you were saying, these teleport wards are ready and available from Weibo. They have a couple in these pushes. This will be off of vision. Rare Atom do not see this flank towards Xiao, who has flash.
So, see if the Shy can go in. They're going to find him out now straight away and going to try and burst him out. He will have the ultimate available. He's not gone down just yet. Lian taking a bit of damage as well. The Nautilus ultimate goes in, which means the feathers can't fly. Lian is still alive, but the Shy cannot be so lucky. They're trying to turn on the feather and see if they can take him out. Chris gets a fantastic ultimate here to try and keep everybody off of Light. But there is Xiaoshu. There is the Cassante. And there is the damage. Weiwei does kill off the Jinx right at the end of the play, but it's still a 3-for-2 in favor of RA.
Weiwei saves the game from ending probably, but doesn't stop the fight going in favor of Rare Atom. Once again, Light is left alone with Xiaoshu in the backline, and the Cassante absolutely nukes him. Xiaohu picks up a kill there on the other side, which makes this overall a 3-for-3. Weibo still giving as good as they get in the fight.
I mean, not quite sure how that one went down. Xiaohu,
yeah, me neither, buddy.
biding his time. Yeah, biding his time on the backside of this play and getting himself a nice little kill. And this is what I was talking about. This game isn't over just yet. We're starting to hit 4 or 5 items now on people. Weiwei even going for a little bit of a cheeky invade right now because he knows that Lian is dead. So very, very interesting to see. I would think Weiwei would love to get himself up to level 16 as soon as possible. Xiaoshu is around here, and Weiwei now going to make his presence known as he's just kind of clearing out all these waves, or all these wards, I should say. And it's still only a 5,000 gold lead. We are into the super uber late game where one good engage from Weibo could be the end of this game and series for RA. So RA still have a job to do.
We're not too far off the point where we're going to get full items brought in for someone like Assume, and they won't get any stronger after that point. So that gold lead is going to be only there in number, not really in active stats on the team of Rare Atom. That being said, it's a little way off that right now. The Shy is on this one of these side lanes. A big number of Rare Atom members going towards the top side.
They are just bullying this man right now. They are just bullying him, because guess what? If you don't have your ultimate, you don't have a way out. In fact, he's going to go so close to going down. Nicely done there by Chris to block the ultimate from the Jinx. But that was 4 members of our Rare Atom. Like, this is your tank, and he can't even survive for like 3 or 4 seconds.
He really maybe should have ulted a little earlier. Gets out alive very luckily, blows 4 ultimates for his patience, I suppose. Now he doesn't have that ultimate for the team fight though, and those ultimates, it's late game, they're coming up very, very soon, halfway up a cooldown already. Weibo now looking to just defend their own side of the map. The Shy clears out another wave in this mid lane, but Rare Atom, they are still in control, they are still threatening. They can very much take out members which are disrespecting them.
Yeah, well, Lian might be a little bit too far forward here. We'll take a fair chunk of damage here. Xiaoshu is around, which means Weibo would probably like to walk away from this because this champion is busted. He's going to say, look, I don't care about the AD carry. I'm going to flash off of this. Look at the amount of wards. Look at the zombie wards in that brush right there. They all want control of this one little pocket of vision, and it will end up being seceded over to the side of RA.
Will be, and the Shy blows his ultimate in one attempt, blows his flash in the next one, has his ultimate back up again, but the Shy doesn't have Merc Treads. He can get CC chained fairly effectively by the side of Rare Atom. Probably has a little bit of tenacity in his runes, I'd imagine. Maybe he has himself one of those from, maybe has Unflinching on the Resolve tree, but it's not enough at this point in the game. So Weibo, they don't lose any members just yet. They are getting themselves more items. You're getting to the point where Light has just bought himself an Elixir of Wrath as well to keep in his inventory. It's a good amount of stats to have. And I think that is a good call, because if it is going to come down to one last big fight, we're at the point where one fight could lead into an absolute nexus destruction. Now is the time to get your power.
Yeah, I mean, look, getting the Elixir of Wrath, having that one there available. I will say, on the other side, Atom has got a stopwatch as well, so he might be able to kind of hold himself to it, if you will, but for the moment, we're going to see them jump in. Crisp is dead. Yeah, there's just not a lot you can do. They're going to try and maybe turn on to Xiaoshu, but look, he's just not taking that much damage. He can sit here and take this all day. The Shy going to have to ult away. I think I've seen him use his ult offensively once, and now he's dead regardless. Now you're in a 3v5, I should say, in favor of RA, and they honestly could just look to end the game. You're on the wrong side of this fight. Now Xiaoshu gets caught out. He's going to get ulted and immediately bursted down. Light has to try and do something, but he's a little birdie all alone in the world.
Oh,
There's just
the
nothing you
hook.
can do. The hook is fantastic. Wei Wei trying his best to hold the wave, but he shall be answered here by Xiaoshu, who is going to go absolutely massive and godlike in this game, and RA will send us to 3.
Tibbers tanking the towers, goes on cooldown. Chris, what can you do? Without the wave here, there is a chance that they die to this turret. Feather goes down, stopwatch buys some time.
Close.
This is why Wei Wei was trying to kill the wave. How much time have you got left? 10 seconds on the Shy.
He's dead, unfortunately. RA not letting this one go to the wayside, and that's going to be a 1-1 score line. RA finding themselves a much better situation. They're showing in a little bit of extra sass there on the ending as well to make sure Weibo know, look, we got your number, and it's called Camp the Shy.
Camp the Shy, get an earlier pressure bot side, and the Nautilus is going to have to be a huge consideration for Game 3. Chris, player of the game in Game 1. Coming into this one, you'd imagine it's going to be the Kasante walking away with player of the game of Game 2. But a lot of that was set up for success because the fact that Rare Atom had a lot more access to the map, because bot lane went well early. They had themselves a good level 2 trade and beyond that point as well. And then the mid-jungle situation became absolutely untenable for Weibo as soon as those hooks started appearing in every lane across the map.
Absolutely, and I think the Nautilus is a great call out as well, because if Game 1, the Nautilus was able to leave that bot side, go towards top, and then straight up just be a crutch to the Shy in that first game. And it does feel like, it feels like in these games, especially for Weibo, whenever they've lost series or whenever they've lost games in series, it has been the Shy just kind of being the hard focus from other teams. They're putting in resources to make sure he falls behind and he doesn't get to play the game. This time around, in Game 1, it didn't work out. They weren't able to kill him off. This time, they put in 2-3 kills up that top side. And again, one great ult on that bot side did show Weibo a little bit of life, but then RA just kind of regathered themselves and said, cool, if we just stop the Malphite from ever having to use this ultimate offensively, this Malphite's basically useless.
And particularly because the Malphite was struggling to find the engages. You could see in that game, our player of the game from Game 1, Crisp, was having to position very aggressively on flanks to look for some kind of angle into the play. And he was hit by poppy ults in multiple fights. He was taken out on the flank on multiple times. I don't necessarily think that is Crisp's fault. I think that he was forced into making risky plays because his team was falling apart across the map, because the Shy couldn't hold lanes, because he couldn't walk up into the jungle himself. And that made Weibo's situation very difficult when they were looking for those clutch engages.
Absolutely agree, and I do think it comes down to kind of one of those situations where I feel like RA just very cleverly just kind of put themselves into such a great position. And I gotta put massive praise onto Xiaoshu. This Kasante, yes, is busted. No one's gonna say it's not busted. No one's gonna turn around and say that, he's just incredible with his pocket pick. You gotta play the Kasante, but the fact that they're putting in such a high priority onto it and then being able to make it work like this is just so great for me to see it. For such a kind of a rookie to this scene in his first year of the LPL, I'm very excited to see what this guy can do, because you're coming into a league that has nothing but top lane talent, and he is coming in and stepping forward, and honestly, kind of showing up against someone like the Shy is huge.
Can we just talk again about the Netflix documentary Strive to Survive mid lane substitution in Game 2? Strive had a great game. He had one of those first kills onto top lane, which set top lane up for success. Lien was not the one to get the first kill up there. It was the Annie roaming up there with perfect damage to just about, with their full rotation, kill off the Shy before he could get back to his tower. And then after that point, made life very difficult in those team fights as well by just dropping Tibbers with Leandri's burn on top of their heads. Strive had a great game.
Yeah, really, really did. And RA as a whole just kind of making it work for them. I will say Asum as well, putting himself into positions where he was able to put out damage. And in fairness, he did that in game number 1 as well, but just unfortunately, the Tristana was just too far behind. This time around, with the Jinx and having that peel from the Nautilus, really helped him from just kind of survive against the oncoming Gragas, the oncoming Malphite, and the Rakan as well. But we'll have to wait and see how this series ends. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we're going to have game number 3.
最近队伍的状态不是很稳定，然后自己的状态也不是很稳定，然后面对这么紧绷的赛程，只能赶紧做好自我调整和团队上的调整。小虎一直是个比较经验老道的中单，然后他玩的英雄和他的玩法都是比较适合他的，然后也是适合团队的。小虎你很厉害，但是下一场我会赢。
As the man in the mid lane who came in for game number 2, Strife is just popping off. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are going to a game number 3 here in this second series of the day, which means we're going to be a little bit behind from our other series. That is going to be in Suzhou for LNG versus EDG. We will get to that. That has to happen in a little bit. Probably means that we are going to end up having a little bit of a shorter break between these series, which, you know, I kind of prefer. But coming straight back into this series, we got to talk about our man in the mid lane. Strive is going to be the MVP for game number 2. Honestly, like, again, it was exactly what you said. It was the exact same Annie pick, but the way it was played was just so different.
He is so important to this team. I know that Mole has a certain amount of history with some success in the LPL, but Strive, on his current form, should be starting for this Rare Atom roster, and you can tell exactly why. He gets himself impacting the game very early on, and was an impact into the team fights later into the game as well. The way he played the pick was so much more important for his team. Don't get me wrong, wasn't the only thing that changed that game, particularly with Lian and Feather having a much better early jungle support matchup compared to what Weibo's champions had in game 1 with the Nocturne and the Nautilus as well. But Strive just did all of his own stunts outside of that. Most of his big plays in this game were individual plays, and he made it work really well.
That's it. Again, it's the difference between game number 1 Annie for Mole and game number 2 Annie for Strife was that it was proactivity. It was him moving into the, you know, top lane, TPing in, getting on top of the Shy. Why? Because the Shy didn't have Flasher or his ultimate, so knew he could get on top of it. This ult was fantastic. You made note of it just before this fight and said, or just after this fight, and said that, like, Light can't do anything. Light is putting all his feathers into the Tibbers, and that's just not what you want to be seeing from this one here. So really, really well played here from Strive, and I want to see this guy continue to do more. Again, continuously just being aggressive, being proactive. And we talked about this so many times where it's like, if you want to be able to kind of stand up in this league, you have to be proactive. You have to be able to throw yourself into a play and have confidence to back yourself.
And I do find it just really funny where you have to talk about a 1v1 between the Fed AD carry at 3 items and some pet that's been summoned by the enemy mid laner. If that's what you have to talk about.
Teemo.
It's a large buff Teemo with so much burn damage attached to it with the Molten Shield and then the Leandries as well. It was so much work. And Strive, again, he made plays across the entirety of this game. Of course, that wasn't the only thing that changed between the games. Really now have to see going into game 3 what's going to happen with Weibo trying to hit back themselves. We asked for a 2-0 from them. We did not get that. Going into game 3, the adaptation has to be, I think, around the Nautilus and around the early game impact of both jungle and support between both teams.
And again, it does come down to the fact that game number 1, we had a lot more instant engage opportunities here from the side of Weibo. Game number 2, unfortunately, it kind of relied on the Shy and for him to kind of follow up with the likes of Chris. But unfortunately for Chris, he kind of found himself alone a lot of times. Like I said, it was so many defensive ultimates coming out from the Malphite of the Shy in that game number 2 that just really felt like it was Crisp and nobody else kind of able to follow up with him, which was a bit unfortunate. But we are going to come into this particular game and kind of see where RA can kind of push for this one now. Weibo, and this is the thing we always talk about, is expectations can cripple you. They are going to have to try and come in and dig deep to take this win here, because coming out with anything but a win does feel like a huge loss for these guys, considering, again, they should be beating RA on paper.
The man that was just on your screens, Xiaohu, I mean, I know you're a big fan of him. I'm a huge fan of him as well. For me, he is maybe the 2nd greatest mid laner of all time. He's definitely in the conversation. For him to have, you know, the MSI winning years in the last couple of years past, and to come onto a team like Weibo, teaming up with so many large names after his departure from RNG, we expected great things of him because you have to. He's given us that level of respect for himself, but it's not just a man alone in the mid lane which determines the success of this kind of team, despite the fact that he so often defines the teams that he's on. Rare Atom are really pushing him. Zeri's banned away as the last ban again from Rare Atom. Of course, with the last game, Lost Weibo have elected to be on red side. It's not them choosing to go towards blue side. They very much think that this is the side for them. And they have changed up their bans. The Poppy going to be the last ban will remove an option from Lian, but Strive had a great game on that, and he was the first pick in that last game. Don't see why it wouldn't be a first pick again.
again, player of the game in that second game, so can't really see why you would change it up right now. And again, it's the third game in a row we're going to have both RA and Weibo kind of on the same sides. We're going to have the same kind of rough draft, and still massive priority here for Weibo onto this Gragas. But this time, and I do like this adaptation coming out from Weibo, they're getting themselves a jungler before that second round of bans. So they're not going to have instantly, you know, RA throwing things into the Wukong and the Viego to get them off the side of Weiwei.
I love that Lian is hovering over a grand majority of his champion pool. We saw a Nidalee hover in there, at least in one as well. But first time that we're going to see Wukong in this series, it is an extra damage threat. It's not going to be the same kind of ability to have vision control as that Kha'Zix we saw in that second game. This was, of course, the third ban from Weibo in both our first and second games. The Ahri locked in, and alongside the Wukong, you have a really good skirmish combo in the mid jungle.
Really good skirmish combination. We obviously know about the Wukong and the Ahri being so powerful, especially post level 6. It can feel like just so oppressive. And now Weibo get to kind of throw these bans into the jungle. They get to be the ones that kind of say, look, you didn't pick up your jungler. We can now throw things into this lane and try and make sure that you're not having as good a time as anyone else. I would like to maybe see a Sejuani ban from Weibo to kind of finish off these ones.
I was wondering about Viego. It's a Lian classic. He likes it. You already have a lot of CC elsewhere. I wonder... The Sejuani was okay in game 1. It wasn't like the main issue. But I just wonder if that Viego, given there's Lian, might be a better ban to stop one of these reset champions coming through.
Absolutely. And now, though, on the other side of this one here, RA are saying, cool, you ban junglers, we're banning bot laners because we have the Xayah Rakan. We have things that can work for that. And honestly, I would love to see a Nautilus ban come out here for RA just to end it all.
exists. Hang on, how did we forget about that one?
which actually, in fairness, is actually really interesting to me because the Cassandra exists, but Weibo not comfortable with the Shy taking it blind, even though so many other top laners are.
And he did play it in spring. He played a lot of it.
He had to play it.
Well, everyone has to play it, which makes me really weirded out again because, you know, at this point, you know, why didn't you do it in the first two games? Did you think you could just get away with it? Of course, the first game was great with the Poppy. They had to ban that out themselves. The Phalios has fallen very far into the draft as well. It's not the most lane-dominant champion compared to the Lucian and the Varus, which were banned away by Rare Atom. Maybe that was their logic, ban away the stronger early-game champions to allow Feather to have some more free reign on the map. Light going to pick up the FLS. I wonder now with the side locked in whether the Shy has a Gwen angle in top side.
Quite possibly. The Scion locked and loaded, as you mentioned. That's something that we haven't been seeing with the Cassante.
Oh, wait, the Gragas is already locked in. Ignore me. Gragas is already there.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. But maybe true. Well, the Gragas kind of goes, unfortunately. It could be a support Gragas. You never know. But they obviously are flexing that, we would imagine, up towards that top side. And with the Viego locked in, you mentioned a little bit earlier for Lian, it's something he's very, very comfortable on, something he feels that he can have a very big, powerful combination with, especially with things like the Addy. And it's kind of like that mid-jungle we're looking at right now. It does feel like when you have an Ahri Wukong and then a Viego Annie, it's kind of the battle of the burst. Both these 2v2s are going to have so much ability to try and, you know, burst out the enemy laners.
And they have resets on either side as well. Ahri with the big heal and the ult charge, and then Viego stealing your body alongside it. Xiaoshu is going to be able to lock in that Sion. And of course, earlier in the draft, seeing that the Ahri and the Gragas were already locked in, knows that there's no threat of a Gwen counterpick coming through. Typically, you see the Gwen banned away when you want to play that Sion because it's basically an unplayable matchup. Even later into the game, Gwen will kill your whole team through you. You don't really get to block that one, but he doesn't have to worry about this. The actual through damage from Weibo is not that high. You're looking for good casks to separate out the front line from the back line. And with a game like this, really have to see the mid-jungle combination of Weibo do very well to start snowballing the way that the game in their advantage, because they won't have the best front line going into the late game compared to that Sion.
That's the big thing. Weibo now on a little bit of a back foot, to be perfectly honest. I'm going to be riding that momentum. This is game 3 of this best-of-3. Winner kind of takes all now in this. We talked about a win for Weibo, bring them up to 4-2, kind of more aligned with the rest of the teams they should be vying with, the LNGs, the OMGs, hell, even the NIPs currently on a bit of a win streak. However, if Rare Atom were to win, they will be dragging Weibo all the way down to their level. Both teams will be sitting at 3-3 as we go towards the 1/3 mark of the split. And this is a big moment here for Weibo. It feels like with the marathon or sprint of a marathon we have, that is the LPL. You cannot be dropping too many series too early, otherwise you are going to find yourselves in a heap of trouble. We're going to jump onto the Rift, and it is going to be game number 3 to decide it all between these two sides. And
hell of a lot of engage from both these sides to be able to try and make this one work for a big victory for either of these teams.
Shy currently behind enemy lines. He's, again, the Joyos descend into madness towards the very end, but good deep ward from the Shy on towards top side.
It's like my favorite Joyos when everyone just starts screaming whatever the hell they want. Like, it's awesome. Pretty sure once or twice I've heard like faker Joyos or something like that. Like once or twice.
That's
I'm
understandable.
Like,
That's understandable. I mean, there was a tweet by the LoL Esports account the other day in regards to you know about the insec and you know about a couple of these moves named after a player. And to me, it's kind of strange that like, the thing about Faker is that we don't have one play named after him. It's just you do something insane and just says, oh, you're Faker. Because he's just earned that level of respect. I'm just wondering when these LPL players are going to start being putting onto that list, actually. Because there are so many great LPL players that have had iconic moments. It's just really hard to pin it down to just one moment.
yeah, I mean, I definitely think that for Faker, I just kind of like building off of your point there. It feels like it's like you can't just, it's not just about doing one thing. It's like, oh, you're literally the best. You're being the best makes you Faker, which is kind of insane in its own right. You didn't just do one thing. You literally were the best, and that's why you.
He has had a whole career of doing this thing. I mean, I guess
10 years.
The thing is, I have to say, there are certain times where you see a player play out a team fight in a certain way, and I'm like, wow, this feels like this player. When Uzi had his return series, when he hid behind the dragon, I'm like, wow, that's a play that only Uzi would do.
That was awesome.
There are some points where you take the nameplates off, and you can absolutely tell it's that guy on the keyboard.
Yeah, some people transcend the kind of the nameplates and just have plays that work for them, as we see now on the bot side. Weibo trying to make one of those plays for themselves as they look to try and just kind of keep pushing in this Xayah Rakan. We've actually kind of gone over the days where we used to see the Rakan and the Xayah kind of go a little bit aggressive into the brush and see them go.
Oh, the W
we've
start
seen
level
this
1.
play. Yeah, we've seen this play before though. Liang gonna walk straight in on top of a ward, so heal comes out. Answered in kind by Weibo as they're going to get the stun down, get the cleanse out. So it's a 2-for-1 trade in terms of summoners in favor of RA. And again, liking that Lian's kind of keeping Weibo on their toes. We've seen game 1, he focused bot side. Game 2, he focused top lane. And now back in the bot side he goes.
Luckily for Light and Crisp, the wave will hit tower, which means that it will slow push back. That was going to be the worry for them. This will just... Oh, actually, no, the next wave coming in. That's why Weibo was coming down. Was wondering whether that was slow push back towards them, but the turret shot firing against some of those melee minions, they'll just about get away with it, so early crisis averted. See that Assume and Feather trying to use this extended lane to chase down, especially when you get that W active from the Xayah. It affects both the Xayah and the Rakan. That's kind of the Xayah portion of the Xayah Rakan synergy, which means you get the extra attack, the extra damage on hit, and of course the extra movement speed after you've auto-attacked the champion.
Xiaoshu not having the greatest of times at the moment up against the Shy into the Gragas matchup. In fairness, this is kind of just a tank matchup, really. Both of them have kind of infinite sustain with shieldings and healdings, and just feels like it's going to be difficult. And could be back down, but as you mentioned, Weiwei had already dropped down a little bit of a ward there, so straight away you can see Light and Crisp playing immediately defensively. Still have that Calibrum as well to kind of keep the CSing going while they're kind of waiting for the response here. Lian trying to see if he can maybe go for something, but they have full vision of this, and Lian, unfortunately, is just wasting his time.
He is a little bit sad for him. Of course, we were wondering whether the Viego would get picked up when we saw the jungle pool get hit in the second round of bans. Lian, this is a wider conversation about Rare Atom in general. In spring, we saw largely Lian be on Vi duty and be engaging for the rest of his team. But later in, we saw Lian move away from being the engager and making Southwind a bit more of that instead, and he would go towards the Rakan. Now with Feather coming into the roster, it's not BKR, it's not Southwind, they've moved towards this new support, of course. Lian's been given a little bit more opportunity again to go towards a bit more damage. We've seen more of Viego and Kha'Zix and a little bit of Nidalee out of him as well, at least put towards those ban lists. Lian has actually, though, done very well when he's been given those damage champions.
Absolutely, and it's always something that you got to kind of think about as well, is that when you have got a Viego in the game, you're giving him access to things like the Ahri, like the Gragas, like the Aphelios, which can have a massive detriment to your well-being in general senses of the word, if he does get those resets off. But the important thing is he has to get those resets. We've seen it a couple of times where the Viego fully engages onto someone, but because there's a Lulu on the enemy team, the shielding and, of course, the wild growth or anything like that comes in, they don't get the execute, and they end up dying so quickly. So You gotta keep an eye on this Viego as we go further and further into this game. And man, I'm not gonna lie, I know they purposely changed the meta after 2019 when FPX just kept throwing 4 men into bot side and made it.
Do you miss the 8-person bot fiesta?
Yeah,
you miss that?
because it was interesting. It now feels like we literally have to wait 8 minutes before anything can even start to happen. Because even though solo laners get their level 6s, no one else does. So it's like, all right, well, we gotta wait for them to finish it up there. And
I kind of miss when mid laners. So we'll see if there's anything. See if we're treated to a dragon fight. I don't think we're going to be. Level 6 hit by Xiaohu, but he's pretty low HP. Soon gets out of the pit, I think.
Yeah, should be fine. There's even some honey fruit there if he wants to try and pick that one up. But go on, what's your point?
Yeah, we're not treated to an early dragon fight. I missed when mid laners could take double ignite. That was a time as well. It was a long time ago since mid laners started taking up that ignite. It started in about Season 5, maybe. A couple of champions in Season 4 would do that. I remember Cassidy used to take teleport because all he had to do was... He was a 97% ban rate champion. That was a champion if we're talking about one of the most crazy ones in League history. That and release Jin Zhao was absolutely insane. But
yes,
back when we had like double ignite or having at least a ghost or a heal in mid lane meant that you could at least go for early mid jungle 2v2s. And that was where a lot of our great mid laners of all time grew up in. You know, your likes of your Faker and even Rookie, of course, Rookie back in Season 4, one of the best mid laners in the world, even back then, back in the days of OGN. I kind of miss that because now you have such a free laning phase with cookies and corrupting pots and teleports to get back into the lane. You don't even need to worry about your mana sustain really because there are so many items which mean that you can basically cast for the entire game. You used to have to kind of eke out a cooldown from someone and then suddenly they wouldn't have mana to clear the next wave. That was the kind of time where there was a lot more intricacy. Even if it slowed down the game a little bit, it gave you a lot more punishing ability to gank towards mid lane and put someone behind.
I'm curious what the next development in League of Legends esports will be because it does feel like we are hitting critical mass in terms of the the amount of champions that are available and all that kind of stuff like that. I suggest 2 things as we just see Moonlight Vigil come out there onto Feather and Assum. Very delayed on the El Infernum there right at the end, but don't think there's going to be much else apart from some wave clearing on the bot side. I suggest 2 things that we can maybe look towards in the future. One would be Fearless Draft. That the LDL already uses, and if you don't know what Fearless Draft is basically a Crisp flashes away. The ignite does come down.
No, carry on. Fearless Draft, you're saying?
Carry on. Fearless Draft is basically once you've played a champion, you cannot play that champion again in a best of series.
Yeah.
Yes, so it's it makes it so that you can't just go, well, we're going to get the OPs now, and if you don't, if you win on it, excuse me, let me just make that very clear. If you win on it, you cannot play it again.
Well,
so.
there are different variations of it. Either you pick it and you can't play it for the rest of the series, or you win on it, and it only applies to your teams. The enemy team can still play it.
Yes.
And if you ban it, it's still obviously available the next game.
And then the other suggestion that I come in with is champion rotations. So you end up having here's 60 champions. And again, I understand, and I don't mean it for ranked, I mean just for competitive. And I mean, literally, it's just I understand why people get annoyed about that, and I understand the kind of thing like that, but it just feels like we've been sitting on this meta for months.
when you have 200, if you get to an obscene amount of champions, we already have a lot, right? We have 162. It would get pretty crazy. Gonna hold on to it. We might finally get a fight around this Herald. I'm not holding on too much hope for it. But hey, we're not even getting a half fight around Herald. We're on Safari at this point. If you look out your windows to the left of the tour bus, you will see a Herald. We'll see the Shy getting caught. That one's nothing new to us.
No, that is just part of this Safari. You get to see nature, League of Legends esports in its natural habitat, which is just the Shy getting caught out. We'll say that Shelly will get reset here, right in on top of Wei, who is in the back of the pit. They're trying to bait out his decoy, but he is holding steady. There's a full 5v5 now with 9.5 minutes. Here we go. There we go. They took you at your word there, Nightmare. They jumped straight in onto Light, and he is dead. 2 for none so far, but Assum needs to get those feathers down. He does exactly that. The resets are coming in. Assum finally goes down, and Xiaohu, I should say, getting himself a little bit of a reset. No more of those left for him. Flashes away, smited. 1, 2, 3. Leon picks himself up another, and that is a massive fight in favor of the side of RA.
Finally, blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. Rare Atom make the most of that Herald fight. It was a disastrous approach from Weibo. They didn't manage to get onto the key targets at the right time. And something that you highlighted earlier, and we have talked about at length, is Lien on the Viego starts to pop off. He has been rewarded for playing more damaging champions. And this Viego does so well. When the engage hits the key targets, immediately you get the body of the Gragas and the Aphelios. Both have great regular sets of abilities to use. They have mobility, high damage. They unlock another cast for your ultimate too. Same with the Wukong. Lian gets so much mobility out of this champion. Weibo, they went way too deep, and you can't afford to half-ass your approach to these fights because you get blown apart.
And that's it. It just felt like they didn't really know how or when they wanted to go for it. I will say, however, when all said and done, Weibo should be able to still pick up their prize as Asim went down towards that bot side to collect that farm. But Lian is roaming up here with Feather, so you're probably wondering how Feather got his name, and he's on that champion right now. So it is going to be difficult here for Weibo, and this is something that we've noticed from Weibo in their play. When Weiwei doesn't really control the early game, when he doesn't have the pace to kind of outperform his jungler, he kind of looks a little bit lost, and he kind of goes back into kind of old tried and true methods to make sure something works. There's going to be a Hex Flash. Whoa! Right in on top of everybody, but nobody really expecting him to do something so bold. Feather feeling confident there, and that's also a Hex Flash onto the Recall, not something we see every day.
Don't think anyone expected him to go quite that deep and find that many members stood in that brush. Knew a couple were in there. Not sure he thought everyone was. Chris, our player of the game from game one, not really being able to help the engage factor in this game from Weibo as well. Herald's still alive. We're once again heading towards this. Weibo, you get a chance this again. There's a Triforce built up on Lian now. Lots of big items. Weibo, what have you got for this?
What have you got for this one here? The Feather going to jump straight in there, and there's the damage down. The Shy, 0-2 and 0. Already in this game, you've had to use your ultimates just to disengage on the side of Weibo, and 2,000 gold down, a Herald now available to them. And the great thing is that they didn't even lose anything. They didn't use any of their ultimates really, so they can go straight back in on top of this fight. They're going to land straight on top of Light, who has no flash, no cleanse, and no life. RA! What is this team, and where have you been? You're going to be doing so much damage to Weibo. I don't think Weibo can get away from this.
Yeah, they set a bonfire pit over the Herald, and they just dangle Weibo over. They burn him to a crisp as Crisp, looking for the execute, will just about manage to do so. But Weibo, what the heck is happening with these Herald engages? Guys, you can't just wander in and expect the best of things. So much gold given over to the side of Rare Atom very early into this game, and the Shy has really been struggling. He's going to be in a difficult spot again. Imagine he has to blow his ultimate. Maybe not, just in this case, gets away with a belly slam. But this is the second time that they have been held into a choke point and they haven't reached the right carries. What is the Shy doing walking up like this? What is he doing? This is so unwise. And it gives the reset over so early.
Yeah, it gives such a massive reset. Not only does it give a massive reset, but it also gives like a champion that Lian can 100% use. How he Tokyo drifts this one right into it, I'm not sure. The Strive, however, does get caught out on that bot side. Did see Xiaohu pop in his TP as well, as there was looking like RA were maybe trying to go for a bit of a dive themselves. It does get punished, but I mean, it doesn't really make a difference in the grand scheme of the game because you're gonna see the Rift Herald getting dropped down into the mid lane. It's an isolated pick here for Weibo. It's gold, but it's a long way from it being relevant.
It's something onto Strive. That's a good amount of damage, but still 3 plates down on that mid lane out of turret given over to Assume, who is at this point in time sitting really pretty. Hasn't picked up any of the kills, but with the 5 assists and a lot of that plate gold, very happy with how things are working out there. Weibo, if they start approaching these fights again, as you see the picture in picture, it's just, you know, it's a big old fight. Strive caught out a little bit. But if we start to see the same kind of approach to these fights that Weibo have been having, very lackadaisical in the early game so far, this isn't going to get any better for them. You're already dealing with a very strong front line of the Scion for Xiaoshu, who had an incredible game too on the Kasance. Very different role for his team this time, but Weibo, they're going to really struggle to get past him if they don't find good angles onto Assume, Strive, and Lian in these fights.
Yeah, and again, Lian's kind of the forefront of all of this damage, all of this kind of priority. Triforce instead of Divine Sunder. So he's going for that aggressive move to make sure that he's able to come out on top of these fights. But Xiaoshu as well, just being that front line, the fact that he was able to make so much work in this team fight has just been absolutely massive for the side of RA. And again, I feel like I'm a broken record, and I do genuinely feel like I'm being a bit of a hater at this point in time, but like, I just don't know what the Shy is thinking. Like, what benefit does it come from going into that brush in that particular setup? It doesn't make sense to me, so really need him to step up.
I'll give you
straight
that
up,
one.
he just needs to
Yeah.
step up. I mean, he needs to be better for his team because Weibo, like, they don't really have great engage options outside of that. They got good pick, but they need the Shy to step up.
Now, a couple of times in game 2, you can see he was dying for a poor wave state, and in some ways, it is better to do that than to live and be frozen on for forever. And Hal, you'll see a lot of our more veteran top laners realize, hang on, got to give up a death here. It's kind of awkward. But even then, going into this third game, the Shy has been very disconnected from his team, and it's not the first time we've said that. We say it a lot about this player. He's had some of the very highest highs a top laner has ever known, but he's really not been able to reach that point. Weibo as a whole team, as you were saying, really struggling to put the Shy into a good position. I think particularly when Weiwei and Crisp haven't had a dominant jungle support duo, they've struggled. Now Xiaohu gonna get caught out under this turret.
Yeah, gonna get immediately engaged upon here by Feather. There is still some dashes, and wow, that is big respect there going into Strive, because I think he recognized that a flash in on the Tibbers would have meant that Xiaohu probably would have died, so definitely getting some big respect there, and that means that you're no longer got your flash here for Xiaohu coming into this next fight in a minute 30's time.
No flash, no ultimate for the time being as well. That one will be up for the next dragon. Of course, at rank level 11, you will have rank 2 of the Spirit Rush. Mercury Treads makes sure that you're somewhat more survival in these side lanes, but you're not getting pressure. You're still not pushing in. You see that Light is having to contend with Xiaoshu on the Scion, pushing up into him underneath the mid lane out of turrets. And Aphelios, you really don't want to be doing that. Aphelios is also a very snowbally AD carry, one of the most snowbally AD carries in the game, alongside the likes of your Draven or whatever. And if you're behind the game as the Aphelios, yes, you can eventually get to the point where you can do the whole 200 years shtick and get away with an awful lot of stuff with your ultimates and big burst combos, but you really want to be ahead of the game so you can start really using your HP bar as a resource in these big fights.
That's the big thing. I like that you bring that up as well. Just like having your HP bar as a resource. Is that something that we see some, like, I mean, look at some of the fights. I always think back to JDG versus T1 in MSI
Very
literally
true.
this
Yes.
year, where it's like they're on such minimal health. Both teams. It was probably the best of 5 I've ever seen, and honest, it's
Saw
totally
it live.
honest.
It was wonderful,
Yeah.
Ashid. It
Oh,
was incredible.
Incredible. But it does feel like, you know, those kind of teams, those kind of players will capitalize on the smallest of things. And if you haven't killed them, that means they still have playmaking ability. And the side now coming back into this game, as much as I am going deep on kind of saying, you know, Weibo aren't stepping up, RA are looking fantastic, and a Mountain Soul just gives them so much potential pressure as well. So it looks like they're just gonna give up the third dragon as well. Weibo just not really in a position to go for it, and RA are just controlling the map. They're controlling their side. They're saying, cool, you want a tier 1 on top side? Fine, we're cool with that. We're gonna be totally okay to give that one up. We might see a TP coming in here from Xiaohu. Strive goes in. Oh! Finds out Weiwei. They will be able to try and burn him down very quickly. TP's going to be coming in here from Xiaohu, but Weiwei should be able to get himself away from this one, no problem whatsoever. Now the Shy is going to have to lose his flash. And again, we're seeing the Shy and kind of questioning ourselves and going, why? Just why are you there?
Feels like he's battle warding around the dragon at that point, but again, there's just no real angle of trying to... now, Xiaoxu caught out a bit.
Yeah, charmed and caught up a little bit. He's very tanky, but not that tanky. Now they're going to go in straight on the backside of this one here. Feather doing all he can.
He is that tanky.
He is that tanky. He is that guy. He will not go down. Just a Kindle Gem and a Sunfire Cape and a Dream keeps him alive.
That is the difference between the two of these top laners in regards to how strong they are right now. This Scion pick, it has been so meta when you don't have something like a Gwen to face off against it, because even in, you know, 1 to 2 item spikes, becomes really untenable to try and kill that front line while the rest of their team is stood behind them. Feather does a good job of disrupting to buy some space. At least Weibo will get themselves a Herald after this point, but they're facing off against a Mountain Soul point. With the team which Rare Atom have, that is a very dangerous prospect to face off against.
Well, Xiaohu is on the top side. They've got themselves a huge amount of pressure available to them. We'll see now if where Weibo can go, because it's not out of it for just yet. Again, being very negative, or rather, I'm being very negative onto Weibo right now, but because I have such high expectations, I do expect him to be better. I know, right? What the heck? Why are you doing this? But it does come down to how I expect to see it. I am a massive Xiaohu fanboy. I have loved this guy. I think he's probably one of, like, arguably the historically most successful LPL mid lane or LPL player in the history of LPL. You look at the amount of accolades he's picked up, the amount of role swaps, still won MSI. I love this player. However, this roster, it feels like it should be bigger, it should be better, and it's just not, and it's disappointing.
No, because at the end of the day, we're sat here watching this, trying to be as neutral as possible in regards to the analysis that we put out, but we're also fans of the game and fans of these players. And when you look at these players on the Rift and know what they can achieve, it's quite difficult watching players like the Shy, like Xiaohu, and heck, even Light and Crisp. They have themselves a fair amount of history to themselves at this point. Very difficult to see them on a team not quite make things work. Of course, on the other side of it, you know, I'd love to see a team like Rare Atom come out of the blue and make something happen like this. Once again, going on the aggressive Lian. Looking to make
they're
something
still
work on
looking.
Viego.
They're going to try and still make this one work. A TP from Xiaoshu brings him away from the Shy for the moment. And a little bit late on that trigger. However, do they want to try and just secure this Baron vision? Do they want to try and go for the Baron? We have seen it. Once 20 minutes is gone, you kind of need to be very decisive. And there's not a lot of control here for Weibo.
The intermezzo, it's over. I hope you've got your little like mini pots of ice cream from out in the concierge or whatever. Or it's not going to be completely fast-paced, though. You really want to look for one pick. You're looking for a pick onto the jungler or the AD carry first and foremost. They tend to be the people that really are the backbones of your fights. Light was looking for a tag on that moonshot from the Calibrum to maybe get a root from his Gravitum on the other weapon. Not able to do so, though. Herald not going to be able to break open this turret completely either. So Weibo, bit of a swing and a miss with that second Herald.
Shy does roam up from the bot side after pushing that one in. Very nicely done by him. Minute 30 till the dragon spawns. Here we go. We're going to go in. That's the decoy, though. But Xiaohu almost gets caught out there. Does have the flash over the wall. Strife doesn't have his flash just yet. Xiaoshu taking a lot of damage. But look at this. Just has not been taken out. Ooh, it's a great charm. And finally, they take down the Scion. The Feather Zoom go flying. That's a fantastic ultimate there from Light with the Infernum. Now you can look for resets here with Xiaohu. Does end up picking up one more kill. Weibo spring to life. Their health bars are low. Can they go for this Baron?
I think it's a little too low HP bars for them to do so, particularly with Lian, with flash and a lot of gold in his pocket. One of the difficulties with playing against someone like that Viego is that you get punished so hard if you overstep. It's Rare Atom which get punished before that, though. Resets don't come through. You don't get Lian able to get multiple casts of the Heartbreaker. And it happens largely because Xiaoshu is the one that's caught out from the rest of his team at this point. Very tanky on the Scion. But as soon as the Rakan uses a lot of his engage, it's not like the backline of Weibo have a huge amount to be worried about. The engage ultimates are already down. They get to go forward. Great charm coming in from Xiaohu as well. One of these players, which again, we have such a high opinion of. Weiwei luckily has the clone to get out of his own difficult situation as Weibo get themselves something on the map.
We come back in. 8 seconds till the dragon spawns. And look at that damage there from Light. And the very pivotal thing here is that Light did not lose summoners. Did not lose his flash, did not lose his cleanse. We will see Xiaohu with a teleport now and a Shadow Flame. He's done with the vegan Ari build. He wants damage. he is with you on this Nightmare, and he wants to be able to take people out. We do see Lian starting up this dragon. Let's be careful. Weiwei moving forward aggressively, knowing that he's got himself the protection of his team. RA need to be very careful with how they approach this one here. Don't have the Feather Storm just yet. And here we go. They're going to jump straight back in. Weibo have come to life. And the Aphelios is here to stay. Getting himself 2 kills. Xiaohu looking to take out Asim, who still doesn't have a hope or a prayer. Xiaohu picks up that final kill. And looks like Weibo found the go button.
Oh, Xiaohu gets the Everfrost pass from me. I don't always love the item on this champion, but he makes it work. 2 fights in a row. Catches out the Fed, Viego, and puts Weibo into position where they can get this Baron. Huge plays coming out of the mid laner from Weibo, despite the difficult early game.
Very difficult early game, but finally they get themselves going on top of this one here. They go for the Baron. They should be able to reset, get themselves back out onto the map, and take this dragon. All things going well. And again, it comes from the fact that they just haven't got damage without Asim, and Asim's got no escape tool, so he has to basically play defensive.
Does. Fantastic charm coming in from Xiaohu. This fight isn't about the Scion and trying to chunk through the 4,000 HP nearly from that top laner. One of the damage sources already gone. The resets start coming in from Xiaohu as well with the extra charges on his ultimate. And it is a real lifeline for Weibo. This has been a much more difficult series than we had planned for them. We hoped it would be a 2-0 for them for the sake of them and their prospects for this league. We go back towards this. They have to pull it off again. They're trying to fight for entrance into the river.
Yeah, this time around, though, you do have the ultimate on Asim. Weiwei trying to go forward here. Everyone trying to back away. Again, important. Light still has a full
plethora of summoners available to him. Strive trying to roam around this backside. We'll see the Shurelias being used. Xiaohu on a bit of a flank. They don't know where he is. He misses the charm, but we're going to see the executes trying to come in now. Lian so low, and the Infernum secures it off 3 times in a row. Light with the quadra kill, and they're going to give it over to him. No, Xiaohu! He steals it. No Penta, but Weibo will deny the soul. Light will get a quadra, and this game and this series looks like it's going over to the side of Weibo.
It's no Penta, but the AD carry from Weibo is the light at the end of the tunnel. He had his summoners, you called it out, and he uses them to such great effect. It's hard fought. They don't get to the soul do Rare Atom. They're sadly going to have to be looking at Weibo walking into the base of the Baron.
Looks like they're going to be able to try and crack this one open. Won't be able to end the game just yet. You can see they were never really intending that with Wei Wei taking the dragon for himself, but the gold lead has ballooned to 7,000. Let's have a look at the replay here, because again and again we're just seeing, whoa, very quick into this one here.
Huge damage coming out of Light, and not even the Scion can dissuade Weibo from reaching the backline. The fight happens on too many fronts. Assume Strive not able to stand their ground and damage down.
Is it an auto that stole it away?
I mean, I'm just going to throw this out there. Xiaohu made the plays which got Weibo back into the game. I know it's exciting to have the Penta, but Xiaohu deserves this. I don't care about that damage grab. Xiaohu's the reason why Weibo fought their way back into this mid-game.
I'll be real. I'll always say this. Pentakills are earned, not given. You have to earn it. You have to get the pentakill. That's how I view it anyway. But, I mean, Weibo finally finding themselves a little bit of confidence after so long, and finally showing what they can do, and it's why it's so, you know, kind of frustrating watching this team sometimes, but it really is just kind of one of those moments where Weibo, when they do get that momentum, when they do have the damage behind them, they do look unstoppable. Now, speaking of unstoppable, Shy, not really in any kind of threat right now. He's full tank, and he's just 100% able to kind of hold everybody here from the side of RA.
Right, Shy has himself 2 items. He's trying to push in this wave as much as he can. And despite the fact that Lian has been, again, rewarded for playing his damage champions, mostly through the split, he moved away from the utility role, wants to be more of a carry for his team. He's not been able to get those resets later into the game. The Herald fights look great for Rare Atom, not been able to replicate that though. And now they have to stand and watch as the whole map starts to fall away from them. They don't have that much vision. They have a couple of walls towards that top side river, but they're being pushed into their own side of the map.
Take a breather. Think of where we're kind of coming into this one here as Weibo have got pressure in bot. They're going to be able to kind of push in this mid pretty consistently as well. They're kind of relying on a big soul for RA now. They're very much on the back foot. You would love to have a mountain soul here, because you can see with that Triforce build. Oh, I'm just going to stop myself here. The Shy TPing in, trying to see if he can catch out Strive, with no
Xiaohu
flash
too.
available. Xiaohu too. Yeah, Strive is going to go down. Doesn't matter that the charm missed. As I say that, Strive survives. Oh my lord, Strive survives, and he's able to get out as well. Now the Shy has to move away. How the hell does he get out of that?
Oh, it's a couple of missed skill shots. Strive, no flash, no Kaz though. He gets away with enough HP, and Lian does manage to get on the board finally. I'm not sure what this is going to lead to though. I don't think Weibo are going to be dissuaded from being on the other side of the map, particularly with I don't know, Rare Atom committing particularly the side ult to it. It feels like they've lost a little bit of their go button. So Weibo, it's a bit of a stalling movement from Rare Atom to stop Weibo from ending the game, but it doesn't stop them still pushing into the enemy side of the map and continuing to get vision control.
I need to see this replay. How does he get out of this alive? You think he's got all the time in the world for Weibo. No flash here for Strive, but I mean, great response for him to be able to kind of put down his damage. Good dodge on that, but I guess just not putting down his... Yeah, I'm not... The Shy doesn't ult, or he does right at the end, but I feel like he needed to ult a little sooner.
I think both of them, because you can see that Xiaohu, he tries to ult away from the Heartbreaker, doesn't get that. Of course, it goes on cooldown afterwards. If you just ult into the brush to get yourself some vision, you can very much get that down itself. You're in late game, it's not the longest cooldown. You built up some cooldown items as well for both of these solo laners. Just a little bit greedy. Wouldn't have mattered if they hit all their skill shots, but sometimes you have to just make sure it's a done deal. The Shy doesn't have flash, potentially could cast over the wall. Not going to be the case. Okay, right. Dragon up in a minute. That would be solved for Rare Atom. Baron in 30 seconds. Weibo could potentially rush down the Baron and then force Rare Atom into a fight against pushing waves against them, but it's a bit of a tight timing. Wonder if Rare Atom will try and dissuade the Baron, but not in full force, and then really try and hit home at a potential Soul Dragon.
Important to note as well, Ardent Sensor finished up for Crisp, so that Aphelios is monstrous. 3.5 items, nearly 4 built up for himself right now, and it's going to be difficult to try and burn him down as quickly as they possibly would like. We're going to see Weiwei moving forward here. Strife on a backside here, does get the Battle Song out, and the ultimate from the from Xiaoshu, as he gets knocked back straight away. Great Gragon's Barrel, but it's again onto a very tanky member. He does flash away, as now they're going to see Leyen kind of getting himself away from this fight with his Heartbreaker over the wall. Weiwei forced to go into Cyclone here. Not a great Moonlight Vigil from the AD carry of Weibo, but look at bot side, look at the mini-map. There's super minions pushing into this bot side. I will say the inhibitor is respawning very soon. I think RA are very well aware of that, as a TP immediately comes back in from Xiaoshu.
Okay, he doesn't have his ult though. Again, that's one of the big things about the sign. It allows you to go unstoppable, have some more threat. Not having that means that Light just looks at him and says, okay, that's a way for me to bump my DPS. Here we go.
Here we go. They're jumping in. It's Lulu for Rakan. It's support for support, but that Everfrost was massive. And now the Aphelios can really put in the work. They're getting so much work done here on top of all these carries. And bit by bit, little by little, Weibo will take down RA. Quadra-kill again for Light. I believe it was Xiao who took away the Penta once more. But at the end of it all, Weibo will be winning this series 2-1.
It's a bit of a heart attack for Weibo fans, especially after that Game 2 and the early game from Game 3, but they see it out. Weibo will go the 4-2, which will be the exact mirror of Rare Atom's 2 and 4. It's a close run thing, though. Do not think this was a one-sided series.
Weibo will get the W. That is all that matters at the end of it all, but a lot of questions still remain for this lineup. A lot of just kind of, just nothing to really kind of, you wouldn't be, I suppose it's a bittersweet kind of setup for here for RA. You did very well, you lost obviously at the end of it all. Weibo still come out with the W, but I mean, I just find it so hard to have confidence in this roster. I find it so hard to really feel like this team can go the distance when they do have games like this and games like the Game 2.
For sure. Can't quite go the distance. It's looking like they're going to have to pull out a bit of a zero-to-hero move to make themselves into playoffs, if at all possible. They were very close in spring. They came down to the last 2 days of games, if I remember correctly. Even after a good start for them in spring, they couldn't see that out. And now they're at 2-4. And that isn't with facing the likes of our real top teams. I don't believe they faced BLG or JDG yet. Or they might have faced one of them. Can't exactly remember.
They faced JDG and 2-0'd them right at the start of the split.
In terms of Rare Atom, yes. Of course, Weibo.
Rare Atom. Sorry, I thought you were talking about. My bad.
No, Weibo have been doing pretty well for themselves. And again, for them, 4-2 is a great result from the early season in regards to their first 6 series. But Rare Atom, now they're in a bit of a difficult spot because despite having good results do not bring you to playoffs unless it actually culminates in a series win. It's the same problem we have with teams like LGD, where even though they've taken games off of BLG and JDG, it's a great feel-good moment, but it does not get you that W in the column.
That's it. Like, we can have all the praise and Xiaoshu looking good and Strife kind of coming in here as well, but if you don't get the wins, it's going to mean unfortunately for RAs, they need to start kind of figuring out how they're going to start picking up those wins, because 2-4 now, starting to stack up a couple of more of those L's that you don't really want to be seeing here for this roster. And again, like I said, bittersweet for them today. They look good. Honestly, they could have probably won this game, but it was just kind of outclassing their opponent on the side of Weibo that kind of came through at the end. And for Weibo, kind of a similar situation. You can see right at the end there, they're not happy with that performance. Yes, they got the win, but they're looking at bigger than just playoffs. They're looking towards Worlds. They're looking towards, again, potentially, looking towards a championship. You look at a lot of the names in this roster, they have a lot of championships underneath their belt. And you're looking at BLG, JDG, hell, even the likes of OMG and stuff like that, who came off of 2 near-perfect games earlier today. It's hard to build confidence in this roster, and it shows in those players' faces.
Well, the roster which they had at the start of the year had 4 international title holders. You had the Shy, you had Karsa, Xiaohu, Light, of course, who was the one missing one out, and then Crisp as well. You forget about Crisp sometimes, but
of course.
FPX World Championships, he had that. And when you look at this team, and it is, again, one of these questions about, what is the ceiling for them? Have we seen it yet? Obviously, apparently not really. And when you consider that LPL is only going to be sending 4 teams to Worlds. But you think, okay, JDG and BLG look like they're shoo-ins right now. Teams like OMG really taking off the ground. Top Esports seems to be waking up. You have a lot of teams in contention for this. And Weibo, a team which, yes, they'll probably see themselves into playoffs, but they got 3-0'd by BLG earlier into spring. And it's very unlikely currently, on their current run of form, that they're going to be in a double elimination straight from the off. You're not going to get free chances there. And luckily, you managed to pull a rabbit out of a hat into the late game in this game 3, because after those Herald fights, I was almost ready to call it done.
Yeah, I mean, look, we were being very heavy-handed onto Weibo. They do come out with the win. Of course, that is still a positive, but moving forward now into the next few series, is you're kind of thinking about where does this team kind of go from here. They've got TT, then they've got BLG, so again, big match and a little match, I suppose is how you kind of put it. Then FBX, Ninjas Pajamas, WE, Ultra Prime, AL. They can still build up a bit of momentum here. I think the BLG series is kind of their only really hard one for the next 3 or 4 weeks, so very much winnable here. But again, it's still Weibo. I need to see them have dominant wins. I need to see them 2-0ing the likes of TT, FBX, NIP, and then I'll start to kind of go, okay, this team is definitely coming into like a bit more of a higher form. But for the moment, they will take the wins, 4-2 as well. Only dropping to the likes of Top Esports and OMG. Again, still very high-end teams on our playoff picture, but we'll have to wait and see how this team develops. And for RA, again, we need to see where they kind of come into this one here. They have already played against BLG, but like you said, not against some of the other massive teams in our region. And it is just an unfortunate situation that 2-1 does not make a series win.
And it does feel like, 2 steps forwards, 1 step back as well, because, this is their first split without playing with Cube, their top laner, who was a real rock-solid player for them in spring. Xiaoshu has actually been very good for this roster. We can see what he did on the Kasante, but they're having issues elsewhere in regards to how are they playing around their bigger engages. They didn't quite win most of those team fights when it came through to the mid and late game. Strive had some good moments. Mole struggled a little bit in that one game at the start of the series, but there are so many moving parts which they have to kind of stabilize out. They had a lot of questions stylistically coming from spring in terms of, well, look, do we want Leon to be utility or do we want him to be damage? We saw him do a little bit of both in this series. It's not like you can only do one or the other. But then you have Feather saying, okay, Feather has to try and be this engage as well. How are we balancing all this? And they didn't quite find that today.
Yeah, absolutely. But we're going to send it over to Christina, who's standing by with Light for an interview.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Light, the AD carry for WBG. Congratulations on your 2-1 victory. Although your opponent took game 2, but eventually you won game 3. So before the match, before the game 3, how did you guys review your form, or what was your communication before the decisive game? 欢迎 Light 来到我们的赛后采访。恭喜 WBG 在今天2-1拿下了比赛的胜利。虽然中间可能有一点小小的失利，但是我们想知道在第3局之前队伍是怎么样调整和复盘的呢？或者说你们觉得第3局的重点应该放在哪里呢？
第3盘其实我们就是教练就是让我们更冷静的去打吧，然后复盘的点，前面还是有点太着急了吧，就先锋一波送了一波很亏的团战，对。
So before the game 3, our coach told us that please stay calm in game. Maybe in game 2 we lost some Rift Herald team fights. We aimed a little bit in that team fight, so we just don't be too hasty in game 3. And in the pre-match, I saw you mentioned your current form. You are not very satisfied with your current performance, but you did a perfect job on a fuse, especially in game 3. So with this win, do you think how would you evaluate your play style and performance currently？ 那么今天我们从赛前采访看到赖的选手这边也是比较谦虚的说，可能对自己目前状态还不是特别的满意。但是在今天的这局比赛，特别是在决胜局的时候，用厄斐琉斯打出了一个爆炸的伤害。在这场比赛之后，赖的选手对于自己的一个表现和状态有一个新的这样的评价吗？
其实今天的第3把其实还是因为对面失误了吧，不然我觉得我们可能机会还是比较少，因为前面确实落后太多了。
As you can see in game 3, maybe we lost a little bit in early game, and I think the reason why we can take victory is that our opponent made some mistakes. They gave us opportunities so that we can come back. And still in game 3, as you mentioned, their jungler carried the game pace very hard. In very early game, they scored so many drags. So how did you guys manage to come back? Were you still confident of your team fighting abilities in mid game? 那么就像赖的选手，我们刚刚说到的，就是对面在前面的时候也是carry了一点节奏嘛。那么想知道具体的来说，比如说他们拿到3条小龙之后，大概20分钟的时候，微博队伍这边是不是还是很冷静，或者说对于自己的团战能力非常有自信，然后以至于你们可以赢下这局比赛呢？
其实我们前面确实是很劣势，但是因为我的装备其实是跟对面力不落后对面 AD 的，就是打团对面打得差的情况下，我们也是可以赢的，所以我们就 也是在找对面的失误吧，然后对面也确实失误了，所以还是比较幸运吧，就是能拿下今天的比赛。
So I feel very lucky that we can take game 3 because that even though we were really in the disadvantages in early game, but in terms of my items, I also farmed very well, and my items is not weaker than their opponents, their AD carries items. So if we can find some opportunities proactively and find some good positions and angles in team fights, we still can come back. And thanks to luck. Final question for you now: you've got 4 wins, and this season you have a new coach and a new jungler. So what do you think of your team synergy overall in terms of your reading to the meta and in terms of your team synergy, this kind of stuff? 那么最后一个问题，拿下这一局之后 ，WBG 这边现在收获了4胜。那么在现在这样的一个情况下，你们这个赛季有了新的教练，也有了一个新的打野选手。目前为止，你觉得大家是不是已经找到了切合版本，或者说适合队伍风格的打法？对于目前队伍的这些方面的状态，感觉怎么样呢？
目前队伍的状态就是怎么说呢？就是还是不是特别稳定吧。然后可能回去要复盘很多，因为很想看今天是为什么会变成就很差的一个环境。对。
相信你们之后也能越打越好。So from my perspective, I don't think our form is very stable right now. So maybe after this game, after we come back, we have to do some adjustment and review our performance, especially in today's matchup, because maybe we didn't perform very well in game 2, and we will do some work, come back after this matchup. Thank you so much for joining us. 谢谢 Light 来到我们的赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christina. I would love to know what's happening in the background there. When it's just people just screaming in the background. But kind of coming back into the interview a little bit there, I do like that there's very real kind of, sentiment coming there from, excuse me, from, I've completely forgotten the name of the guy we just interviewed there. But regardless, just kind of saying, look, we're not having a great time right now. Our form is not the greatest of all. And it's just not really coming into us right here, and we need to be better. We need to be able to, kind of step forward if we're going to be able to kind of contest in the playoffs.
Yeah, and, Light comes away with the player of the game as well. And, he was very honest in that interview, just saying, look, there's a lot more that we've got to do with this. And it's difficult, right, because we should celebrate the great plays that they did make, because those late-game team fights in that Game 3 were really fun to watch, but they were in a position where they had to make those team fights because of the earlier fights, particularly around that Herald. I thought Xiao Hu had a really good game as well. It's kind of hard to give the player of the game to anyone else but Light because of his huge Moonlight Vigils later into the game, but I think Xiao Hu deserves an honorable mention, particularly because of his ability to, again, pick off some important targets around the Scion before they could get him to a really difficult position. And again here, a lot of the way that Rare Atom want to fight around this Scion, they just couldn't do it because Xiao Hu was on the flank, and that buys space for Light to do some crazy work just after this point. Puts down a Sentinel turret, which gives himself the Infernum, which then leads to the huge damage coming out. Great weapon management, great DPS, and he walks away with a huge amount of multi-kills for his effort.
Yeah, that's it. Like 8 kills off of 2 fights. You'll definitely take that one for yourself. And like I said, I think that Xiao Hu kind of took the game into his own hand. Very facilitative pick in the Ahri, even without the damage that he's already doing himself as well. Even that Everfrost right there is just huge from Xiao Hu right over the wall, kind of putting himself in and immediately pulling himself back out. So really, really good utility coming out here from the Weibo Gaming mid laner. And I mean, look, still getting themselves a win. Still great to see Weibo kind of pushing forwards. And again, great to see from Light, who obviously you mentioned was in the interview there. My brain just went blank for a second. It's just, again, being realistic, kind of recognizing that this isn't their final form.
But nobody's home.
Honestly, that's literally me right now, dude. I'm just, I'm kind of, it's hot, it's humid. It's definitely not going to be a fun time for me in this very well-insulated room. But we're going to throw it to a quick break. When we return, we're going to try to play catch-up to the EDG LNG series, and we'll see you soon.
Let's go for it.
What Yuumi does, with help from jungle mid as well.
This is one-shot potential.
It is, oh dear Lord, Cream. Solo kill, baby, but this man's in charge.
To be very aware that Nico, despite only having a couple of items, is still very, very scary. Tarzan gets caught out and has to use his stopwatch.
That's huge. They're going to go in with the Cyclone, try and jump on the Gala. There's the Pop Blossom though on the backside of this one here, but Gala's already gone down. They're going to get so many more kills off of this. Zika just can't finish off anybody. Ruler with the stopwatch doesn't go down. And then in the blink of an eye, they've got to win the game.
But Weibo Gaming still consistently not wanting to give it over, while, yeah, Topside's losing out too. So when inner turret goes down, and LNG just keep hovering between that and the river. That's what? Okay, double flash comes through, and that's what you want to see from Light. He's just tearing them up. All of a sudden, LNG get way too close to the Light, and they get flashbang.
Yeah, having nothing on their side, but still, I mean, I guess when it has just been a game of farming, still having to be feared, maintaining map presence. The one thing LGU have going for them in terms of map pressure is the Jax down in that bottom lane. They're going to try and force through Sign fast with Scout.
3-man Pop Blossom is good. Is they're going to try and make this one work. Scout goes golden. There's going to be missing. Trying to see if he can get on top of Gala, but an immediate cleanse there from Gala keeps him safe. Moonlight Vigil is only on top of 369, but it's only the one you were going to try and take him out. Double kill coming in here for Zika as they've got JDG routed. Great Pop Blossom started it all off. And now, with 2 people dead, specifically the jungler of JDG, this could be a Baron.
So Knight is stood on this blast cone. Watch what he can do with that. There's no vision inside the pit to see Knight hop over this wall. Venus can get Hullbreaker, but needs to be stood away from
Here
the
he
Here
is.
comes Knight.
Meteor goes
There he
in, Jin's
goes.
out trying to connect. They're getting Ruler. Big blade caller. Everything goes on to Ruler, and he stands the test of time for now. The rest of JDG have already picked him up. Ruler is still standing. Ruler will not go down, and Ruler outplays them all.
I met you at some party. You were talking about your band. You bore me with your stories about your tour in Amsterdam. But you spoke so politely, drinking gin out of a can. I knew that you liked me from the way you touched my hand. But I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr. And I refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I met you at some party. You acted the part. Had your Ray-Bans on, even though it was dark. I met you at some party. You acted the part of a rock and roll superstar. I don't care. I don't care. But I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr. And I refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain.
打 LNG 的话，感觉下路谁赢就谁赢吧。UZI 的到来算是给我们队伍带来了一定的希望吧，并且他在游戏上的玩法也是非常的激进，会让我们找到一个比较明确的一个目标。
队伍之前的状态的话确实不好，但是最近是明显的是越来越好了。下一场对阵 EDG 下路的话，我觉得他们经验应该挺丰富的吧。然后我还是打好自己的吧，然后就面对乌兹的回归，就觉得挺好的吧。然后希望能有一场精彩的比赛。
both bot lane supports getting themselves a couple of words there saying that it's going to be won or lost from the bot lane. I cannot agree anymore. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are going to be jumping as quick as we possibly can into this first game between EDG and LNG. We are a little bit behind, of course, because we were in Shanghai when we moved all the way to Suzhou, which started off a little bit earlier. And we're going to see how this game is going to kind of set itself up and move itself forward, because it does feel like this is going to come down to between Uzi and Gala, two ex-RNG AD carries, two MSI champions with that organization now with new orgs and new ambitions.
And looking at these bot lanes, we have Emilio that got through the draft. We have two hyperscaling AD carries. You were saying earlier, it feels like all AD carries are hyperscaling nowadays, but Zyre and Aphelios both have all the tools in the toolbox to make those team fights really perilous to face against them.
We jump straight into the Rift here. We'll see exactly how both these sides kind of go for right now. And of course, again, the premier matchup has to be Uzi versus Gala. These two massive AD carries, massive kind of, you know, just threats in their own right. But also it was kind of interesting as well, because obviously Uzi left RNG and then Gala stepped in and stepped up. You know, a lot of people saying, how do you go from Uzi to another player? It's an incredibly difficult thing to do, but Gala did it. And I think that there's a lot of respect for this guy. He hasn't been able to kind of see as much international or domestic success in the last few season or split or so, but definitely still a player you got to put massive props to, especially when he goes into the kind of a team as stacked as LNG.
And what is going to be so fun to watch is that both of these AD carries share an identity where it feels like if you don't kill them at the very start of the fights in these big 5v5s, they will end it for you. Both of these carries have found such success with that kind of play style, making the most of those huge team fights in the later into the game. We do have Renekton on the top side of the map. It's a rarely seen champion in the current meta. It's fairly good into the Jax, but Ala's Jax is another sort of beast. So Zika, he had this as a comfort champion in spring. We'll have to show results on it here in game one.
Absolutely, and of course for Ala, going up against his former organization once more again, was with LNG in 2021, and now up against Edward, or up on Edward Gaming Go against his old team. And Ala's always kind of been one of those interesting top laners for me as well. Feels like he's one of those champions or one of those players that can have pop-off performances, but you still know and feel like he can just throw it away as well at any point in time. It does feel like he's a little hot and a little cold.
Absolutely. I think for me in spring, Ala was in my top 3 top laners. He was one of the guys alongside Bin and maybe someone like 369 as well. He was really showing up on individual carries, playing through top side and a bot sided meta. Shanji as well springs to mind on that list. And in this game, particularly into the Renekton and the Wukong top side, if this Jax becomes a threat, we'll at least be able to hold those two early game teamfight menaces to a bit of a standstill. JJ looking to get into the jungle himself as Viego into the Wukong.
They're still going at it. JJ trying to use the aggression that you get with the level 3 on the Viego before Tarzan can just kind of have himself a happy CSing time. And look at the way the lanes are. Every single lane is in priority here for EDG. Bot, mid, and top, so there's just no way that LNG's laners can even come back and help him out with this. So yeah, just straight up buff trade. JJ just using that priority exceptionally well.
Yeah, red side to red side. Having the pushing mid early allows JJ to cross mid uncontested. One of the big win conditions for EDG in spring was JJ being just the best jungler in the league. The other contestant for that was Tarzan.
Yeah.
Both of them have had a weaker summer than I think they would have liked, especially given their form in spring, but JJ controlling both red side quadrants early into this game. Important to make sure that he has first run of the map.
Let's see what I'm going to go for. I will say this is a composition that EDG have built for themselves. And we saw this in the last series when Uzi kind of brought themselves up. This is something they are very clearly pushing for. Double front line, technically, you know, 2.5 front line, I would say, with the Jax, the Viego, and the Cassante, with an Enchanter as well on something like an Aphelios. You should, in theory, be able to kind of survive a hell of a lot that's thrown at you. I will say the big thing that I'm looking at right now is he doesn't have a cleanse. Went with the Ghost instead, so going a little bit more aggressively, and that could be absolutely massive going into these, you know, later game team fights.
Yeah, I'll have to see if whether there's going to be Mikhail's built up by makeup. That could be very impactful. On the other side, you do, of course, have, on the whole, quite an early game scaling top lane, at least with the top jungle combo. It feels like the engage from LNG is not going to be easily met. I'm wondering if Scout goes towards a higher DPS build, given that it's a low range HP building top side. You could go towards Leandries and the Ahri. However, given the rest of the team, You might need that Everfrost just for a bit more AoE CC to make Tarzan's life easier. As it stands, EDG is trying to make Hung and Gala's life a little harder.
Ooh, that turret shot though right onto Uzi. Yeah, I mean, look, it guarantees them a plate, but they definitely could have gone a little bit more. I think that they had to back themselves away as Uzi unfortunately took just a little bit too much damage there. Even though it was only the one tower shot, definitely feels like you, especially early on in this game, you cannot be risking that kind of a dive with such low health bars.
For sure, especially when both these AD carries know how to use a lead, and we expect bot lane to have a lot of leads to be played around. Zika has level 6. Ooh, stun goes into the counter-strike. Awkward moment. Of course, Dala hitting 6 under that turret. I was wondering if it was going to lead to an all-in. Not to be the case. Dominus still too powerful in that early game. Arlo, though, keeping up the farm early. Zika not getting the most out of this Renekton pick so far.
But we'll wait and see. TP comes back in for both top laners and mid laners as well. So we're going to wait to see now. Level 6 is here for Fofo and Scout, so might be a bit of an aggressive take going up towards this dragon. It is EDG who do have the priority over for the moment. Magala just kind of pathing back in towards the spot side. And again, with Emilio, yes, it's great having him in the lane and, of course, the team fights, but when he wants to be aggressive, he's not exactly a Nautilus, so I think this is just going to be an easy pickup here for the side of EDG.
It's not exactly a Rakan either, which can escape from most of his warding mission mishaps. So he's not going to look in too difficult towards that dragon. It's going to go down to the side of EDG. Early game bot lane pressure, all of those pushing lanes with an aggressive jungle. That has been the calling card of the meta, particularly since MSI. It's going to mean that LNG, their first crack of the game, might come around that Herald. Renekton is one of the best Herald fighters in the game with his first ultimate of the game. Are you going to fight on that an even footing, though? Because JJ's looking bot lane again.
Really wants to make this one work on this bot side. Again, so difficult when you have Emilio. Trying to see if they can maybe gain something here as this wave does crash. Uzi and Maker are having a much better time of it as well. You can see a 15 or so CS lead, depending on how these minions go, in favor of Uzi over Gala.
That's going to be a 10 CS lead down on that bot side. So, I think I lost you for a second there. We said
I think I died,
exactly the same thing,
definitely died.
We'd said exactly the same thing, though, so completely on the same wavelength.
Nice.
What now we need to see is what's going to happen in the next minute in regards to resets, because we've got 40 seconds till this Herald, as you were saying. Renekton, first dominance of the game, very good at fighting around Herald, but if bot lane advantages ends up affecting resets, ends up affecting which jungle, which support or which AD carry can make it towards that objective, that can affect it in turn. You can see currently with the Caliber and Crescendo, great work done by Uzi to force Gala and Hung back. They're not going to be able to get up towards that Herald. It's going to be an entirely top-sided affair. But EDG aren't even looking for it right now. They're just looking to continue to pile down the hurt on this bot side.
And the thing is, despite JJ putting in so much time and effort in this bot side, because he's consistently been taking away the Krugs, he's actually ahead on farm as well. So now we're going to see them go for a little bit of engage. Oh, Mako, though, gets caught out and Hung gets taken out. That's going to be a trade back, though, of supports. 1-for-1. Feathers fly. JJ with the Milio, not going to be able to do much else than just heal up the Aphelios, but a 1-for-1 trade, definitely not a bad situation to be in here for LNG, considering the amount of time and presence that ADG were putting in that bot side.
And the kill goes to Gala. You still lose so many summoners on the side of EDG. It's a bit of an imperfect dive. Gala walks away with more than EDG would have liked to do so. EDG focusing very hard on this bot side yet again. Somewhat surprised that LNG haven't gone towards an earlier Herald start currently. Uzi's still in that brush for a second. Observer's playing with us. Going to complete that recall, gets himself back to base. This does mean that Hung is going to be first support onto the map towards this top side. As we said, the Herald fight from LNG looks stronger in the early game than EDG. Going to see if they can get that one for free.
Yeah, 1-for-1, definitely not a bad situation. Mako being like, oi, where do you think you're going on that bot side? We're going to hold this wave in an awkward position for the Xayah. So, however, because of that, and because they're prioritizing the farm and the presence here for Uzi, it does mean that the Rift Herald should be going pretty easily over to the side of LNG. No contest to be coming out here from JJ. While this is all happening, we are seeing, again, more and more presence from this Renekton. The thing is, in isolation, this is why the kind of Renekton is so touted so powerfully, or so, you know, kind of in that laning phase, is that he's always pushed up. He's always kind of putting this Jax underneath the tower, keeping pressure down. And this is, you know, without jungle intervention, the Ala Jax just has to accept it.
Yeah, he doesn't have a teleport either. Low enough HP. He's going to cancel it back again. So annoying. Kicks that football at him. JJ at least here to At least buy some space for him. Tarzan's here as well. I don't think they can force towards this. Plate's going down to the bot side. Zika's not there to defend the turret. So while all this has happened, you've opened up that CS lead again. You've taken 3 turrets plates on that bot side. Uzi is winning this cross-map trade.
100%. And now Zika will get himself here. But again, remember, it's Renekton. He's not exactly the tankiest of guys in the world. So if they wanted to go for a dive, they could. And with now finally getting Tarzan to come up here with Gala, try and trade this one back. They're going to try and just, win this turret race. With, I will say, having the Rift Herald should be fine. But that's 4 plates in this bot side. Maybe not the tower, but still, look at the gold going over to Uzi.
At least Zika manages to get a bit of that wave clear in. We've got one of the best tower-killing junglers in the game because of his clone and the Q, both affecting the tower at that point. Wondering what Ala's going to do with this wave now. He is going to end up pushing it out. Wondering if there was an option for a brief freeze, but I think with teleport available to Ala coming out soon, he'd rather push it in and be able to teleport to a fight should it be appropriate to do so. And it looks like LNG, they're resetting and heading towards that next neutral objective of the game.
Ooh, not going to spot that word out. Not going to, just about, I was going to say, not going to spot that one either, but finding that one here. Hung should be able to steal that one, no problem whatsoever. JJ repays in kind. So obviously, we talked about how EDG have built themselves a little bit of a front to back. They are trying to protect Uzi with this Lulu as well. How do LNG want to approach fights? Because it does feel like with the Wukong and the Ahri, they have so much mobility to try and get in on top of this AD carry.
But this is where you look at the item build from Scout, and you think that shows a little bit of how LNG might want to play the game. Liandry's likely to come in because of that Finnish Codex built up, which means that with the first strike, Liandry's as sole AP on the Ahri, you can do significant damage to Shax, Viego, and the Cassante. Maybe LNG are looking to play front to back themselves and try and just have higher damage because they have a longer range damage threat in the mid lane.
That was Ghost used by Uzi there just before, or just as the dragon spawns, so LNG looking to be aggressive here around this objective. Not going to let the stacking come in just yet from EDG, but him healing up fairly easily here with a Severum. Should be fine to kind of go for it. Zika has already used his stun, and that's why he immediately goes into the Dominus. Ala thinking about it right now. There's a flash for both these guys. There's the leap strike after the second slice and dice comes in. Flash in with a Q would be nice, but a counter strike should stop it. Zika wants it, and Ala has to respect it. Zika winning in this topside matchup.
Observers focus in on the Renekton. You can see that W cooldown just ticking down. Ala not able to get out completely safely. And what this does mean is now you suddenly got a flashless Jax. You can't impact the next few minutes of the play. Will have to be a little bit more respectful, rather. EDG once again putting their focus down towards the bot side. Ala not really receiving any attention this game.
It's getting a very much not the kind of flow we generally see from teams this early on in the game. Normally it's kind of like, okay, you're going for Dragon, we don't want to contest it, we'll go for this, we'll go for that. But both these teams throwing everything into this bot side to try and gain priority. And again, it comes down to what both Hong and Mako said in the interview before we came into this matchup. This game is going to be won or lost from bot side, and you can see just right now they're putting in so much emphasis to make sure they can win these bot lane fights.
But considering how both of these teams played in spring, they had LP and Leave on their rosters. They were playing more towards their junglers, their mid-jungle combinations. They've taken a backseat in this game. As it stands, teleports coming in, and Dragon is the focus.
Here we go. Dragon going to be the focus. Is going to be a quick steal. Yes, it is. JJ does get stunned up, though, with the charm afterwards. Tarzan very low and taken out. Now the resets can come in. It's a great fight for EDG if they can keep going forward with it, but Scout immediately going into Uzi way wide with that Moonlight Vigil. Unfortunately for him, means he's not going to get much else. A flash forward, but Fofo may have gone too far in. Does not get himself anything else. JJ almost getting the execute down as well. Lots of summoners burn, but at the end, it's EDG with the kills, and it's EDG with the Dragon.
LNG, they tried to pull a fast one over EDG, take the Bad Dragon as quickly as possible, but Fofo gets the flank. EDG managing to get themselves the steal, and they get to have some free time with their superior health bars afterwards. Uzi, once again, continuing to shove down on this bot side turret, not able to get the last plate on this bot lane outer, but able to take the tower down nonetheless. Wasn't the cleanest team fight from EDG, but they did more than enough.
Did more than enough. Let's have a look at the replay here again. Because again, it's LNG forcing this Dragon to try and stop the stacking early on, and it's just JJ just kind of saying, look, I'm unthreatened. No one's really kind of pushing me away.
One of the other big things here is once you've used the Cozy Campfire from the Milio, it's on a very long cooldown. They don't have that for the big turnaround afterwards. Tarzan just becomes a soul to be stolen by Viego. JJ ults backwards. Maybe could have finished off Scout afterwards, but not quite able to do so. This was close though. And you can see definitely what happens though. When you have the Leandri's build on the Ahri, the ticking down damage on Fofo is fairly significant. He's lucky to get out of that one alive. Just about does so though. Even it up in gold, now coming back out onto the map. Second Herald, the next object of desire.
It's been a low kill game, but it hasn't been devoid of action for the moment. We are seeing plenty of skirmishes coming around between both of these squads, and both AD carries finishing up their Kraken Slayer. It's kind of become the standard first item now in the meta. There was a little bit of a fluctuation, people still going towards that Stormbrazer as such, but it does feel like we've landed back on the Kraken. It's still such an exceptional carry, you know, kind of even just late game as well, to give you that extra damage when you're dealing with such beefy front lines of the EDG. It definitely feels like LNG making the right choice here with the pick, but looks like Rift Herald is going to be kind of EDG's to start, but will it be theirs to take? They got plenty of vision at the moment, but not
Zik is teleporting to mid.
Yeah, not the most confident of plays.
I think EDG, again, you're at the point in time where really the Renekton around these Herald fights is so annoying because that first dominance of the game, it gives you access to basically 2 empowered abilities. Watch out for this Renekton. How much value is he going to get?
How much value indeed. Goes into the dominance and getting all outed as well by Fofo. He doesn't go down though just yet. Tarzan's decoy soaks up a hell of a lot. Uzi with all the chakrams in the world. Looks like Gala going to have to go into his ultimate. So much work there coming out here from Uzi. He almost turns that fight into a 1v4 and he almost wins.
Almost does. Gets so many chakrams. Got a full armory floating around him, orbiting his body very, very close. And Zika, despite the fact that he manages to survive that fight, doesn't get huge value out of that Renekton. Flash stun would have been incredibly powerful. Of course, didn't have that flash, so he's not got the easiest way into that fight. LNG, they dissuade, well, at least they stop themselves from dying. I suppose they dissuade a little bit of that Herald kind of fight kind of coming into fruition. But EDG, they're still walking away, forcing LNG back. And as soon as this Renekton comes out of early game, it's going to be very difficult for Zerk to really function in this game.
So was the Herald taken by LNG?
I was just saying, I was like, oh,
yeah, I was looking at it.
I didn't see the Herald in inventory. I'm like, but EDG won the fight. Okay,
yeah,
right.
Did.
I saw what happened here. Maybe it was Tarzan that took it and he had to be forced away. That would make a lot of sense. Yes,
there it
goes down to Tarzan, but he's not able to stick around and pick it up. I really wonder whether they should have just tried to bail, leave the fight, walk away with the objective. Not able to do so. Scout not able to pick it up himself either, even with the Spirit Rush charges.
My
God. Chakrams, though. Yeah. This is one of those fights. It's really hard to get fights like this. Red and White has an incredible high damage potential with the Severin Crescendum stacking up so quickly. But trying to actually sit in range for those auto attacks, in pro play at least, it's quite difficult to do. But Uzi showing exactly how much damage you can do.
Yeah, well, Scout, we're going to lose a Spirit Rush over the wall there, because unfortunately he gets caught out. Over back again, and then realizes, nope, bonk on the head, get back over that wall. EDG kind of building a bit of confidence right now. It's still an incredibly even game. Gold basically... It's basically at parity between the two teams. AD carries at the same point as well, as they both build towards what I imagine is a Gale Force for Uzi and a Navari Quick Blade for Gala. It comes down to execution now. Neither of these teams have kind of an easy point and click CC out of, outside of, kind of flashing in and trying to catch somebody out. So it's going to be very much about how you play these fights. It's going to become the big important factor for these two teams.
And particularly with, I mean, Gordrink is pretty good for the Renekton in this game, given the very low range top side from EDG. You're not really going to be doing that much damage to the backline. You are just being a real beef ball in the front line. That is Zika's job. He's not here right now, though. The front line from LNG is somewhat lacking. That's a good charm onto the Enchanter.
It is a good charm. Tarzan does use his decoy and his flash to get away. The feathers go flying there. Not quite sure what Gala was hoping to do there, maybe expecting someone to walk a little bit too far forward, but without any of those ultimates or summoners available for LNG, I think they got to give up the soul. I don't think there's much place for them to kind of contest this.
That's a mess from LNG. No ultimate from the Xayah, really hurting them here. Using a lot of cooldowns for not that much threat from EDG. It was just a counter-strike being channeled from Ala, which forces that one out. Now suddenly, LNG, they have to face off against a very early soul point from EDG, who have just coasted into this lead.
Really have. It's going to be about 24, 25 minutes soul for EDG. And when you have such a beefy front line as well with the Cassante and the Jax. Oh, never mind, Uzi. He gets caught out with a Cyclone. Not even quite sure how that happened there. And despite everything that happened in that last fight, LNG just walk up and kill him.
Scout?
Not quite.
Hey, so LNG lose the dragon, get themselves a mid lane turret and a kill onto the president himself, Mr. Uzi, in that bot lane. Tarzan, I thought he was going to get spotted out by the tower. I think it goes down just before he pops that clone. catches Uzi completely unaware. So EDG finding themselves being bitten back against very briefly. We talked about this observers earlier. You don't have to focus on every flub that happens. You're not quite able to get that ear over the wall.
Yo, show me. If you want me to show me, if you want me to show your victories, you gotta show me.
Show me that Mortal 2.
But yeah, I mean, like, there's just Uzi kind of walking forward, and then, I mean, I don't really know what quite happens. I think he just forgets, or maybe he doesn't realize how low of a cooldown some of these ultimates are.
I think that is really well timed from Tarzan to use the clone as the tower falls, because maybe you get lulled into a false sense of security saying, okay, you get the true sight coming in from the tower, you get to spot Wukong going into the clone, it falls, immediately presses clone, immediately goes on top of him. Uzi just disrespecting the engage range from Tarzan, who has had a difficult game so far, not really landed that many killer blows, but that one was an important one.
Absolutely, and it's the thing why the Wukong and the Vi and such, it is such high priority in the meta right now. You can get opportunities like that. It's kind of almost point and click and CC with the Tarzan clone kind of masking you away. But we come back into live, and again, still a very even game. It's kind of only that kill difference or tower difference, I should say. That's really the difference between these two teams in terms of goal, but important for EDG. They have 3 dragons. They are going to be, in 3 minutes' time, looking at a Ocean Soul point. And again, for a Jax, a Viego, a Cassante, hell, even I would argue with an Aphelios being in his red and whites, if he ends up having that combination, so powerful to keep them going in these fights and just keeping them alive while LNG just kind of, you know, try and find an opportunity to get them back.
Sort of taking a hard trade versus Ala. Once again, outplayed by the counter-strike. Has to pop the Dominus. Teleport's coming.
Teleport coming in, but Mako's going to be the 3rd man. It's going to be a 3v2. The charm is decent, but Zika is dead. Nicely done here by EDG to capitalize on what was a little bit of a false moment. JJ taken out, though, on the other side. Anything you can do, we can do as well. LNG going for tit for tat on the kill board.
And that's jungler down. With Baron on the board, I don't think you can start this. I don't think you can tank it and also try to finish it as well. You'd be looking for a fight, particularly with Scout's TP down, not able to do so. So LNG, they managed to get something across the map. Tarzan, again, he's not had the best summer considering he was one of the very best junglers in LPL Spring 23. He's not quite been able to live up to his own expectations, where he's, of course, one of the greatest junglers across the world and has been for a number of years since his debut on Griffin. Has to be so very important, though, to his team in this one. The engage is not easy from LNG to play, but these kind of picks can make it put into question.
And that's the big thing as well. I think for Spring, specifically JJ and Tarzan, as you mentioned, probably the 2 best junglers in the league at the time. Like, you know, you could definitely have an argument for Kanavi towards the later side, but these
Kanavi,
2 guys...
when his lanes were winning in Spring,
yes,
great, but he didn't have, like, the overall playstyle we've seen since MSI and Sith.
Exactly. So coming into summer, there was a lot of expectations coming in here for these 2 junglers, specifically, obviously, the mid-jungle combination. And for both these squads, I think earlier on in the season, it's obviously specifically more so for EDG as their scoreline indicates, but like there hasn't been that level of consistency between these mid-jungles. And I really do feel like it's kind of a, again, when you reach so high, not getting up to those heights again is going to be disappointment. You know, one team is happy with just not, you know, avoiding relegation sometimes in the Premier League, another team's disappointed they didn't win. So it's just about perspective.
Absolutely. So perspective EDG though is that they've brought in a superstar AD carry. Maybe he can be a general and a rallying cry for the org to find itself back towards the top of the table. They're currently sat at 2 and 3. They were 1 and 3 before Uzi joined, so he's undefeated in series, if not in games. It was a 2-1 in that one victory. We ran that one.
Not undefeated on Aphelios, though,
undefeated in 2023.
Did lose on the Aphelios as well. Very unfortunate.
That he did. Items coming in. Second one's across the board. Got the Zhonya's coming in for Scout. Allows him to play a little bit more riskily into the likes of the Jax Counter-Strike. Try and outplay that one. However, the Gargoyle Stoneplate coming in from Fofo. Fofo been picking up the Cassante a lot in the mid lane. It's not really been Arlo playing that champion. It's been mainly Fofo doing that one. He'll be trying to play frontline as best as he possibly can versus LNG's team fight.
There we go. TP from Arlo brings him back in here. Remember, this is Ocean Soul. With the game as even as it is, it can be these little differences that keep you ahead of the game. Charm goes wide. Arlo putting down the Counter-Strike. Mako taking a fair chunk and pops the heal on top of himself. And now Uzi wants to try and get rid of this Infernum. You can see he's almost got back to the red and white and really wants to fight, but not quite got that gun combination just yet. He's going to start up this dragon. 6,000 HP, an immediate clear of the vision right now. Fofo going forward, seeing if he can catch somebody out, but these health bars are still very, very healthy. A lot of posturing for the moment, but nobody committing just yet.
Yeah, the range is not high from both teams. The AD carries are high. We're going for the smites.
They're going to go for it, but it's EDG's Uzi who confirms it now. Did he want to go for the fight afterwards? Oh my lord, that could have been huge if it wasn't for the Milios. And now the fight can turn back in favor of LNG. They've got the Croc in the backside, and Uzi is dead. Massive ultimate from Milio, the secret MVP of that entire fight, because that counter-strike from Ala looked beautiful.
It did, but then the Renekton, who we thought had timed out his usefulness in this game, ended up with a kill like this. Started off with another couple as well. And LNG, they lose the soul, but they take the fight. They need the Baron off of this. You've given up the permanent soul of the ocean, which is very, very dangerous to play against. You'd imagine JJ picks up a kill onto Zika on this bot side, but the Baron will go down afterwards.
So unfortunate as well. I don't know exactly where the Moonlight Vigil went. JJ in a bit of a 1v1. Will win it, but while that's happening, the big purple worm's been taken down. EDG get themselves a soul. But it is LNG with the priority in this game, so we'll see what ends up being bigger, a temporary or a permanent buff.
Exactly, you need to get some really big advantages out of this from the side of LNG. There are a lot of HP stackers backed up by Lulu's shields to make the large use out of that ocean buff. It comes down to Aphelios somehow taking that one. It wasn't with the Moonlight Vigil, just an auto attack or whatever from the Inferno after that point. Good call out on the Milio ultimate. It's a huge cleanse, saving 3 of his teammates from that one. But after this point, again, got to remind you that this is the Leandries coming out of the Ahri, which it has kind of like a Lord Dominates regards passive on it. Gives you more damage against high HP targets, which allows for Scout to get some decent damage coming across that alongside the max HP burn as well. EDG still need to be careful in these fights. I don't think Ocean Soul is a de facto win condition for them. It's very good, it's very powerful, but it's not like there isn't damage on the side of LNG between Scout and Gala. Back out onto the Rift, Baron buff. Shuffling in the minions towards enemy side of the map. Scout feels safe enough with his Zhonya's, his flash and his ult to stay alone in the side lane for a little bit. EDG trying to defend themselves this inner turret. However, Ala's got himself the split push going on the other side. Pushing in Zika on that Renekton. Renekton had a great team fight the last time of asking, but it wasn't necessarily the easiest of early games. Didn't manage to get the early value either in lane around those Herald fights. We expect that champion to really make his mark. And to be the case coming into this late game. Still, EDG being pushed in across the board. This is what you need to see from LNG, get value out of the temporary buff for the permanent one they gave over. Didn't quite manage to get that smite teleport.
We're going to see a fight.
Yet.
Yeah, straight away we see Tarzan going down and can't take this team lightly. That tower still remains, and Zika now starting to lose that side lane. Here we go. Ala going to jump in with the counter-strike, gets the Dominus out, and he still has himself his ultimate as well. So TP going to be coming in. Do they try and fully commit to this? Whoa, Ala trying to jump in, but the Gore Drinker, the stun, the charm, and he gets baited into a false sense of security. There's even an assist for the Milio who put it on top of the Ahri right before they went for that fight. And that is just a really smart play coming out from the solo laners of LNG.
Always help your teammates. It's the Scout's code. Mid laner gets himself onto the board yet again, close to his death cap too. Scout, that will be very, very good gold put into pocket. If you get 3 items onto this Ahri, there's a chance that even against the Ocean Soul, you can win the DPS race. Ala's been struggling on this Jax to get into the fights in the same way that I suppose Renekton has on the other side. As it stands, LNG, they're ahead a little bit in that gold, and the Baron power play, though it's not the best, it's still going to give them a little bit more gold in pocket. This is still a fairly competitive game.
Very, very competitive game, and I will say it's getting closer and closer to the point where the gold lead doesn't make a difference. Like you said, it's a little bit of a gold lead for LNG, but you would argue that the Ocean Soul regeneration and honestly just the straight up stats from 4 uncontested dragons in general is definitely making up for EDG. And with stopwatches kind of being picked up here for the side of EDG on Ala and of course onto JJ, they are feeling a little bit more confident to go for a big fight, but an Elder flip, it's the problem with going for such an early soul. Yes, you get the power of it, but it does lead open to such a huge opportunity, shall we say, for LNG.
One of the other things which often goes missed with Elder takes as well, Elder does more damage to you based on the amount of dragons which your team has taken. LNG has taken none, EDG has taken 4. So if LNG get onto the Elder Dragon first and they hold EDG in the river, they're more able to take that, tank that objective, look for some poke or a charm just beforehand. They have control of the map, that's what the Baron buff has given them. They have vision control too. LNG, despite fighting against the raw power of all those dragons in the soul like you were talking about, they can still win out an objective fight if they position correctly and they hold EDG in the river.
Have a look at JJ moving forward, and has a very big Ari on Scout right now. Rabadon's death cap with the Zhonya's 2, 0, and 3. Hasn't finished up the buff just yet. Still got themselves the Dark Seal to be a little bit more kind of set up. And important to notice is our Uzi, taking into stock what we talked about, has now got a QSS now available to him. So having that cleanse effectively for him could be massive in this next big team fight. 30 seconds till the Elder spawns. And it's LNG, as you mentioned there, Nymera, who have got the priority in the river for the moment.
But what damage can they get before this? Ocean Soul, you need to hit an enemy champion to activate it. The base dragons, of course, help you a little bit, but EDG, they don't have all the regen all the time. They're pushing in mid lane, trying to get that mid priority so they don't have to walk through one of the really skinny choke points. Here they are, here's the engage.
Zika getting caught out a little bit, but they're going to go straight onto Uzi, who does heal up a lot with that Severum. You can see him doing a lot of work here, but Fofo already taken so low, and Uzi dies anyway because Gala found himself on the backside untouched. Triple kill in for Gala, and the AD carry of LNG is smashing EDG in this fight.
Smite's still alive. EDG could potentially look for a steal. LNG, what's their angle here? Scouts recalling, looking for a teleport back into the play. Are they looking to end or are they looking for Elder?
It looks like they're looking for the end. They still have a TP on Scout. JJ alive means they don't want to flip it for the moment. Yeah, they're just pushing in. Mako trying to see if he can keep this wave away. We'll do a decent job of keeping Zika off of that, but now LNG, they've changed up their style. JJ's still hovering around. They don't know where the Viego is. The Dragon has started, and the TP's coming in. It looks like JJ's just going to give it up.
Again, Elder, easier to kill and does less damage to you because you don't have any of these dragons. Somehow, not taking a dragon this game is favoring LNG in this very specific moment. They get themselves the Elder onto all 5 members. They don't manage to get themselves the Baron just yet, but with the extra buff in play for them, you have to imagine that Baron would go down afterwards. Tarzan, once again, clutch engage onto the enemy AD carry. While this is happening, Scout getting his own damage with Leandries across the team, has himself a great charm onto Ala at the end of that, which stops him being able to body block for his AD carry. It's a number of minute plays which add up together, but because of that, Uzi basically can't fight.
Look at all the pings, look at all the pings. LNG know this is going on. They're running straight to it. Dominus has been popped here for LNG. Tarzan gets himself into the pit. 4,000 though. It's a little bit early now with the Elder Drake though in favor. They're going to see if they can burn down Uzi. Fofo is dead. Gala picking up more kills. The Baron's not even close to going down. And that's going to be the massive fight back in the favor of LNG. Scout even keeps himself alive right and cozy by the campfire. And that's going to put Mako and Uzi, the last one standing, and in absolute no man's land. The Baron confirmed here for LNG. And with those 2 massive buffs, maybe Uzi can do something. He's got 200 years and a dream. But I feel like it's just an inevitability at this stage. They're cutting off the mini waves, so they have no protection. Uzi's going to have to pull off the play of plays to see if he can do it. He does dodge out from the charm. His Mako is down, though, as he tries to turn this one back. Flashes in, gets the Milio. But with the Elder, it's just not enough. Look, a valiant effort from Uzi as he tried to turn that one back in their favor. But LNG now don't care about your dragon buff because they've got themselves 10,000 more gold than you.
Tarzan with hero plays again. He's made Uzi's game unplayable. Yes, it's an ensemble effort. The chorus of LNG making it very hard for EDG to stand in front of their carries. But look at how safe Scout and Gala are. They haven't died between them this game, and with the remainder of the Elder and the Baron in tow, they're looking to end this game.
Not able to take it just yet. They've got push in top right though with Gala, as he's just kind of untouchable, to be perfectly honest. Still has his ultimate available and the Ghost, so he can chase people down if he really wanted to. Even Mako's going on, you know what, dude? You can have that. You can have that inhibitor. I don't really care. I am not going to stop you from that.
So Scout did a funny thing there where he forgot that Leandries applies a burn, and it means that if you walk into tower range, you then take aggro. So he takes a couple of tower shots, has to hold himself away at that inhibitor turret. And he's not even here for most of this fight. Didn't need to be. The Elder buff is so disgusting to play against. You don't even need your entirety of your damage right here. The Baron's helping out enough. Tarzan's helping out enough. And despite things getting very bursty with the Aphelios Lulu alive towards the end of this and being able to keep themselves topped up with their own Ocean Salt, they're not able to pull off the 2v4. Gala's not there at the end of it. Uzi very close to getting 2 off the end of this.
I mean,
Just not quite.
Wasn't far off. If it wasn't for the Elder Dragon, actually, Mako probably survives. That's definitely a different conversation.
Like if it weren't for those meddling kids, the meddling kids.
If it weren't for them, you know, I also have to call myself out on that. It's like one of those things of like, you know, it's like, oh, but if it weren't for this, the literally exact thing that changes the entire scope of a fight, then this would have been fine. It's like, that's not how the game works, Oshin. Stop putting up these hyperboles that just don't make no sense. But, I mean, this kind of is a bigger issue. Even, oh, I'm going to stop myself. It's a lot of damage onto Ala, but we talked, oh, great charm. As we can see, LNG is kind of knocking on the door. But for EDG, we talked about this. Yes, Uzi coming in. Very exciting.
Oh.
As, yeah, that's JJ probably going down. Uzi trying to see if he can stay alive and see if he can put out DPS. But JJ just gets caught out. And that is going to be you without a jungler, without a kind of any kind of disengage here for your team. And LNG just kind of toying with them right now. They're too far ahead.
So Leon, they're playing well as a unit. Scout, he's kind of found the next answer to, hey, we're going to pick a tank into Ari. She won't do damage. You can change your build to help with that. He's 4-0-7. Deathcap, Void Staff, all the damage under the sun. And LNG looking to finally march in towards the base.
Yeah, they're looking to finish this one off. Oh, Moonlight Vigil going wide kind of puts Uzi's game into perspective. He just hasn't really been able the same impact. Here we go, though. Uzi could maybe make this one work. They're going to jump straight on top of him, though. Get the cleanse off. But look at Gala. Those feathers coming down are massive. It was all about the AD carries. It still is about the AD carries. Zika goes forward just to go into GA. They're throwing everything at the side of Uzi. Eventually, he goes down. He tried to 1v5, but it just wasn't going to happen. Now, JJ coming back in. There's a TP onto the minion. I just don't think there's any world where JJ is able to defend this, and that's going to be LNG coming out 1-0 in this best of 3.
They held the line, managed to outfight the Ocean Soul buff. It was just too low range from the top side of EDG to get their top side into the thick of the fight. As soon as LNG were on the objective first, when they were in the river first, EDG really struggled to get their secondary damage sources into the play. The Cassante wasn't a factor. Ala was continually charmed up or just CC'd by feathers, and it was a very difficult game for the side of EDG to get someone but Uzi doing damage.
Yeah, and like we talked about this, or I tried to make the point right before the last fight of the game, is that a lot of the fights we're seeing from EDG are kind of the issue for it. Uzi coming in, very exciting, but bot lane was never really the issue. And then you could see it in that Baron fight there where Fofo was frontlining, but then Ala and JJ are still in the pit, and no one's really kind of sitting beside Uzi to help him out. No one's really frontlining for him. Like, Uzi did exceptional work considering how little the rest of his team outside of Mako tried to help him.
But I really love the way that LNG approached this as well. It's something which I've complained about for a year and a half now because Ari has been meta for a year and a half. Sometimes you can change your build to change your playstyle. Going for the Leandries in the first strike into triple HP building topside sees Scout to have the most damage for his side of the team in this game. And you can see on the other side, Uzi is the only person doing relevant damage. Ala's damage there, that's all in a side lane. That's all against Zika's health bar in a 1v1. That wasn't killing Gala or killing Scout. They didn't die this entire game. And Fofo on the other side is sat there going, so if they're not diving into me, I need to dive into them. I can't do that this game. And EDG, they really struggled to team fight around anyone that wasn't the Aphelios.
Yeah, they really, really did. Now, we are not going to be taking a break. We're going to be showing you our MVP and then going straight into game number 2. We are trying our absolute hardest to catch up as quick as we can. And a quick question before we go into it. What do you want to see differently from EDG? Obviously, we've seen them now run this kind of protect the puppy AD carry composition for 2 series now, and against someone like LNG, it's not really working. And there is Scout as the MVP of game number 1. He's did he play Ari? Did he build not Everfrost? He's Nightmare's MVP. That's as simple as it. But I mean, still did the most damage of his team. Very exceptional game from him on the Ari. But yeah, I mean, coming into this one, what do you want to see differently here from EDG?
If you're playing heavily towards bot side, either allow a better side lane matchup for the Jax, which is not the easiest into the Renekton in terms of actually taking turrets. We saw it was not getting the most value out of it. Or you pick something which can at least engage in team fights. I don't care if it's a Gnar or a Malphite or something like that. The Jax was not able to team fight. And as we go into the second game, that's exactly what they've done. They say, all right, okay, sorry, Ali buddy, you're on the Ornn. At least you got your ult button to bring into the fights.
Big team fight ultimates already coming in here from EDG. They are going to be on the blue, LNG on the red. And ooh, is there a Blitzcrank hook? Ooh, is there a Blitzcrank hook? Ooh, is there a Blitzcrank hook? He sees him. He knows somebody's there. And he catches him. The knock up and everything. But Ala will flash away and get himself out. That was so close there from being disaster. They put Ala on tank duty and he's already got himself no flash.
The all good thing is that you use your Ignite for it, and that's basically all you've got. You don't end up getting extra value out of taking him down to like 10% HP. Still going back to base, he's still going to walk up towards that top side. So LNG not able to get the most value out of the Blitzcrank hook, but it is still a win. It's still something. No Ignite for laning phase though. Let's see if Uzi and Mako can make use of that.
It kind of sets the tone, really, doesn't it, for this game? You kind of feel like for Ala on the top side. Yes, he hasn't got his flash. It's not the most impactful thing to lose in the world, if I'm being totally honest. He's still an Ornn. He still will do exceptionally well later on, but definitely starts to make you feel a little bit scary, a little bit kind of like, oh god, where is EDG going with this one here? But great here from LNG to recognize, you know what, we have the oldest trick in the book, but it's still a trick and we gotta go for it. Throwing out that hook is such a low risk, high reward, and it's awesome to see from them.
There are definitely some things where in League of Legends we love to talk about mind games and saying, oh, but we know that you're rotating here. At the end of the day, if it's even if you know something is effective, it doesn't always mean that you have a great answer to it. You can't always mind game your way out of them hitting a skill shot, which is kind of big.
The mind games within mind games. You know, do you know that I know that they know? It's all those different little things, you know, so crazy it just might work. But at the end of it all, it is just kind of a little bit of a shaky start here for EDG. I will say, Ala will probably get his flashback before any kind of impactful, meaningful thing happens. I will say as well for LNG, getting themselves onto the Maokai here for the second game. Tarzan famously did, like, I think it was like, wasn't it close to like 8 or 9,000? Yeah, there we go. 9,000 damage on this champion back when it was super busted in spring with the full AP. Curious to see which kind of build he goes with right now. Has got the blue smite, as we've been seeing. Actually, Maokai probably the most versatile when it comes to the smite pickups.
I remember it being into a Samira, which makes me think it was LNG OMG, because Abel is a huge Samira player.
Yeah.
But he had like
he is our only Samira
he had like
player.
2 4-man brush saplings when it was like full Maokai AP power. Which, I mean, anyone who played ARAM up until that point would have told you the horrors which that build has wrought upon that game mode. Scout, though, on this Jace, also one of the best Jaces in the league as well. LNG were one of the teams which really prioritize having the Maokai Jace combination. The idea is that Maokai plays defensive for the Jace. As soon as anyone looks to engage onto them,
so
you just...
back again.
I can hear you, so I really hope
I don't know if you can hear me or if I'm even coming out on stream. I
mean, I can, buddy, I can hear you. That's fine. Until you hear me, I'm just gonna keep talking and hope it works out. But Scout,
there I am.
Having that.
Here I am. So sorry, I'm having a lot of internet issues today. The trials and tribulations of at-home broadcasting.
Do you want to see Scout have some
keeps
issues?
everyone on their toes.
JJ's here. There's a chance that there's a guy gank this mid lane. But as we were saying, Tarzan and Scout love this combo and love having the Maokai play defensive for the Jace. It buys you a lot of space. Later into the game, you throw out that Nature's Grasp, and it allows you to buy another Shock Blast worth of time.
Let's see what I want to go for. Again, JJ still trying to be very aggressive with this. Viego is sitting on Vision on this recall, so we'll see him right now. Bit unfortunate there for the EDG jungler. Go back in and see where they can kind of make this one work. Again, very slow start right now. And it does feel like Uzi is going towards this Aphelios. Don't get me wrong. Every AD carry in the world does seem to be going towards it. But haven't really seen much else from... well, I say that's a lie because we did see the Lucian, which was exceptional, which I imagine is consistently banned against him. But the Aphelios does feel like it takes a little bit of time. Your positioning is very important in these fights. And although Uzi is still an exceptional laner, if you just throw everything at him, and there's a lot more you can throw at him than before, definitely feels like you can kill the puppy.
Scout doing a good job in this mid lane, talking of laning phase as well. Soaking up a bit of pressure earlier with JJ looking towards his lane. Not the most, obviously. But Scout, again, one of our real best Jaces in the LPL. It feels like him, maybe some like UCal, Knight and Rookie, of course, always at the top of that kind of list too. But this Jace gives you more of that range advantage, which LNG were playing around in that first game. Of course, Aphelios does slightly outrange Zarya. When the Zarya's not going backwards, the feathers give you artificial range because those feathers really hurt when you walk into them. So, with that in mind, EDG really need to be aware of their engage options. It is all on Ala reaching that backline, trying to catch someone out on the flank, if at all possible.
Well, Tarzan is around here. Maybe they go for a flash hook, flash knock up onto Uzi. That looks like it's going to be the play. They just spot him out, but maybe a little bit too little too late. Flash. Nicely done there by the supports. They are going to try trade this one back very healthily, though, because Uzi was not the target, and he feels emboldened to take a much more favorable trade.
Okay, so Hex Flash obviously there for the Blitzcrank. No flash on the Milio. This has been an answer to the Milio. We saw, I'm trying to remember, it was LGD did this against JDG in their first game victory against them in their series. One of the things we have praised LGD for is their first game plans. this is a plan which the rest of the LPL is starting to pick up too. You let the Milio go through, and much like peak Yumi or the other peak Enchanter metas, you can just hook the support, especially without that flash, becomes a very important play path to use.
Still have the Hex Flash for the Blitzcrank as well. Very important to keep note of. This time around, EDG kind of keeping themselves in tow and having 100% Dragon Kill participation in this game, as Fofo might be getting caught out here a little bit. We are not going to have the hook land. Hong thought about it, but definitely a wise decision maybe not to go over that wall completely, because he probably would have gotten 100-0 by the Nico.
I was about to say, ultimates there, Pop Blossom does so much work. And Fofo, of course, getting hands on this champion, which has been very high presence in the LPL as well. All of our mid laners loving to play this one. I was hoping we might see a bit of it jungle or top lane. I feel like Nico still has that versatility. No one's really experimented with that much. Not that there's been much opportunity to work with it in experimentation, because it's always banned, but still, once again in the mid lane.
JJ coming down the spot side. Knows his award there. Just going to try and clear it off for his bot lane. This is the thing. Without having a flash on your support, like you mentioned earlier on, this Milio becomes very, very vulnerable. Very much a target on his back should he get caught out in the next minute or two before his flash does come up. But for the moment, EDG happy the way things going. Ala happy to know that his flash is back up and available for him, despite him getting caught out a little bit. There is a good hook straight onto Uzi. He just didn't respect the feathers. Will actually try and turn this one back. Has got the red and white for the moment. Tarzan not level 6 though, but there's a Jace coming in off the side. This could be an accelerated shock blast to try and catch him out, but he guesses incorrectly. It lands onto Mako. He doesn't know that it was Mako he hit, and that's why he went chasing on the turret. He thought maybe it was enough of a help bar from Uzi, but Uzi just not respect that one, and they know you're in that brush. You need to leave. Ooh, Mako has to tank that one up for his AD carry. And look at the presence that LNG are putting in this bot side. Scout could go again. He's got an acceleration gate again.
Timing the minion wave, trying to fire it out. If he stops this bash, oh, that is so disgusting.
He's dead. He's dead. And as I say that, just patience and perseverance coming in here. There's even an Amalkai ultimate there. Well, it's not only just a kill. Look at the bot lane farm that's being eaten up by this turret. They're going to lose 2-3 waves now off of just 4 people stacking a bot side, and EDG didn't really have a response.
That is exactly the most important thing about that play. The kill is almost a bonus. You're looking to delay the recalls long enough that Uzi doesn't get any waves and loses a lot of plates on this bot side tower. That's 2 waves now lost to that bot turret rather than just the one involved. Loses all of his summoners too. That was happening before that point. Scout at least manages to pick up the kill gold. The awkward thing for Scout is, of course, the Nico of Fofo manages to get a turret plate and some waves into turret in the mid lane, but still getting leads away from this Aphelios. Very important, given how central Aphelios is to the team composition of EDG.
And then we come back in. I realize I can't really let that one sit for too long, because you might think I DC again. So, again, just not recognizing the little feathers that are coming down.
Sometimes we DC into Xayah feathers as well. Sometimes that happens.
Yeah.
Uzi just caught out on the wave. I was really surprised to see him get him caught out in that position, given, you know, he could have just walked behind the minions to escape that Blitzcrank hook. Some momentary misplay, though. Micro not working in the favor of
He just goes behind the turret. He's fine. Like, it's the fact that he keeps trying to recall. He keeps trying to get the cheeky one off, and it's like, just go back. Just walk. And you should be fine, but just does not respect the fact that Scout is around.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, the way that the body language was positioning, because the Maokai ult was thrown out a little after, I wonder if EDG, rather LNG, thought that JJ was heading down bot side. Of course, he went up towards that Herald. Does pick that one up at least. Gold lead, actually, on the whole, going still very even. I think the gold earned by Fofo in that mid lane just about evens out the play towards the bot side. However, with AD carries having an advantage, we just know how important that is in the current meta.
Level 6 is being hit now across the board. Still sort of waiting for Mako, who does have flash available to him, but you know who doesn't? Uzi. And he's going to try and tank this one up for his AD carry and try and turn this one back, but they can just turn straight onto him. There is a 1-for-0 trade for the moment. The TP comes in, the Pop Blossom has to be defensive, and immediately into a grab. Fofo just thought he had himself a little bit of a jump opportunity and gets immediately taken out.
That is such a huge play for LNG, because once again, it just puts the hammer down towards this bot side of the map. We heard from the interviews before game 1, this game was likely going to come around bot lane advantage, and you can see that Uzi did a great job despite a difficult situation in game 1, but now he's being put behind. Can he do the same when LNG start taking off towards bot side?
Yeah, and look, you could be literally the greatest AD carry in LPL history, but I just don't see that helping out from the mistakes that are coming out from EDG. Again, it's just little things like this that I just feel like are just crippling so much this split.
And back towards the spot side. As you said, it's the Milio who does have the flash, but doesn't have the chance to use it. Of course, just not able to really get huge value out of it. And LNG, they picked a composition which is meant to punish the Enchanter. The Blitzcrank's part of it. The Maokai can very much help with it too. The hook does not land over the wall this time. Why is there no flash? Does get out of that situation safely. Dragon on the board. EDG positioning around it.
EDG looking to continue their presence around this particular objective, but it'll be difficult to do. Hung getting jumped on now as he goes to get a little bit of a speed boost. Moonlight Vigil doesn't do a huge amount, but it does take out Hung. Now they're going to try and turn back onto Uzi, who's got the Gravitum on the Infernal, so he's going to be doing a hell of a lot of damage on this AoE. Fofo goes down once more. The Ornn isn't here just yet. That's actually a stolen hook, but why would you take the Scion of all the carries to go for? He just thought it was too tantalizing. He gets punished because of it.
Yeah, your guess is as good as mine. Doesn't get the chance to walk away. Zika's tanking up on that one item, and he just does not give a monkeys. Dragon going to be the bonus objective for LNG, and despite EDG having themselves some good things to talk about in regards to Fofo's early leads and maybe their composition scaling better than in the first game, they're starting to fall behind in a pretty awkward way. It was one of the big things we talked about for EDG. Bringing in a single AD carry was not going to solve all of their woes. Uzi, great individual team fighter, but EDG as a whole cohesive unit still have a lot of these flaws they have to work out.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing right now is that just as a unit, this EDG roster is just not looking like it did in spring. I think that, oh my god, that's feather damage coming out on top of the Mako is disgusting. But the Dragon's still up and available. It is going to be started up here by the Ornn, who will take an eternity to do it. He will do it, but it will take a while to do it. Now we're going to see the Ornn Horn coming out to try and catch out Tarzan, who does have his ultimate to try and disengage. Hook stops the Ornn from getting anything else out of this one. Zika still moving forward. Hung dies again. He's going to be taken out of his team one more time, but now look at Gala, who's just feathers flying forward. Fofo trying to jump in. It's a three-man Pop Blossom, but they don't have the damage to follow up onto this. Uzi's got no mana. Finally, Ala takes down the Jace, trying to reset this fight, but Gala, with the feathers, stops his advance. It's a scrappy affair, but LNG still coming out even, all things considered.
Fofo's Pop Blossom completely saves the day. Scout goes over aggressive. He ends up getting his To the Skies cancelled, looks for an assassination, which he can't finish off, and EDG managed to find themselves a reprieve, very importantly so, because once, at least after one of these fights, Uzi is the one that is alive, and even then LNG are looking to punish that.
Yeah, look already now, Hong saying, I died 3 times, but I'll kill you, Uzi, and that's all that matters. Gala now 2-0-4 on this Xayah. Just showing how crazy good this AD carry is here, regardless of what team he's playing for.
Absolutely. So this fight starts off once again with Hung calling the shots. Clutch route from Uzi stops him getting the instant 100-0 at that point. Plays it very well at the start of this, and that removes an important pick potential from LNG and allows EDG to play around for once. Some actual decent damage in one of these fights. This was the awkward moment where that's not your priority hook target. He absolutely slaughters you.
Yeah.
Just gets absolutely turned around on.
His ult didn't even break the shield. That was kind of the moment. And again, this is a scrappy moment here where Fofo had to get that Pop Blossom in order to turn this one around, because this could have been LNG to completely ace them.
I think EDG maybe disrespected the fact that Zika could also be in that brush as well. Maybe thought he'd recalled. Dangerous moment here. The flash away from Ella saves his life. Watch what Scout does here. They're very close to getting the kill onto JJ. The knock-up portion of Nico's ult, though, cancels out the melee form of the Jace. If that had happened a second too late, I think Jace ends up getting away with another kill, and we saw how much damage Scout was already doing. Already threatening to take over this game 2-1-2. Duskblade built up. Clutch team fighter from EDG at least brings them back into an even fight.
Just about. There's still LNG in the ascendancy. It's only a couple of 100 gold for sure, but they come out of the replay and they did take away that dragon. You can see in the picture-in-picture, and now Fofo gets silenced, gets not knocked up actually, still will go down. Nice little fancy feat from Fofo, but it was all for naught. And Hong on this Blitzcrank, again, just showing the power of hard engaged support, just showing that once you get caught up on the kind of side lanes, there's just nowhere.
Herald going to be taken down by EDG. It's important for them to try and break up in some part of the map. They're very close to breaking down this mid lane out of turret. Zika takes offense to that, though. It's fight starts. Tarzan going forward. They haven't locked down their target yet, and now they have Uzi once again struggling to stand and fight, struggling to DPS, and goes down for trying to overpush in that mid lane. Herald was taken from EDG. Important moment for them. They just overpushed. They split a little too far. LNG collapsed on the fight yet again, and now they will look to take open this mid lane outer turret if they can. Good route there from the Nico. Threatens Scholar enough for him to blow his ult, but once again, Uzi really struggling to hold his ground. Seeing ourselves into the resets after this fight. LNG going back to the base. Pretty much their whole unit's going to spend the gold that they have earned from these fights yet again. We're getting ever closer to that second item spike coming in from Scout. This Jace, though it hasn't been as meta as we have seen in spring, is still absolutely primed and ready to pop off when it's all possible.
I'm enjoying your solo cast.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it too. I don't get that much options.
You're covering for me today. You're carrying the cast today. I'm honestly tempted just to let you go, man. It's like, you know what? You go do it. I'm holding you back, right? I just, you know, you're too damn good. You're too damn good.
You've trained me well. You can. It's like we had the blurry camera earlier, and I was almost wondering if you could just put a blue little filter over it, so you could be like Obi-Wan mentoring me into the next phase of my Jedi training.
Yoda on your shoulder, just like play by play. You will be.
it's you finally gone. It's like the first time you see yourself in HD resolution. Is HD? Am I? HDMI? Get it? Yeah.
I get it. You know what? I'll give you the laugh on that one. I'll give you the laugh on that one. I didn't give you the laugh on the other one from the first game or the first game of the second series. But
what, the grasp is greener on the other side? That was classic.
That was good, but it was just like you were looking for it a little too hard, you know. Just similar to EDG in this game, as you get that beautiful segue.
True,
it's called professionalism. Coming back into this one, sorry. But again, like EDG trying to find themselves something to come into this one here. Uzi 0 and 3. I mean, it's just been everyone throwing everything at him, and he's trying. Lord knows he's trying, but I mean, there's just only so much you can do. And if it comes down to how EDG are approaching these fights, it does feel like it's a bit more chaotic and not really with a solid plan.
And particularly when you're playing one of these hyper carries, over pushing like that in the mid lane, very difficult. Now LNG are over pushing.
Yeah, they're over pushing. Gala will have to flash, as he was just waiting for a couple more seconds for his ult to come back off. But while that was happening, Scout takes almost all of his health bar to the tower that he wanted to kill, but he did get the kill. So in the end of it all, still a trade of a tower for nothing. LNG still getting themselves ahead.
There you are. That mid lane outer turret from EDG is perilously low, and now EDG don't have the ultimate cooldowns to defend it for that next push. Maybe you can look for Fofo playing some minion tricks, some mind tricks across the board. Maybe that can hold LNG to account. You do, however, have the Xayah ultimate primed and ready again, though. That's going to be very difficult for EDG to get their way through, especially since we now have the 2-item spike for Scout very nearly at the Maroon Banner himself.
2,500 gold lead. Dragon apiece. 20 seconds till the next dragon spawns. It is a Cloud Rift, but now Hong using his Hex Splash to be aggressive in this top side. Does recognize, though, that Fofo and Jeje are here, so doesn't really feel like he can go for that much of a trade back. And quietly enough, actually, I've noticed there, is that Zika picking himself up 2-0 and 2. He's pushing to try and, you know, get himself into a unstoppable fridge in that top side for LNG. I mean, have you tried to stop a fridge? Have you tried to actually stop a fridge if it's falling down the stairs? It's impossible. You can't do it. It's killing you.
Hang on. When have you had to stop a falling fridge down a flight of stairs?
Listen, I'm a busy man, and I have a lot of things that happen in my life, all right? I can't explain everything to you, and you can start by explaining to me why EDG felt the need that they had to drop down this Rift Herald right in the jungle, and I'm assuming that the answer was because it was timing out.
That has to be what I was thinking as well. It does call LNG to respond towards this top side. Dragon has spawned. They could be using this to cross map, but instead it looks like LNG are going to try and respond to it themselves. I don't think the Herald takes it down in one charge. It's going to get close. Indeed it won't. So LNG keep their outer turret for now.
They're out of turret. Come back into the game. It's just so difficult to really see. I can see what EDG want to try and do in these fights, but you look at LNG and how well they're able to kind of disengage. This Featherstorm, the Maokai ultimate, even things like the Blitzcrank just kind of being around, that if you go too far forward, he can hook you further than you ever want to go. It does feel like it's just difficult for EDG to kind of plant their feet into a fight. They need LNG to run into them and then catch them on the rebound.
Exactly, because if you're walking into a Felios turret or Feathers, it's the same kind of scenario, right? You're looking to play, just peel back slightly for the AD carry so they buy themselves enough space to get some auto attacks and some abilities out. Problem is with LNG, you don't really get to do that against a Maokai and the Jace ultimate. You're walking backwards, but you're still very far away from your opponents. LNG have more than enough ability to control an area of the map if they see fit. And if one of those routes hits, the Blitzcrank follows up too. It's a very dangerous composition to play into from EDG. You're really looking at hopefully Ala to become one of those unkillable frontline champion moments where the Ornn can kind of tank up at least enough of that CC to allow people to fight, but it's going to be a long way off. Let's see how tanky he is.
Let's see how tanky he is. Ala bursted down quite a bit here by the Jace. He's got himself a fair bit of lethality and armor pen built up into his build, so and that Dustbringer as well, and that's the big thing, the new Dustbringer, giving you that in-target ability when you go into it as Scout. Yeah, that's he thought he was in a 1v1. He thought it was an intimate 1v1 with a top laner of EDG, but JJ said, nah, that's my man, and you ain't going to be taking nobody into a 1v1.
Okay, important stuff. So, extra kills and extra gold over to the top jungle of EDG. JJ, yeah, and this was the man that really brought EDG into prominence in the spring split. He needs to have another standout game again right now for them to bring LNG to a third game. It's going to be a hard ask though. Scout, sadly for himself, caught out a couple of times despite his early leads. Just a misread from where he thought the jungler was on the map.
Yep, just wasn't fully aware of people's positioning. And unfortunately does end up getting caught out and giving over a little bit of gold over to the jungler of EDG. I actually quite like the build we're seeing coming out from Tarzan right now. The Evan Stroud and the, well, I assume will be the Sunfire Aegis very, very soon, because that's kind of all he's kind of really looking to do, is just be a facilitator for the likes of the Xayah and the Jace to really put down the damage. And it also means that, like, again, you're not going to be building any magic resistance on the side of EDG, but also the Maokai's not going to be doing enough really to warrant, you know, kind of building that kind of AP anyway.
I think it makes a lot of sense when you're... I think the killer blow probably comes from a Blitzcrank hook rather than the Maokai getting damage. If you're going for the Aftershock and the tankier build, it helps Hung do his job, which is really what makes Uzi's job very hard to do. It means that Hung doesn't have to throw out hooks willy-nilly. He can hold on to it, wait for CC to land first.
We shall wait. Still only a 2,000 gold lead here. Very much a game of execution coming out from these two sides. Could definitely see EDG coming back into this one here, taking a win if they're able to get, you know, kind of down to the late game, build up 3 items. You've already got the ornaments coming out now for Ala and Uzi, so having those available to you when you go to the super late game can be the difference maker. They're worth about 800 to 1,000 gold each in terms of the extra stats they give you. That kind of equals up with the deficit they're in right now.
Okay, 5-man stack from LNG towards the top side of the map. Baron has spawned. Fofo potentially could have a flank here with a flash over the wall. Dangerous times from LNG. They're trying to get some deep vision down. If they get that down, it makes it much harder for someone like Ala to get into position, and of course Uzi to get into position. In each of these moments though, you need to be very careful of that Blitzcrank hook.
So for LNG, very risky to fight into a choke like that. Yes, they do have a lot of feathers and accelerated shot blast that can throw it down, but Fofo with that Pop Blossom could do a hell of a lot of work if they are not careful, and the Moonlight Vigil as well. But for the moment, EDG happy to just kind of keep clearing mid lane, as is LNG. They're just holding position around this dragon, and yes, they haven't fully swept it for the moment, but that ward's about to die, so in a minute or two, we're going to have a fully dark side of the map here for EDG, and they will have no choice but to face check.
Well, and also remember, there is a Milio in this game. Gives the fellas the ability to stand and fight a lot better. He's not tanky. That's one thing which Milio isn't. And it does mean now that LNG, again, continuing to just pull EDG into the top side of the map. It's a little slow. EDG reticent to head out of their vision line, understandably. Let's see how much they can do in terms of this map control.
Well, Hung got 100% baited in there. Doesn't have his ultimate, but look, it's a Blitzcrank ult. Not the most impactful in the world, so wait for that cooldown to come back up and alive. LNG containing the Baron pit for the moment. Look at all this vision. They will burn this down so quickly. EDG have to face check. They have to move forward and check this one here. Look at all those little squires in the backside there trying to catch somebody out. But this Baron's already been taken so long. Mako's almost dead from that one accelerated shock blast. Gala and Tarzan staying on this with Scout. They will not be able to get a 50-50 because EDG did not get themselves into the fight. There's going to be a good hook there onto Ala to stop him from really re-engaging. And that's just straight up vision control that gave LNG the Baron.
Well, it's a bit of a slow setup, but it is effective nonetheless. No flanks came in from EDG. They didn't have the vision behind them or to the side of me to find themselves an angle. Now, big power play potentially from LNG if they can take down some inner turrets. Of course, inner turrets are worth a lot of gold. And hopefully with that for them, they can push EDG away from the next dragon, spawning the next 20 seconds. It's going to be a bit of a quick setup for LNG, if at all. I think EDG, this is the time for them to strike if they want to fight for that dragon. It wouldn't be sold though. They could choose to give it up. Back out onto the map, LNG go. EDG doesn't look like they're going for that contest after all. Again, they have on items they can wait on. They have item completions that they can wait on. They're not at 3 items for Uzi just yet. And of course, when you're fighting frontline, that more dominance regards would be hugely valuable for him. Instead, LNG, they're looking to siege. They're not going immediately towards the dragon, pulling the bluff. Blitzcrank hook under towers, very powerful. Maokai ult on cooldown, but when that comes up, it gives you almost a guaranteed Blitzcrank hook to play around. Once again, Mako gets hit.
Yeah, it's so much damage being thrown out here from LNG, and I mean, you can have Emilio, Velios, you can have Nico, a lot of different OPs on the side of EDG, but it does not matter when the Jace is doing this amount of work. You just cannot hold a candle to the torrent of damage that's being thrown ahead on top of you there, so really curious. And like you said, they have the Blitzcrank. All it takes is one decent hook to be the killer blow. You don't necessarily need any of this else, because you've just got so many, you know, things at your disposal to be able to make work for your team.
It's great to see this from LNG as well. We had a couple of questions about them in summer, you know, after their spring collapse in playoffs where they really fell apart, sadly, for them. What was going to happen to them? Now they have themselves a good combo. They're playing out these competitions very cohesively. They have to disengage.
Yeah, they're going to have to disengage. Gala doesn't even flinch. Flash, Ghost, and ult all kept under wraps. Now they can throw out the ultimate from the Maokai to try and see if they can burn down this tower.
Be able to do so. So, oh, Uzi forces out the ultimate. Big ultimate teleport for the flank. This could be the moment. Fofo has the flash and has the damage, but he's taken away from Gala. The Xayah lives. The disengage comes through once more. LNG put the phalanx up and they walk away. Spears still pointed at EDG. That felt like the moment, but they're not able to punch back.
Not quite able to do it. Great play-by-playing there from you, Nymera.
Thank you.
Absolutely delighted for you. Needed to give you... You know what? I said, you know what? I thought to myself, I was like, you know what would be a big test? A big 5v5 team fight late in the game. And you did exceptional. Congratulations to you. But LNG, as you mentioned, get the kill. They disengage, and they get themselves on the sole point. While that's happening, they're going to force the TP out of Ala as well to try and cover that Zika was covering into the top side.
Really crazy, though, that it felt like Fofo was absolutely going to murder Gala. We'll see that a little bit into this replay, I have to assume. So it's a little bit hard to put the Blitzcrank out hook under turret when, of course, the Ornn can go unstoppable. After this point, you feel like this is the moment where EDG are going to get themselves back in the game. You have huge amounts of damage. Gala goes down to solo HP. If anything hits from Fofo, that is a dead Xayah. Flashes out and hooks away from the damage portion of the Nico ult. I've not seen that before. It's a clutch moment, and it saves Gala's life.
I mean, this is just LNG playing like LNG have been, you know, for most of spring regular split. Again, putting themselves up with this victory if they're able to secure it to 5-2, alongside the likes of, you know, Top Esports, JDG, Weibo. These are the names that we talk about so often when it comes to these, you know, this league. And I mean, we talked about a little bit earlier is that we only get to send 4 people to international, and it does feel like...
It feels like a travesty.
it does feel like a travesty. Like, it really, really does. But then, at the end of the day, for me, LNG are one of those teams that could maybe go to the Worlds, could also miss it very easily as well.
It does feel that way, particularly in spring. I thought they were a top 2 team. I loved the way that Tarzan and Scout played as a mid-jungle, and you can tell the power that these two have. They are one of our very best mid-jungles in the LPL, maybe even in the world. It's been a bit of a slow closeout from LNG. Again, it's very hard to go into the Ophelos with the Milio on top of him. That Enchanter, the primary Enchanter right now, very strong.
Not quite able to land that hook there. Almost landed on the JJ, who is fairly tanky in his own right, but for the moment, LNG still holding it. And that's the thing, is that LNG not only have themselves a very similar teamfight composition in terms of, like, you know, having a front-to-back teamfight with the tanks and everything like that, but they have the added extra of a Blitzcrank. They have the added extra of the poke that can come out from this Jace and just burn out someone like the Makos, or someone like Mako on the Milio. So it just feels like their composition does everything that EDG's does and a little bit more.
And they've definitely been playing it that way. The gold advantage certainly helps. It means that EDG can't brute force their way into as many fights as they would like. They have on items that helps. With the hook
Uzi! Oh, that's all they needed! Fantastic hook there from Hung. And that means that you don't really have the damage to continue this fight. Two-man decimating smash into the knockback of Fofo. He will have nothing to do with this fight. Scout with the triple. 5-0-6 under Gala, but my MVP is going to be Hung on the Blitzcrank.
That was a hook from the heavens. Hang, draw, and quarter-em. EDG, they've just been blown out 2-0 by LNG. First game, they had the soul. Felt like they could team fight their way to a victory, but LNG weren't going to let him have it. They're not going to let Allah have his life as well. LNG, they're back on form, baby, and they're walking in towards the Nexus.
Massive 2-0 victory here for LNG. And Gala says, I wasn't your understudy, Uzi. I was your replacement. That is a definitive win here for the side of LNG as they look to continue themselves up to the top of the table.
It took a little while in both games. I think that's testament to the level of team fighting which EDG do display, particularly Uzi. You can't ever let him get into a pocket of space to turn around and auto-attack you. And even in that game, you could feel that for the majority of it, until the hook comes through. That is one of the reasons you picked that champion. It took us a while to see Blitzcrank coming back into pro play. It was a very long time ago where he was really meta. We saw it a little bit around the Tahm Kench meta where we could see him deny the Tahm Kench shield. But Hung really communicating with his team well, using the ability of that Maokai ult or anything else to set up point-and-click abilities to get that hook into the right place. And LNG, they only get to play this team once. It's important that they walk away with that win, just as it feels like EDG might be ramping up again with the addition with Uzi to the roster. It's an important victory today for them.
Absolutely agree, and I think that for LNG as well, there's a lot of questions coming into the split as well. They were very disappointed with their finish, not even making top 4 in Spring Split. Similar enough to Weibo, they kind of got knocked down very quickly, but they are coming back into a lot of form. It does feel like Gala being added to this roster has just solidified that bot side, has really honed in. And like I said much earlier in the broadcast, you have to be able to carry from multiple lanes. Now you're looking at it and kind of going, okay, this is a team that is very much able to kind of bring together anyone and everyone to be a damage threat at all stages of the map.
And, you know, this was a team... Like, LP was not bad for
no, of course not.
For LNG. Of course, he's on RNG now, and they've done the AD carry swap. But LP was not a bad AD carry. It's just that when you're playing up against the likes of Elk and Ruler and so many other of these premier AD carries, it gets very difficult to, again, stand toe-to-toe with them, even with minute differences in individual skill. The fact that Gala has come in and had an awesome game today as well, it helps you revise what's happening with LNG. Now, I do think that Zika in the top side had some awkward moments as well. The Renekton game, it took a little while for him to come online in that game. And when you look at players like 369 or Shanji or Bin or whatever, you start thinking, okay, that could be an issue. One of the reasons why LNG dropped out of playoffs in spring is because Shanji just happened to LNG. It was a very difficult series for them. But now they have another chance to run at it again. And with another hyper team fight carrying that bot side, it gives you hope for this roster.
It really does. And I mean, for EDG, we talked about it before and we'll keep saying it again. I don't think bot lane was the problem. Bot lane was not the issue for them, and a lot of their issues come from how they're playing around their solo lanes, and the presence that they used to have in spring with JJ and Fofo just isn't there in summer so far now. They will fall very far down in the standings right now, sitting at 2 and 4. And I mean, it doesn't exactly get much easier from here. They do have AL coming up in week 4, of course, but then there's a El Clasico with RNG, then RA, who again, another team that can kind of, you know, upset you right now. So there is a couple of games in there that they're definitely winnable, but we need to start seeing more here from this EDG roster.
And I love the fact that Scout has had 2 back-to-back very impactful games, as I said. Bit biased towards the Ari play in game 1 because he did me proud with his build. But in this second game as well, Jace is a champion which has fallen off a little bit in regards to meta. We don't always see it played into the Nico as well. I think Nico has some strong laning cap patterns into the Nico as well. But him having that extra damage to put on top of all the point and click means that it's not a one-threat comp. Scout is doing so much work.
Absolutely. And look, Scout was doing so much work. You're saying one threat comp, non-existent in terms of LNG. The biggest threat is the unseen threat, and that's going to be our MVP for game number 2. It was Hong on the Blitzcrank. I am so happy to see supports getting their names in the lights and stuff like that, because it is down to these kind of clutch plays where you catch out literally the single carry that can change the game, and that just ends it for you. So really happy to see them getting this one here, and honestly, just exceptional play from him on the Blitzcrank.
And what a game-winning play from him to hook Uzi out from the middle of the team. Don't get me wrong, maybe a difficult way to walk back to lane, and Uzi should be stood behind someone just to make sure that it was never in question. But seriously, Hong, hats off to him. Really good Blitzcrank game.
Absolutely, really impressive with him today. And for LNG, you know, it's kind of coming into now where the next big series, the halfway point, is going to be a massive one. BLG versus LNG is next Wednesday. Huge implications there, because I feel like BLG, one, are still undefeated. We'll see how that goes tomorrow. They do play against JDG tomorrow in our match of the week. But
oh, surely they can't lose 6 times in a row.
Surely not, but we'll see how that one goes. But again, massive moment here for LNG, who will be trying to make a much bigger kind of presence in the playoffs comparatively to what they did in spring, because they are still going to be fighting for top 4. Remember, they didn't get as many points as they would have liked to in that top 4 battle for spring, so they need to start getting them now for summer for the regional finals.
And particularly when you look up against the top teams in the LPL, again, I don't think Zika is a bad top laner in the same way that LP was not a bad AD carry for them in spring, but having that difference between Zika and the likes of Bin, Shanji, 369, even Ala as well had some individual difficulties against him today. I need to see, in particular, Zika stand up and hold the line with the rest of his team so they can take some of these big victories.
All I'm thinking in my head now is that, man, imagine Shanji was on LNG. This team would actually be insane. I come up with these ideas of rosters all the time, but
no. But the thing for me is that means that this current that would mean that this current
that's literally where my head went.
To me, I can't do that. I can't do that.
It just immediately went, no, I can't get rid of this iteration of OMG. I'm actually kind of a fan of WE as well, who will be back next week. They are
absolutely same thing.
Playing quite a few games. They are still undefeated as of the moment. But yeah, look, lots and lots of games coming into here. Like I've always said, it's a sprint of a marathon. You need to have a Olympic level pace in this split, because we only have 7 weeks and we are coming up to the end of week 3. We are almost halfway through our split, and some LEC hasn't even started.
You hear about other teams, like they've played 2 games. We've played like 20 plus in some cases. Absolutely insane. And like you said, Team WE, they're looking really good because they're on the road to Asian Games, the Asian Games qualifier. They've only played 3 series so far. They're going to have something like 4 series in 1 week on their way back. It is so cutthroat and ruthless here in the LPL.
Yeah, WE, unfortunately, fortunately and unfortunately, they get to represent their country, but when they come back, they are, in minimum 3 series a week, and then 4, I believe, in week 5, I believe. So it's pretty brutal, but they have their home arena, and I believe they went 6-0 in their road to Asian Games, so congratulations to them and to that roster, doing themselves proud, and of course, their league as well. So, but yeah, like looking into now, like kind of today, we got pretty much the expected results we expected as well. I think OMG looked fantastic today against IG, really put them to the sword and kind of said, no, you can't just have a sub top laner coming in against Shanji. He will destroy you.
Absolutely. OMG, again, the way I describe them is they are your favorite coach's favorite team because they come out with some different stuff. They've shown that the Tristana is a valid and viable, powerful pick in the bot lane. You can pair it up with Emilio, you can pair it up with a number of other things, and it works well against even stuff like the Zeri, which is very important right now. IG, yes, they're not coming in with their full roster. You should know him. He's currently playing also in the Road to Asian Games. He's playing for the Hong Kong team. But OMG, they do not take prisoners right now. 2-0, clean on the day. Sadly, could not be said for the same of for Weibo, though. They, once again, leave us wondering a little bit about what there is to be fixed between game to game. Some games, they look absolutely incredible, very clean, very great at playmaking. In other games, they just have to find miracle plays to find themselves into the game.
Yeah, and then we have a look at the standings right now. BLG still 6-0. There's a lot of 6 win streaks coming out here from top to JDG, of course, as well. LNG get themselves up to 5-2. Get themselves a little bit of a 3-win streak as well. And they're continuing on. Again, LNG coming up to the halfway point of their split alongside JDG. I think that actually tomorrow JDG will have their 8th series, which put them at the halfway mark. We'll see if they end up going to 6-2 or if they will be going up to 7-1. Very, very important game for them. And for EDG, it's starting to get a little testy down that bottom side. You're 2-4, you're starting to drop down a couple of series, and that gap's starting to build between top 10 and the rest of the pack.
And of course, with all of these things said and done, the strength of schedule weighs in so much to these teams because every team only plays each other once. There are teams which are 5-2 or whatever, or 4-2, which are only played up against top teams, and they should be viewed as much higher contenders for that. These two teams, at the end of the day though, they're right at the top of the table. This is the strength of schedule. That's the one to watch, folks.
Absolutely, that is the one to watch. JDG versus BLG, our last game of the day in in Beijing. We actually have 3 different cities tomorrow: Shenzhen for NIP, Shanghai for RNG and Top Esports, and of course then Beijing for JDG in their home arena versus BLG. I will say for NIP, if you turn around to them at the start of the split and said, hey, after 8 games you'll be 5-3, they will take that. So they're going to be coming into that match against TT with a lot more momentum, and TT need to start picking up wins. I feel like if TT do not win that series, we're starting to look towards them not making playoffs here in summer.
NIP, particularly with the addition of Angel, who we thought had kind of had a difficult spring split, feels like particularly Shadow and Angel found a new home for themselves in NIP and finding some results.
Yeah, they really are. But that is all the time we have for today. Thank you, Nightmare, for bringing me through the weird and wonderful world that is the LPL. Thank you all for watching. And of course, thank you to our back-end production staff. Without them, none of this will be possible. We'll be back tomorrow at the same time on the same channel, and we'll see you then.